admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. We have met our revenue target. No more borrowing, says Tinubu. BPE to list 2 discos, 1 genco on stock exchange. Cooking gas price rises by 44.5% in 1 year, says NBS. Leave before visa expires, UK wants foreign students. Super Eagles key players arrive Uyo ahead of Rwanda cracker. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the President Bola Tinubu has revealed that his administration has met its projected non-oil revenue for 2025 ahead of schedule and would no longer rely on borrowing to fund its budget. Tinubu revealed this while addressing stakeholders of the Buhari organization who visited him at the presidential villa in Abuja on Tuesday, insisting that his administration's non-oil revenue drive had yielded enough to meet this year's projections by August reducing Nigeria's dependence on external loans. The president also added that the exchange rate had stabilized after initial turbulence, noting that the naira had appreciated from over 1,900 naira per dollar to about 1,450 naira per dollar since the unification of the foreign exchange windows last year. The federal government, in its 2025 Appropriation Act, projected a total revenue target of 18.32 trillion naira to fund a record 28.78 trillion naira budget, including 7.94 trillion naira in oil revenue and 10.39 trillion naira from non-oil sources, reflecting the administration's renewed push to diversify Nigeria's income base away from crude oil dependence. Moving on, the Bureau of Public Enterprises is set to take 2 electricity distribution companies and 1 genco to the stock market through initial public offering. BP Director General Ayodeji Gbeleyi revealed this while briefing newsmen in Abuja on Wednesday. Gbeleyi added that he is not in the position to disclose the 2 names out of 11 discos due to transactions and corporate confidentiality. According to the director, shareholders' loan agreements were also executed recently for 10 out of the 11 discos, with the disbursement expected to soon begin. The initiative is reportedly part of the Bureau's broader strategy to support President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, focused on unlocking value from public assets, driving private investment, and accelerating job creation. Still on, the average retail price for refilling a 12.5 kilogram cylinder of liquefied petroleum gas in Nigeria rose by 44.51% year-on-year in July 2025. The National Bureau of Statistics revealed this in its latest Liquefied Petroleum Gas Price Watch report for July 2025, published on Tuesday, 2nd of September 2025. According to the report, the cost of a 12.5 kilogram cylinder of cooking gas rose from 14,261 naira in July 2024 to 20,609 naira in July 2025, making a sharp increase in energy expenses for Nigerian households. The report, however, shows that the increasing trend indicates a worrying reversal compared with July 2024, when the price of cooking fell by 9.37% on a month-on-month basis, from 15,736 naira in June 2024 to 14,261 naira. Despite the annual surge, the report indicates a modest 1.91% month-on-month, with the price dropping from 21,010.56 naira in June 2025 to 20,609.48 naira in July. To end the local news, Nyesom Wike backed All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, which had waged fierce war against Governor Siminalayi Fubara to the point of his suspension, has announced readiness to work with him should he be recalled anytime soon. The arrowhead of the fracas with Fubara, Tony Okocha, bolstered by the backing of Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, announced on Monday, September 2nd, 2025, that his camp was ready to work with Fubara, but would not support any obnoxious policy. In his words, Fubara's return is no longer a matter of conjecture, because September 18, 2025 was already known as the end of the state of emergency, insisting that Fubara is expected to return to power on that date. Okocha revealed that he was given the task of rebuilding the APC in the state, announcing that the party will double the figure in 2027 to re-elect President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And on the foreign scene, thousands of foreign students are being contacted directly by the government, and the toll will be removed from the United Kingdom if they overstay their visas. The Home Office launched the new government campaign in response to what it has called an alarming spike in the number of international students arriving legally on student visas, then claiming asylum when they expire. As part of the campaign, the Home Office has for the first time proactively contacted international students directly by text and emails. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper revealed that some international students are claiming asylum even when things haven't changed in their home country. And also, Burkina Faso's unelected transitional Parliament has passed a bill banning homosexual act a year after a draft of an amended family code criminalizing homosexuality was adopted by the country's cabinet. This new measure, unanimously voted through on Monday, reportedly imposes punishment of up to 5 years in jail, becoming part of a broader crackdown on same-sex relationships across the continent. Justice Minister Edaso Rodrigue Bayala announced on state-run media that the law provides for a prison sentence of 2 and 5 years as well as fines, adding that foreign nationals caught breaking the law would also be deported. And now in the world of sport, Uyo is buzzing with the arrival of key players ahead of Saturday's crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying clash against Rwanda. Captain William Troost Ekong, defender Bruno Onyemachi, and goalkeeper Amas Obasoge were among the first to report to camp on Monday morning. Troost Ekong and Obasoge arrived together, later joined by Onyemachi. Well, whether Bremen left back Felix Agu, who impressed at the Unity Cup in London during the summer, and many others also checked in alongside the early arrivals. African Player of the Year Ademola Lookman, Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen, and midfielder Rafael Onyedika are also due to link up with the squad. According to the fixtures, Nigeria's 23-man squad will not only face Rwanda in Uyo, but also travel to Bloemfontein for their matchday 8 fixture against South Africa at the Toyota Stadium on Tuesday evening. Now to end the news, Mark Guehi has reportedly made it clear to Crystal Palace that he will not extend his contract at Sellers Park, with plans to walk away for free next summer. The England international has been left furious after his dream move to Liverpool fell apart at the final hurdle on deadline day. The centre-back had been lined up for a £35 million switch to Anfield, with medical checks already underway before Palace pulled the plug in the dying hours of the window. Guehi had already agreed on personal terms with the Premier League champions, putting pen to paper on a proposed 5-year deal before Palace manager Oliver Glasner abruptly ended the negotiations despite having accepted Liverpool's bid. And that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying...
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment right here on the show. And of course, I'm not doing this alone this morning. I'm doing this alongside
yours truly, Onyeka Valentine.
Yours truly. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story says modular refineries bleed over logistics and crude shortages. This is in the world of energy today. Energy is where things happen. And on page 29, it says BP to list 2 discos, 1 Genco to stock exchange. Eyes 312 billion naira revenue for 2025 amid reform push. And on page 30 of the paper this month says Fumbara walks tightrope ahead of September 18 resumption. I don't know if the River State people are looking forward to that. Then finally, on page 31, it says shareholders to get 3.18 naira per share in Providus Unity Bank merger, or 18 ordinary shares in Providus for every 17 held in Unity Bank. Let's talk about modular refineries bleeding over logistics and crude shortages.
Most definitely. So the good thing is, it is now coming to the spotlight that we can have some form of a boys' quarter to the main house. What I mean to say, what this means is that when you have a boys' quarter to the main house means that you have, like a spare. Modern refineries are supposed to be something that can cushion any issue in case our major refineries obviously don't work at optimum level. Having said so, we know we have some couple of them. We have Walter Smith Refinery in Imo State, being one of the predominant example of operational facility there. We also have one in Edo State, right? We have Opak Refinery and all those modular refineries. But the question is, why are they bleeding over logistics, cruise shortages and everything? I think the question should be asking should be, are they being sabotaged? Because I don't want to believe that because now we have Dangote as a major contender, right? Who some people say he's out there to monopolize the market, which I don't think is correct. But so because we have Dangote, working on optimum level, right? Does this mean that these other modular refineries will not get enough crude that they want? Or is it that they don't even, they don't have the capacity to be able to manage the amount of crude that will come their way? Or better still, they don't have the funds to be able to acquire huge amounts of crude oil. Or maybe they're not even getting it. So if they're not getting it, where's the crude oil going to? Right? Is it being siphoned to somewhere else? Are we selling more to the international world because they are paying more in in hard currency? Even at that, even local modular refineries can also pay in those hard currency. So we don't really know why there are shortages. But more importantly, if we are hearing that these modular refineries can actually work, I think that's a good thing on its own part. Meaning to say there's something to cushion the heavy burden on the major Port Harcourt refinery, which we know, back and forth. It goes on today, tomorrow it is not functional, So for me, I think what we should be looking at is this. Where the crude oil is gotten from, the supply of crude oil, right? Is there a particular body that makes sure that every other modular refinery gets its own share and quota? If there is, and we're seeing complaints like this, then something's wrong with that particular, particular organization. However, on the very top, even if they are getting a little, are they actually working on optimum level? These are questions to be asked. So let's know what's the detail of the story.
I mean, when you look into the story, I think it's just around the fact that these modular refineries are supposed to, they're supposed to be like the supply gap, operating at lesser capacity than the the bigger refineries. But some of the challenges they're having is, they're supposed to be focused on, producing some other byproducts of crude oil, which is like kerosene and all those other things. But clearly, what we see from the Business Day's findings, what we're seeing is that this modular refineries, I beg your pardon, are not, they're dumping crude. They're not giving them, the best. They're not giving them the best. They're dumping crude. They're also sending, like crude from Russia or whatever to them. So they're not able to even have the best. Like you said, crude shortages. So how do you expect me to make the byproduct when I don't even have enough?
The main source.
That's something.
And there's something else that we might not be seeing. If this goes on for a long time, there is a big tendency, rather there's kind of a huge opportunity for some other people who, import these byproducts. It's obviously good business for them. But for us here at home, right, it's bad business. Because if we are not able, as I keep on saying, if we're not able to harness and make good of our own local content, make good use of our own, in fact, consume what we produce, the Naira will keep on suffering, right? It gets to a point where we realize that, wait a minute, where do we even hit 2,000 to $1? It's heading there. Although for now, it's 1,000 something. But back in the days, it wasn't even up to 1,000 Naira. What does this mean? It means that the more we are able to produce and consume, our economy will be able to withhold and cushion any other thing that hits us. But we keep on importing, import crude. When we have crude, whether import fuel, we export crude, we import fuel. So again, like I always say on this show, it's not if I get paid for it, but Dangote is doing the Lord's work. Before someone says that I am campaigning for Dangote, isn't it so?
Let's move on to the other story right here on the front page review today on the show. Says Fubara walks tightrope ahead of September 18 resumption. And I'm looking into the story to know what this tightrope really is. We at the River State people, River State has been relatively peaceful since its leaving. To my surprise, because we were a little bit shocked, we were a little bit worried about what could be for the people, after the state of emergency was declared. But you would see that for the past, I did say it at the start, and I said to one of these days on the morning show, I'd said to, I think it was Mohammed, and I said, September is just a few months away, because at the time it looked like it was 6 months was a long time, but September is here. It's literally here. September 18, just of less than 17 days.
14 days.
No.
Today's the 3rd.
Today's the 3rd.
Yeah,
so we just have about 15 more days to go, and it's here already. And it was looking like a long time. But looking at the story, I'm asking myself, why is he working? Why is he walking a tightrope? But I understand. The writer here says, loses control over local government and assembly as APC tightens grip.
Should we be shocked?
And under pressure to defect to APC.
We are not shocked. I'll tell you. Look, it's like you saying you're driving a vehicle. At some point, right, you park the vehicle and you want to take a break. Maybe because you had a flat tire, or maybe to check whatever it is you want to check in the vehicle, right? But you are actually in a race to get somewhere. Of course. Others who are behind you will overtake you. And so the more they overtake you, the more they begin to seize opportunities in front of them that you haven't gotten there yet. So I think this issue he had with Wike and the whole split up, him, state of emergency in the state at some point, they brought in another minister, a former ministry administrator or whatever it is, or former person that served and, to preside over the state and all that stuff. All that break could have created what we call a lacuna for mistrust, created room for loyalty to shift, base. It is only but normal in politics, like we always say. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. And these people who are your followers, they go where the grass is greener, isn't it so? So, and then for them to now say that he's probably thinking about defection, I don't know if we can hold that the way we want to hold it. But if he does hold water, which means even him himself, right, is not even loyal to his party.
No, I mean, from businesses findings, there's a story to it. From businesses findings, it was revealed that Fubara, who had initially planned to bring his entire political structure to the APC, hoping that President Tinubu would back him, but would bypass Wike and back him due to his grassroots influence. But the message was clear from Abuja. If he wants to join the APC now, he must pay his dues.
Aha, there we go.
So that's what's happening right now. So it's not, so that's the tightrope we're talking about right now.
So it's the bottleneck. They've given him a condition, and those dues, because it's not listed, that doesn't necessarily mean that it might not be an arm and a leg. And he stepped on a lot of toes, even though
Did he?
So I keep on saying that in governance and leadership, you should be able to play what we call good cop, bad cop. You can't be good cop all the time. You can't be bad cop all the time. But it's important for you to be the right cop. Now, this is just me using these words for people who understand the school of politics, to be able to know where we're heading to with this. However, if he decides to tilt towards the camp of APC and ready to pay his dues, he should rest assured that those dues will come with a big bag.
But the truth is, when he pays his dues, or if he pays his dues, right now APC seems like the winning side.
I mean, again, they are the ruling party.
The leading side. So if he pays his dues to APC, he has a fair chance. He does have he has a fair chance. But let's look at our final story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. This one says, BPE to list 2 discos and 1 Genco on stock exchange. Eyes 312 billion naira revenue for 2025 amid reform push. I think this is a first in the stock exchange market. It's a bold move, just like the introduction here says, in a bold move aimed at deepening investor participation in Nigeria's power sector. The BP is for the first time considering listen to electricity distribution companies and 1 generation company on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And it was disclosed in Abuja by the Director General. And that's the story today on the front page of the Business Day paper, where you get all of your business stories, all very insightful stories. If you want to read more on the stories, to get more insight, then you should grab a copy of the Business Day paper. If you cannot grab a copy of the Business Day paper, then you should visit www.businessday.ng to find insight. And interestingly, we have a paywall, so you might also need to subscribe for premium content, because yes, it's good business, so it's also business for us. I mean, so you need to also subscribe to get more of those stories. It's just a little amount anyway. But let's talk about, just very briefly, do you want to speak to the listing?
Okay, so I mean, we should look at the challenges they do have, from the fact that subsidies have not been coming their way, and other issues with customers, being able to trust their delivery, and a whole lot of other stuff. But however, I'm glad that they have seen beyond their challenges, and BP is now saying, look, wait a minute, maybe if we bring these people in, it could increase the amount of value.
Mm.
Having said so, to whom much is given, much is expected.
Mm-hmm.
And we want a case where these, the Gencos and Discos will deliver and not get distracted with this, I call it the Trojan horse. So let's see how it unfolds.
I was actually curious to find some of the companies that might have been listed, but they declined to list those companies. But I guess we'll find out at the end of the day.
Yes. I think they did it for a reason. Maybe just to play that shares, see, okay, who is going to be loyal and who's not going to be loyal. Like, what's the case? Sometimes you say, okay, fine, we're going to have XYZ part of what we're doing, and look out for it. So everybody becomes, anxious. Everyone's on their toes, doing what they need to do. It could also be a strategy. The strategy could be, look, let them be more efficient, deliver as promised. At the end of the day, this will just linger for a long time. And as we do our things in this country, let's just keep it aside for us. It's not important.
Let's move to the Vanguard paper this morning and see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper. The big story here on the Vanguard paper today, Wednesday, September 3rd, says National Convention. PDP draws battle line with Wike's camp. This is on page 5 of the Vanguard paper this morning. The writer here says Wike's camp cite court orders and demands fresh congresses in Anambra, Ebonyi, and Southeast. Warns against micro-zoning of presidential ticket and others. Also says you can't hold party to ransom. PDP fires back. Dares Wike, Ortom, Fayose, Ikpeazu, Ugwanyi, others to form faction. Mohammed Finitri, Wabara, Damagum talk tough. A lot is going on right now. And this is, interestingly, is always so ahead of elections. And you find it interesting because you're thinking, it's 2 years, it's in 2 years
now
time, but it doesn't seem like 2 years time with all of the political gymnastic going on right now. It looks like the elections are just 2 weeks away, but I mean that's Nigerian politics and we're here for it. On the top left hand side of the Vanguard paper this morning, it says we've met our revenue target. No longer borrowing from domestic banks.
That's a good
interesting
one. When I saw it yesterday, I was like, okay.
Interesting. Okay. But we're no longer borrowing from domestic banks. How are we still borrowing from the World Bank?
Good question. Whenever we mention loan and borrowing, I always come out with my fangs and fangs of my teeth and then try to chew into this particular matter. The bottom line is this. If we are now saying we've met our target, no more borrowing. The one we borrowed, right? Remember something, when you borrow money, you don't just pay the exact money you borrowed. There is some form of interest that it will incur. And so the question is, since we've said we will not borrow any longer, the one we borrowed, when are we going to be done paying it? And if we're going to pay it, which sector is going to suffer? Because believe it or not, that money must come from somewhere. But again, as much as we are looking at both ends and want to sound a bit, objective in the matter, let's also commend the president for saying, and obviously for, making us understand that, look, the nation is heading towards a greater position. Having said we will no longer borrow again, right? That we met our mark.
Met our revenue target.
Our revenue targets. So it's good to see these things. It makes anyone who lives outside the shores, whether you're Nigerian or you are a business person and you want to invest in Nigeria, to say, wait a minute, the economy is working. Wait a minute, if I invest my money, right, regulators will not just come and then shut me down because they are put under too much pressure to generate funds. Remember, one of the reasons why most regulators want to howl on people who have businesses, because they are also being put under pressure by their bosses. Go and generate money. FIRS, go and generate money. LIRS, go and generate money. Push, like that. So now we've said, okay, from the top, we've met our revenue, mark. There'll be less pressure. Businesses, and this is what it means. So what it means is that businesses who want to come and invest in this country will now say they will invest, do their businesses, right, and pay their tax as at when due, instead of having too many conditions that will stifle business. So I think it's a good thing. And internationally too, of course, there's a flip side to that. The World Bank might not be finding it funny. What the reason is given is that, you see, why are they in business? To loan money. And so when a nation says, we are not going to loan any money longer, we'll pay off the one we borrowed so that we can be independent away, we can be independent from you. Because let me tell you, when you borrow money from someone, whether or not you like it, let's call a spade a spade. You are a slave to that person, because the person will, or whoever it is, or organization will have a hold on you. And such holds sometimes will come in different areas. They might want to sway your decision, make sure that they kind of make some kind of demands that might not be in the best interest of national security, best interest of the nation's welfare. What about national assets? A whole lot they'll be asking for without even you knowing it, or condition you to probably want to accept some form of, immoral kind of things. Like some time ago, they asked us, they were talking about, same-sex marriage and all that kind of stuff. Nigeria had to push it back. No. It's not part of us. What am I trying to say is that when the World Bank and international community, right, see you come cap in hand, they are happy, because they know that when we give you money, all right, and you don't pay on time, in fact, they don't want you to pay on time, so the interest keeps on building, and you put yourself far more deep into debt, making yourself more of a puppet to those people. So it's good that our leaders can now say that we've met our revenue base and no more borrowing. But the ones who borrowed, Augusta, can we pay those ones?
Certainly. They are listening to you. Still on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, there's My Hustle. They have a segment, a column here, My Hustle, and from the CEO of Mona Shoes. This is free publicity for her anyway. But she says, made in Nigeria footwear can be the best in the world. I think that's just what I want to hold on to. I truly think so. I truly agree with her on that.
Have you been to
I
Aba?
truly believe in Nigerian industry.
Have you been to Aba? Have you been to some certain places where you will see how Nigerians pour their heart into their craft?
Honestly, I think we have, I believe we have all that it takes to actually match up with the industries in the world. I mean, it's just about how we position ourselves.
So, I think the mentality of, Nigerian-made goods are substandard. That mentality needs to change. Let's start with that.
I think it has already changed.
Yes. And when I say change, I'm talking about make a full turnaround, such a way that when you hear green, white, green, made in Nigeria goods, you smile and you know it's worth the cost. Because I tell you, is it leather? We have it in this country. I can go on. Is it you want to make plastic? We have petroleum products. We have, this country is more than blessed. Look, we're so blessed that we don't even know. Sometimes you complain and say, the grass is always greener and someone else's lawn. You've forgotten that if you water your own grass, it will be green enough to attract, the right investor.
I agree. I actually agree with you. Nigerian made goods and products and services, precisely, have come a long way. There used to be a time when you're wearing a Nigerian made design or Nigerian, and it's looked at as inferior, and precisely the Aba made goods, and that's why when you say Aba made, it seems inferior, because they had this thing where they used to do
cut corners.
They make products that are like fast fashion. So fast fashion typically will be lesser quality, because now you're trying to make more quantity, and then you're cutting down on quality. So yes, there's that. But away from Aba made goods, there's so many brilliant Nigerian designers now. I don't want to mention names. I'm not giving them like free. We have TT Dal, like people making bags, people making all of this amazing design. But the only challenge that I would say, and where I think that the Aba made designs can come and now leverage, the challenge is that these Nigerian designers tend to be really expensive. So you're buying a Nigerian made designer, you're buying Nigeria, wear Nigeria, buy Nigeria to grow the Naira. But the challenge is when you look at the dollar when you look at the dollar equivalent for same thing, it's wild. You are seeing like an ashake dress or arike dress, maybe you'd see it about 800,000 naira, and then it's like how many people? So it's very high end. You get, it's really high end, and that's where the challenge is, and that's why, unfortunately, then the Aba designers will now come take that same design, which I don't like that at all, because they take that same design and do
mass produce
and do a lesser version. So you probably see your outfit now, and then you see an Aba version of
the same
it
pattern
and the same pattern, everything. It takes away from your intellectual all of your intellectual property.
So all that now, that's where I think, I mean, those who are watching, we play our own role here to inform the public. But there's something Alex Otis is doing. He's making sure that there's electricity in Aba. Do you know why?
That's the thing.
So one of the reasons why anybody might want to cut corners when it comes to production and final byproduct. One of the reasons why they cut corners is if cost of production is high.
And also, it's away from cost of production, they're also very heavy on branding.
That's what I'm saying.
And the branding is really expensive.
That's what I'm saying. So now everything boils down to one: electricity, access road, reduce the amount of regulators trying to howl on them so that the environment for business becomes conducive. He's doing that so well, which is why I have to speak to you right now. If, in fact, let me just be very frank, in the next 2-3 years, I tell you, we have no business going to China to buy footwears.
And about designs also need to stop putting other countries on their products.
They've stopped now.
They've stopped because back in the day they used to have this made in Turkey, made in China, made in Malaysia.
The Chinese used to do it. They had in China. Recently, if it wasn't for the tariff wars, right, that Donald Trump kick-started, nobody even know that the Chinese people will produce. Let me call the brands like Versace and all those other brands, and then give it to those companies to sell a very huge, premium price. It was until the trade wars that all that secret came to the light. So what I'm trying to say is that, look, when there's a tectonic shift of business, right, it becomes survival of the fittest. And those areas where you think untouchable, this is sacrosanct, will begin to be brought out to the light. Aba will grow. Why? Electricity is now being tackled. Access road is now being made. The roads are being fixed. The areas where government needs to put in place, they are doing those areas, right? Access road, security, electricity. In no time, it will not only end up becoming the major hub as it used to be, it will become a destination point for made in Nigeria goods. Don't forget in a hurry. Already, even with the tough and stringent, conditions, we had innocent. So those ones now are pushing for automobiles. They're not doing badly. We have other, back in the days it was Pan. I don't even remember Pan. Pan this assembles a particular brand of vehicles. I mean, we're mentioning these brands now, not because we're giving them publicity, but because of the the essence of the conversation. But however, do we have what it takes to actually put in place Nigerian owned products, well produced, well branded, and sold at a cost that will not break the bank of individuals? Yes, we do. But the question is, can the government do their own part? Like I said before, if it's working in Abia, I've been there, it's working in Abia State, then it can work in every other state.
Yeah, but I think for Aba, just so we can move away from this conversation, because we've dwelled on it for a long time. I think for Aba, they also need to, if apparently they make at a lesser cost than other Nigerian fashion designers and all of that they give an indigenous name and say the Onyeka pants, and then it's this price.
Right.
But just so it's also it can compete internationally. Maybe we need many more of us also going to Aba to use our education to also help them to also work on their branding. So since they can make at a lesser price, and then we can have more of their products circulating, but then the branding is also good, so it's also sellable. So at least that's makes us compete, because if we have many fashion designers now, which we do have, indigenous fashion designers doing amazing jobs, print and all of that, but you only have a crop of people that can buy it, which is fantastic. But if we want it to go around, if we want more people to be able to come into Nigeria, you know how you go out of the country and then you buy certain items that you know that, oh, they say, oh, this is it's from this country. We should be able to have that, and something that more people can have.
So do you advocate
just with
for
good branding?
Brand the Abba product as a project?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know when you guys have heard it. Brand the Abba project.
You heard
Abba
it here.
Product as a project.
You heard it here first. But let's move on now. Just states have no excuse to pay beyond 70, to not pay beyond 17,000 naira minimum wage, and I agree with NECA on that. I mean, we've seen Imo State governor, what's his name again? The governor of Imo State had increased it from 70,000 naira to from 70,000 naira to about 104,000 naira, which I thought was really impressive. And another, in less than 24 hours, another state also followed through and increased to 90,000 naira, because civil servants, what are they doing earning 70,000 naira? It definitely needs to go up. And on visa overstay, US, UK ramp up warnings and may ban violators. This is on visa overstay. Ghana president also fires Chief Justice over abuse of office. But that's as much as we can take today on the newspaper review. Let's see if we can quickly see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the show. The cartoon of the day is quite interesting today. It says Finland, Nigeria. That's on the Simon Ekpa issue. And then you see sell since 2021. That's Nigeria. And then in Finland, you see out justice in Finland. In Nigeria, you see sell since 2021. Justice. I think there's something up, but I can't really see
what I can deduce from this is, I mean, in this, on the right side here, someone who obviously is also fighting the same cause, right, has not really finally gotten justice at the end of the day, as they've now come to a conclusion, right? This is Nigerian justice system. They've not come to a conclusion yet. They're still dragging the matter. Meanwhile, Finland on the left side have concluded their own issues, right? And they have actually passed judgment. So what I'm seeing here is this particular cartoon is actually is throwing a dart at our
justice and injustice, exactly. Right?
You know, so it's throwing a dart at our justice system, or rather, sorry, beg your pardon, our legal system, and you know how the court operates in Nigeria. Really, look, a case that can be, you know, for the first time in court, take another, like say 2-3 months or 6 months, and it's concluded, will stretch 2 years, 3 years, and for what, really? You know, that's what happens when politicians have their fangs in this thing. And so you can obviously tell that they're playing a lot of politics with the whole thing. Adjourn today, adjourn tomorrow. They keep on stretching the case, keep on frustrating the person who is in custody.
At the end of the day, if you're even demanding justice, when you think about the rigors of the entire process,
I mean,
you might want to give up.
And now say, you know what, okay, just plead the guilty card and just move on to the next thing. Meanwhile, like I always say, I mean, it's obtainable, which is the order of the day. No one is guilty until proven guilty by the court of law. So if at the end of the day, on the left side, we see the Finland government, right, followed due process, and they passed judgment in less than, you know, in that period of time. On this other end, it's telling you, look, that's what the cartoon is telling us. On the right side, till now, judgment has not been given, has not been passed. What does that tell you? That there's a lacuna in the system. that needs to be dealt with. So
well, such an interesting pictorial representation there from our cartoonist, Mr. Asuko. Always doing an excellent job with the cartoon of the day. But that's where we bring it to a wrap right here on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce held a breakfast forum themed Media as a Bridge, strengthening Nigeria-South Africa ties through the MTN Media Innovation Program on the 27th of August 2025. The event brought together major stakeholders and partners in media and communications, mining, engineering, agriculture, and academic sectors from Africa. The event began with an opening remark by the chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Ije Jitema.
The media is not just a platform for communication. It is a powerful vehicle for influence, and it has the ability to shape perception, build narratives, and drive public discourse in the context of Nigeria and South Africa.
Having come this far, having laid the foundation, we are looking up to a very, very bright future, a future that is galvanized by our coming together, the two countries, the key countries in the continent. There's such a lot for us to do, a lot that we can do together in terms of collaboration, in terms of partnership, in terms of exchanges from what happened today. Talking about the media, using the media positively, we need to understand the overarching objectives and vision of our continent and work towards that. And in terms of awareness, creating awareness, in terms of education and so on, exchanges, I think that we have a lot cut out for us.
The guest speaker at the event, Tobe Okigbo, the Chief Corporate Services and Sustainability Officer, MTN Nigeria, spoke on the growth and goals of the MTN Media Innovation Program and its collaboration with the Pan-Atlantic University to groom and grow media personnel in Africa.
I think that media diplomacy is using storytelling to build that bridge between Nigeria and South Africa. Most of the comments you see online are from sentiments. As a journalist, I also cover the xenophobic attack in South Africa, but how many people actually go there to see things for themselves, right? And tell a balanced story. Because the danger of a single story is such that it is sprinkled with sentiments, because you're speaking for your brothers in South Africa and you're mad at the things you're hearing. But we had the privilege of going to South Africa ourselves last year, and we met with critical stakeholders. We spoke with stakeholders from the Department of International Relations, the South Africa Institute of International Relations. We were at the University of Johannesburg, and we were able to really understand the full spectrum of what was happening and the need for all of us to come together beyond just telling there are sad realities, no doubt, but when you understand the root causes, then you better understand what is happening, and then you can report it more objectively, right? And by the way, that's not the only thing happening in South Africa. You had the Consul General talking about how many Nigerians keep going to South Africa every day, the number of visa applications they get. So if South Africa is that bad, what are Nigerians looking for there? I mean, I think there's a tough love between both of us.
The second guest speaker, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya, Dean, School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University, emphasized on the key role of the media in shaping international relations and perspective across borders while fostering global understanding and also the hopes of growth.
Recent years have brought a new, additional emphasis on technology transfer, entrepreneurship, and collaboration. On the other hand, the primary purpose of corporations is to deliver shareholder value or for startups to provide returns to their investors.
I like to give the example of when I traveled to South Africa, and
we asked a lot of questions about, there are so many talks about xenophobia. What are stakeholders, what are government officials, what are you guys doing about it? Why are you not doing anything about it? And then we realized that a lot of work is being done on the ground. The only question is, how is the media reporting this work, right? So when we went to South Africa and came back to Nigeria, we came back with a lot of clarity on how to tell better stories. How do we tell stories that do not lean into stereotypes, that provide more context, that provide more nuance? You get. So for instance, now everyone is always talking about, South Africa does not like to issue visas to Nigerians, and then we went to South Africa and realized that that is not true, for instance. So MIP gave me clarity on how to tell more stories with context, with nuance, getting all sides of the stories before reporting.
In continuation of the event, it delved into a panel session consisting of brilliant journalists from various media houses on the theme of the event, addressing concerns and questions on the theme. The meeting ended on a joyful note with a speech by Osaya Bagiwa Osagi, former chairman of the Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Felicia Phillips, ex-chairman of Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce, and an unveiling of the new logo.
I think some of the problems we are having are policy issues. There are a good number of agreements that have been signed in the past but have not been implemented. And I think it behoves on the two governments to let for directives to be given to the ministries that the bilateral agreements that have been signed in the past should be implemented. Over 42 of them, to my knowledge, have been signed. So it's important that these agreements are implemented. And once they are implemented, you will find out that the various areas which they cover will be affected. I think we need to interact more. We need to have more exchange programs. We need to have more Nigerian students in universities going to South Africa on courses or on visits, exchange programs. And our friends from South Africa are coming. The more we interact, the more we understand ourselves. At the end of the day, we are Africans and we are basically the same.
Amanda Amos-Igwe for Business Day Television. Nigeria-South Africa Chamber of Commerce held a breakfast forum themed
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning, a segment of our breakfast show here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. Digital technology is reshaping the way economies grow, business operates, and individual work. Yet in Nigeria, a large segment of population and even sections of the workforce still struggle with digital illiteracy, limited knowledge, and skill in using technology effectively.
Now, this silent barrier often goes unnoticed, but its impact is far-reaching, reducing workplace efficiency, widening inequality, and even slowing national productivity growth.
So how significant is the digital literacy gap in Nigeria, and what steps can businesses, governments, and individuals take to bridge it for improved productivity?
Now, to help us unpack these, we are being joined by Anolua Oyewole. He is an architect and founder, Bezalel Design Academy.
Good morning, Mr. Anolua Oyewole.
You're welcome to Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's start off. How would you define digital illiteracy in Nigeria, and why should we be concerned about it?
All right, so if we're talking about digital illiteracy, we're simply talking about inability to confidently use certain digital tools. And these tools are even as basic as talking about Google email, using collaboration tools like Google Docs, or using online forms. So these basic digital tools, they are now very expedient. And if we do not use these things, we'll only be localized. We'll lose out on international global competitiveness. We'll lose out entirely on international opportunities. Our productivity will be drastically low because we'll rely on face-to-face interactions. And in fact, it's still going to put so much pressure on our resources. You can imagine still having to use a messenger to go across one office to another to dispatch memos and all of that, whereas we can use emails, and this will save us costs, and then we can use our human labor appropriately.
Okay, then, so now how widespread is digital illiteracy across Nigeria's workforce, and what demographic groups are mostly affected?
Okay, thank you. So if we're looking at the widespread, it cut across the general workforce, both public, both private, the education, the commercial, the general workforce. But in this light, the underserved communities are mostly affected. People with low income, people with poor infrastructure in their environment, they are the ones that are mostly affected. The underserved communities, people where there's good electricity supply, they would most likely do better than those who are waiting for NEPA.
All right, so which of the sectors of the economy do you think are the most vulnerable to the productivity losses caused by digital illiteracy?
Well, like I said, generally it cuts across the entire workforce. But if we are now going to look at it as which of this sector is most vulnerable, then we would have to look at the education. Why education? First, education, because they are the one who will determine the future. If students or learners are not well trained about these digital tools, then the future is at stake. Because they do not have sufficient knowledge to even use these things. And next would be the commercial sector. Because of the economic power, we need to make money to spend money to make money to spend money, right? So the major sectors that rely on building the future, the major sectors that rely on routine and recurring tasks, it is very important that they leverage digital tools to increase their productivity.
Thank you on that. So now, can you give practical examples of how digital illiteracy directly reduces efficiency in the workplace?
Okay, so I would refer to the example I gave the last time. Imagine someone has to trek a mile to deliver a memo, and that same task can be done under a second by just clicking send. So now we have to look at harnessing the possibilities that comes with these digital tools. We have to just move on, or else then we would have to spend more to achieve less. In cases where we can spend less to achieve more. One thing that is key or general knowledge is the loss of file. You get to certain places, they say, oh, sorry, we can't find your file. What happens to digitalizing people's database, people's documents? If these things are well done, anybody, even if the person is not on seat in their office, they can treat whatever it is that needs to be done. Possibly someone is on leave and there's an expedient task to be done. The person can easily log into the portal, check what needs to be done, and then approve it. But if this opportunity is not there, then that particular task will have to wait on the person's desk till the person resumes.
Okay, so how do you think Nigeria's level of digital literacy compares to other emerging economies, and what does that mean for our global competitiveness?
Interesting. Well, we've moved, I must say, we've moved, but there's still so much ground to cover. We've moved, but there's so much ground to cover. And our infrastructure system is inhibiting the digital practice. Like I said before, Take, for instance, the electricity issue and its effect. Some people, they have constant electricity supply, and some others, they are praying, God, let there be light. You get. So this challenge is increasing the widening inequality gap, and that alone is another challenge that we'll have to look at.
Okay, then. So that beyond the workplace, how does digital illiteracy impact entrepreneurship and even small businesses in Nigeria?
Well, first, anybody who is doing business and is not online, that person is leaving so much on the table, so much money on the table, because the person is going to have limited reach. That company is going to have limited market reach. Online, you can reach people that you don't even know, thanks to the digital world.
Sure.
Anybody who's not harnessing the digital tools, the possibilities that comes with these digital tools, will definitely experience weak bookkeeping. And how does a business survive with weak bookkeeping? Such businesses cannot even make informed decisions. Whereas the opportunity is there, examine the trends, the market trends, then you'll be able to plan for what would happen. Okay, we've experienced a decrease in this particular product. Why? You can track it. And just after that, you'll be able to plan for the next product or an improvement. So businesses just need to adopt the digital tools if they will grow faster and also be highly competitive. And of course, it would help them to achieve more with less cost effect.
All right. So what role should government policy and education play in bridging Nigeria's digital literacy gap?
All right, thank you. First, government, I would say that our government should look at creating enabling environments. Nigerians are trying. An average teen or young adult in Nigeria is learning 1 or 2 digital skills, but they are frustrated with a lack of proper or inadequate infrastructures. So if an average Nigerian is trying, but yet it appears like they are not doing, then there's something that the government can do to help us facilitate that better. And to add to that is that NGOs, private companies, capable individuals should also look at reaching out to underserved communities. We're doing that at Bezalel Design Academy. We're trying as much as possible to reach out to these underserved communities. And in fact, this week, we're having a digital literacy that was planned for 3 days. So that's part of our contribution to bridging the increasing widening inequality gap. And I remember during one of my presentations, it was said that in advanced countries, once there's about a new launch of a particular digital tool, that company will visit certain communities to train them. Whereas it's not domesticated in Nigeria. Some of the things we know today will probably self-learn all of these things. And this should not be if we are going to grow and if we are going to increase our competitiveness.
Okay. So now, are Nigerian businesses investing enough in digital upskilling, or do you think this is an area where we still lag behind?
We still need to look at it. There's no straight answer to this, but averagely there's a commendable effort. There are certain individuals, there are companies, there are NGOs that are reaching out to underserved communities to ensure that we bridge this gap. Some are teaching for free, some are teaching at a huge discount. In fact, just that these trainings are available is something commendable enough, but there's still so much to cover. And upskilling, sadly, is often treated as an additional cost, whereas it is not. Upskilling is an investment. Training isn't an expense. It's something we must do if we would increase our efficiency. If our productivity is going to increase, then we'll have to upskill, and companies must take this up and train, retrain every now and then. They should retrain and train their staffs every now and then.
All right, so with AI, automation, and digital transformation on the rise, what risks does Nigeria face if this digital skills gap is not urgently addressed?
First, we risk exclusion from global opportunities. We're not going to get the best out of global opportunities if we are still struggling with digital tools, if we are still struggling with increasing our efficiency, we will lose out on global opportunities. There's going to be continued increase in unemployment rate because these digital tools are even replacing certain jobs that we have at the moment. And definitely we would have what is called underemployment. There's going to be underemployment when people think they deserve more, but when evaluated vis-a-vis digital tools, they realize that they do not match up with what they are claiming to do. And the last point here is the issue of cyber risk. If we are using digital tools and we do not know how to use these tools well, then we are also at risk of cyber risk. We would have cyber atrocities. People would easily lose investment. They will lose business opportunities. They will lose to scam and many more issues because they could not use these tools appropriately or tighten certain gaps.
Okay then. So now finally, what practical steps can individuals and even organizations, policymakers take to accelerate digital literacy and by extension boost productivity?
Individuals would have to see it as a personal challenge, a personal goal. I want to be better. And if I want to be better, the challenge for me is I have to adopt continued learning. I have to do better when it comes to learning. I have to go out there to learn, to relearn without waiting for anybody. Self-motivation is key. Nobody should wait to be prompted by a query or by a threat of a sack letter or whatever it is. So individuals should embrace continued learning. That's the primary thing we all must do. And if individuals are doing this, then organizations can take it up to do it at a wider scope. Organizations can afford more than their employees can afford. There are certain tools that are premium. You have to pay to get the best of these tools. So we can't leave this to individuals, and that's where organizations come in. And this also must be done with governmental policies. There should be guiding policies that will put some of these organizations on their toes, that they need to do better, because complacency is really an issue. And we must also partner. Collaboration is the new competition. Collaboration is the new competition. So we must learn to partner with those that have access to probably these industry stakeholders. They should come in, train our staff, train our people, go to underserved communities, train these people, equip them, and provide a better infrastructure just to buttress the enabling environment. Then we'll be able to do better, we'll achieve more with less cost and with less time.
All right, to buttress what you said before we let you go, how do you think mentorship and industry-led training can complement formal education initiative?
All right, thank you for that question. You see, no matter what a man thinks he knows, there's someone that knows better. And at certain points, there would be, I don't want to use the word challenges, but there would be an obstacle an hurdle will have to jump over. These mentors, they have a wide experience. They would be able to guide, okay, this is why you're having this issue. If you change this, if you tweak this, you will be able to achieve more. So we cannot remove a mentorship role from whatever it is that we're doing, either from the traditional practice or now that we're clamoring for leveraging digital tools.
Of what you said, are there incentives that could encourage businesses to prioritize upskilling for employees?
Yeah, there are incentives. One key thing that I must also mention here is that information is power. So we have to go to where the information is. SMEs must learn to attend conferences related to their niche. SMEs, business people, they must learn to go out to seek for knowledge. We have to read more than before.
All right, thank you so much for your insight this morning on our breakfast show. Anoluwa Oyewole, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, the business morning continues on the breakfast show. Just stay with us.
welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Public relations in Nigeria is undergoing a significant transformation as brands pivot to digital, purpose-driven strategies powered by AI and authenticity. In 2025, PRO is no longer just managing information. It's about a meaningful storytelling, localized engagement, and real-time responsiveness. Artificial intelligence is reshaping PRO workflows from sentiment analysis to media monitoring. As a reporter said, the Visional Edge noted AI is no longer the future, it is the now, helping PR teams anticipate trends and respond quickly. Yet, he emphasizes reacting quickly does not mean reacting wisely, underscoring the human role in ensuring empathy and cultural nuances.
The age of broadcast messaging is fading. Effective PR in Nigeria now leans on to micro-influencers, creators with niche, engaged followings whose authenticity resonates with regional audiences. Campaigns tailored to cultural nuances, whether Lagos urban pulse or northern traditions, are proving more impactful than one-size-fits-all approach. Gone are the days when long-form was the norm. Nigerian brands increasingly rely on short-form videos, TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts to quickly connect with young, digital native audience. Additionally, niche platforms like podcasts and Substack newsletters are emerging as effective channels for deeper storytelling.
And now joining us to gain refined information on this subject is Olautan Faweme. He is a seasoned marketing communications professional and a PR expert.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Thank you for joining us on the short notice.
Good morning. Good morning, Justin. It's always a great honor to be here. Thank you so much.
And now to go on with the questions, Nigerian businesses are shifting heavily towards AI-powered PR tools. So now, how do you balance speed and efficiency with the cultural sensitivity and empathy that AI cannot replicate?
Okay. Thank you very much. Forgive me. You'll have to make do with my voice. I lost it overnight, but I'll try as much as possible. It's okay. Thank you. So to be honest, AI is transforming everything, from education to everything. How we buy, how we read, how we relate. Everything. AI is changing everything, and PR is not different. PR is not an exception. AI is transforming PR as well. And we've seen a massive shift from what PR used to be 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I remember vividly the pressure that was on us as PR experts during COVID-19 in 2020. It was massive. And I take it from me, it was massive. So with AI now in PR, you're able to get faster insight. So back in the days, you put out a story, you have to wait for it to go the round before you know before you get your insights. But it's different now. You get your insight on the spot. It's faster, and then you're able to target better. Unlike before, where you just put your stories in the newspapers and you're not even sure who is reading. You can't tell whether your message is getting to the right person. But this time around with AI, it's easy to target, whether you're creating the content or you're disseminating the information, you can target better. And in terms of analytics, it's instant. You get it on the spot. You go to the back end of the tools that you're using, you can see how many men, how many women are interacting with what you're saying. So it's better. Okay? So let's understand that if we go with speed, having said that, and the fact that AI has come to change the game, if we go with speed and we're not sensitive, then it's dangerous. We can't lose the human touch, the sensitivity, the empathy, the culture, the tone of our message, how we show respect in our message, how we show empathy, how we let the consumers know, the customers know that they're first. And whatever it is we're doing, we're putting them into consideration. If we don't include those sensitivities into our messaging, into our PR strategies, then we'll lose out. Okay, so AI can help you with all the data and all the numbers and all the technical things, but you still need humans to interpret. You still need humans to bring cultural intelligence. Okay, you know, AI is called artificial intelligence. It doesn't have EI, it doesn't have emotional intelligence. So, emotional intelligence comes from humans. So, you can get all the data from AI. You need to strike a very nice balance with the human aspect of things. So I will wrap up this question by saying, let AI handle all the data for you. Let AI handle all the technical part, but let humans handle the emotions. Let humans handle the heart. Let humans handle the empathy. And when you strike a good balance between the two, you achieve great results.
Okay, short form, let's talk about short form videos now. We know short form videos and influencer storytelling are redefining brand communication. So do you see this as a trend or a permanent transformation in Nigeria's PR landscape?
If I'm going to be honest, short form videos and influencer marketing, they are no longer trends. They have come to stay. It was introduced some years back. Initially, it felt like it was something that would be done briefly and will go away. But unfortunately, young people, different people are coming up every day and they are making it, they are expanding the market. There's nothing we can do about it. It's modern communication. The last time I was here, I said Gen Z to take over. When you look at how big brands are even throwing shades on social media, somebody was talking. I'm in a group of African marketing communication experts, and there's a campaign somebody was trying to do, and he needed experts to join. And he said, "Oh, we have somebody from Ghana and South Africa. Are we going to get somebody from Nigeria? Let's start the jollof fight again, or something like that." Okay, so you see all those jollof fights, all those football fight, all those things. And you see brands even tapping into it. And you see the people in comms in all those big companies even jumping on trends in a very subtle way. It's the new way to communicate, and that's the truth. So Nigerians, and not just Nigerians, people generally, this age and time, they consume information very quickly and very, very sharply. They're very visual. So they want the information to come in a way they can see it, because seeing is believing, like they say. They want to see it, and when they see it, they are able to react to it quickly. So the attention span is very, very low. When you don't catch them in the first 5 seconds, they just scroll, they just move. So you see brands going towards short videos, using TikTok influencers, Instagram influencers, and then they lean on them to spread their message, their brand message, to a wider audience. So in terms of awareness, in terms of bringing your product in the faces of more people, you want to leverage influencers. You want to use short form videos to catch the attention of people who don't have very long attention span. So the future of PR, if you ask me, is going to depend heavily on people who can craft the right messaging and put it in a very short form and put it out there for people to see. So the shift is permanent, if you ask me. It is how we are able to adapt to it, how we see it, how we share it, and how we believe in the story. That's all that matters. But if you think that short form videos and influencers will go away in a short time, I think it's not. I think that's not going to happen.
Mr. Lalton, you have a voice challenge, but you're still dishing out a lot for Nigerians. So now, right about now, many Nigerian firms now prioritize purpose-driven campaigns. So do you think this is genuine and social commitment, or just a branding tactic to actually win consumer trust?
Oh, so one thing I've noticed over the years is people don't really care that you want to sell a product. Purpose-driven campaigns, if you see one of the biggest different places that I've gone to train young people in marketing communications, I've shown them a few videos. One of always the girl, always like a girl campaign, was a short video about the misconception about how girls say don't do this because you're a girl and things like that. It wasn't about selling always. It was about shifting the mindset. If you look at the Gillette father-son advert, where the son was shaving his dad, when I watched that advert, I shed a tear because I remembered my mom. It connected with me. Brands who know what they're doing are moving towards connecting with the people. So it's not just about selling, it's about purpose. It's about having a cause. It's about driving towards something. You look at the environment, you look at the youth, you look at the women. How can we use our brand? How can we use our product to empower them? So the challenge now is, how do you separate sincerity from just brand tactics? And a brand that does not understand CSR, sincerity, empathy, empowerment, is very easy to know. And the people are smart now, they can tell. Nigerians are very discerning. So while you're trying to put out the message, ensure that there's an element of purpose into it. It's not just about the campaign. It's not just about showing them your product. It's about showing that you really care about them. Okay? I did a campaign for one of the brands I worked with. I called it Business with Humanity, doing business with humanity. And that campaign was a huge success. What we were trying to do is that it was a financial institution. We're not just collecting your money. We're not just using your money for business. We're also giving back to you. We're also helping the society. And we did a full documentary, and it was a huge success. Okay? So what I would say to brands is that check your staff policies, check your community impact, check your long-term commitments. You know, make sure you're not just blabbing, you're not just giving empty words, not empty PR. Make it as authentic as possible. Make it as purposeful as possible. And then let them see that you care about them more than the product you want to sell to them.
All right. With the crisis escalation happening in minutes on social media, how prepared are Nigerians, our Nigerian brands, with real-time crisis management framework?
I'm not exactly sure that Nigerian brands are 100% prepared. And I'll say this. I think to a large extent, PR is underrated. PR, in marketing comms, in IMC, Integrated Marketing Communications, we call PR the poor cousins. Because of how brands, most people in brands, how they see PR. They see PR as, is it not just to write press release and put it in the newspaper? Oh, PR is more than that. Is it not just to call influencers and tell them to talk about the product and we'll be fine? No, PR is more than that. Crisis now escalates in minutes. One video, one text, one tweet, everything goes wrong. So a brand needs to have reputation, and that's what PR does. It's called public relations. It builds a reputation. Reputation is not what you build in a minute or a year, or not a month, not a year, not even 3 years. It's over time. From one thing to another, you do this today, you do that tomorrow. You talk about it. Somebody talks about you, another brand talks about you, an influencer talks about you, and people begin to build trust over time. So let's not wait until there's fire before we're now trying to quench it. Let's be proactive. I love proactive PR because it prepares the ground for you. You know, I said the last time that there are only two types of brands: the ones that already have crisis and the one that will have crisis. So we can't run away from it. So don't wait for crisis to happen. Be ready, be proactive. Have a crisis manual, crisis communications manual. That's what we call it. If this happens, this is what we do. If this happens, this is what we do. That's being prepared. Have people, your spokesperson, have people that understand communications, not just people who jumped into it because they don't know, they don't have any other thing to do, and they have opportunity in a brand to be in the marketing comms. And most times they always feel like they know communications, but they don't. So don't assume. Have a framework. Empower a spokesperson. Make it important for your brand to have a plan for crisis. Importantly, be sincere in your messaging. Okay, don't try to be smart with people because they won't understand. Be sincere, be open, be quick, be transparent. Put a human tone to it. Okay, and don't forget, build your reputation from now and let it be strong over time, so that if anything happens, you can lean on your framework, the reputation that you have built over time.
All right, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll still be with Mr. Lauton talking about measurement and the return on investment and also return on objective. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
All right, welcome back. Before we went on that break, Olaiton was telling us about Nigerian brands being ready for crisis management. Now, Mr. Olaiton, let's look at measurement. Measurement has moved from ROI to ROO. So what metrics could truly define PR success in Nigeria today?
Just like you rightly said, we've seen, like I said earlier, we've seen shifts across different industries, and PR is not an exception. PR as the way you measure success in PR has gone beyond. We did a PR campaign. How many sales did we get? As a matter of fact, PR campaign is not meant to bring you sales. It's meant to bring you reputation. Let's not forget that. If you want to do an activation, you can go on the street and get people dancing with the trucks, and you have your products there and you're selling. Well, that's a sales campaign. But PR campaign is different. So we can't measure PR success or PR campaigns by how much sales we made. However, I'm not saying return on investment is not important. I'm saying that the measurement for PR is deeper than how much sales we made. It's return on objectives. It's return on our brand essence, our values. What do we stand for? Did the campaign help us to build trust? Did it shift the public sentiment about us? You're looking at the sentiment. When they are talking, are they positive or are they saying negative things about us? That's what we're looking at when we do PR campaigns. Did it put us in a better position than we were last month or 6 months ago? Did it shift the policy? When I was in the agency, there was a policy from the federal government that affected one of our clients. And we started a PR campaign. Trust me, in a couple of weeks, shockingly, the government reversed that policy. That's what we mean by PR campaign. We didn't say that we influenced anything in any way, but we put out a very robust PR campaign that the government saw reason to change that policy. So what is the bottom line for PR campaigns? Perception. It's perception. In the Nigeria of today, where there's so much noise, everybody is just selling, everybody is on TikTok, everybody is shaking body on TikTok, and you don't even know who's saying the truth or who is being sincere. we need to have authentic storytelling. We need to build trust. We need to let people know that beyond buying our product, you are buying peace of mind. Beyond buying the product, you're buying peace of mind. And that's what we use PR to do, to say, you can trust us. We have your interest at heart. We're a brand that we see success when it comes from you. When you're successful as our customer, we are successful. And when we tell that story the right way through PR, we get return on objectives, return on brand essence, return on our values.
Okay, then, so now how can Nigeria's PR industry ensure ethical standards are actually maintained, especially in this era of AI-driven narratives and deep fakes?
So, like I said earlier, be transparent. I tell brands, be open, strike a balance. While you're trying to sell, while you're trying hard to sell, share enough authentic stories of your commitment to the society, to the community, and that helps you to build credibility, right? So don't be too hasty, all right? In Nigeria, you need to really chill, because some of the models that we see in developed countries or Asia and Europe, they don't really sit well when you try to replicate them in Nigeria. I've seen that in over 15 years of my marketing communications experience. It doesn't work verbatim. When there are operational challenges, acknowledge them. There's a current story going around now of one of the biggest companies having a crisis with somebody who just lost their life. You want to be open. You want to come out and say you want to bring out your sincerity. You want to show that you're doing everything in your power to fix that problem. That's what Nigerians want to see. They want to see transparency. They value responsibility. Be accountable as a brand. I call it radical transparency. Be radical in your transparency. Know what to say and how to say it. That's what makes you a good communications person. Know what to say and how to say it. Okay? So, in context, let me bring this context. Be vulnerable, but be strong. Know your strengths, but don't show it off when there are crises. Be vulnerable to Nigerians. Let them know that you are sincerely sorry and you're doing everything in your power to make things work. That's all I'll say.
All right, so finally, Mr. Olautan, before I let you go, do you think PR in Nigeria is evolving fast enough to match international benchmarks, or is it still lagging in areas like independent measurement and global collaborations?
Let me be very honest with you. You know, I said it earlier that the other people in IMC, they see PR as a poor cousin. The Nigerian PR industry is not moving at the pace that it should be. I've had opportunities to work with different people from the UK, from South Africa, even from Asia. It's a different kettle of fish. The pace at which we're going right now, we're not moving at the global benchmark. So what we need to do is to be more proactive. Like I said, we need to have more people get involved in the industry wide, the associations. We need to have stronger associations, stronger leadership. We need to come together and understand that we need to have one voice. So when one person says, oh, this cannot work, you don't find another PR expert going behind to say, don't worry, whatever you have, I'll do it. And then makes the job looks like it's granules, it's peanuts. Okay? PR is not journalism. Journalism is different from PR. And when people say, oh, you work in the newspaper, come and do PR for me, and the person says, oh, yes, I can do it for you. I'm like, no, they're two different things. Yes, we have journalists who are sound PR experts, and we have PR experts who understand journalism, but we need to separate the two. So let's have more global collaborations. We can never do without partnerships and collaborations. Let's understand independent measurement, because in other parts of the world, independent measurement is very big. So let's pay attention to independent measurement, more collaboration and more partnerships. Let's pay attention to thought leadership. Okay, so when we do all of these things, in the Nigerian PR can then begin to compete favorably with our Western counterparts. We need to do more investment in people. It's sometimes when you see PR people, you think that they are not well remunerated. We need to have more investment in people, in tools, and then, yeah, give it all, go all out for it. The truth of the matter is the world is watching. And if you stand as a PR person in Nigeria and another PR person abroad stands beside you, how are you able to benchmark, to stand, to balance? Okay, so we need to evolve. Nigerian PR needs to evolve, and we need to do it fast so that we're not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lauta, for joining us on the short notice. Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for all your contribution. It was worth it having you on set.
Thank you so much. It's always an honor to be here. Thank you.
All right, and that's the much we can take on Business Morning on the Breakfast Show today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I still remain Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Morning and Business Day television breakfast show. Good morning.
Container for today, for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition, and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition, and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generated on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar ways that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay when you generate waste. Don't forget that construction sites are they are very the high end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed is not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What we do to this waste is what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma role is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Whiskey, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity-wise, there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key, because people are out there, they don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water. So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of any field.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers will need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not there, it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and the panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power. It's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste. The waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Essien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria is at a turning point, and for years, debt servicing consumed almost everything the country earned and has left little room for growth. Now, bold reforms are reshaping that reality, and the government has introduced sweeping tax laws, raised VAT, and pledged to rebuild the social contract between citizens and the state. Debt servicing has dropped from nearly 97% of revenue to less than half. But behind the headlines lies a bigger question. The questions are this: can these reforms truly set Nigeria on a sustainable path, one that delivers both stability and real impact for ordinary people? Those are the questions we're asking this morning. And joining me to unpack this conversation is Mr. Oluyemi, Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, our Chief Economist here at BusinessDay. Welcome to the show, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
It's good to have you this morning. Let's talk about the tax laws which have been passed. You know, Nigeria has passed 4 major tax reform bills aimed at raising revenue and simplifying compliance. Really, what do you see as the most significant changes, and where do you anticipate the biggest hurdles in implementation?
All right. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think the tax reforms are long overdue, like a couple of other laws around the country. And it's not just the passage of new tax laws. Relatively, it also incorporates some philosophical changes, and perspective. In no particular order, I will say that the creation of the Nigerian Revenue Service is a master stroke, because this, attempts to harmonize, synchronize the multiple layers of collection points, which of course, may be more susceptible to shenanigans. Let me use that word. So FIRS has now been replaced with a streamlined tax administration. Hopefully, the consolidation will lead to more expertise and focus, all things being equal. Secondly, I also like to say that we now have simplification and harmonization. Some form of nuanced taxes have been, so to speak, removed, and you have duplicity of taxation across the 3 tiers of government. And by eliminating or reducing this, it will make for easier administration and also easier compliance. Again, the third key thing I would like to say, that's one of the hallmarks of this tax reform, is the introduction of the progressive personal income tax framework. All right, so low income earners, people who earn annually 800,000 naira below, are now tax exempt, which I think is a good thing. And then relatively, the VAT standardization, which will now be at about 12.5%. But also importantly, a lot of the things low income earners consume, or basic necessities like maybe food, medicine, and so on and so forth, education, will now be tax exempt. So ultimately, even though VAT has been increased to 12.5%, because of the multiple items that are now tax exempt, the poor, so to speak, will be able to breathe.
They'll be able to breathe. Yes. So you don't see any sort of hurdles whatsoever in terms of implementation?
Yes. So, of course, there are always challenges with anything at all. In no particular order, again, we know that we have what we call a trust deficit,
right,
in this part of the world, and this is because of the multiple promises. We say government is continual, even though the government of the day may claim we are different, but we've all been in this ship together. Where's Vision 2020?
Right.
This is 2025. You understand? So trust deficit is obviously a major ordeal, and citizens would love to see more results, to say all the little tax we've been paying, where is it?
Where is it?
So
Where is it
if
going?
we see more infrastructural development, more transparency, it will help to a large extent whittle down the impact of this trust deficit. Again, there may also be challenges onboarding new taxpayers, because one of the things this tax laws harmonization is trying to do is to widen the tax bracket, bring in more people into the tax. But sometimes bureaucracy, especially with formalization, we have a high level of informality here in Nigeria. Right. A lot of people working in the informal sector. How do we bring them to the formal sector? A lot of people still do cash-based transactions. How do we get them to leverage on the various banking and non-banking but formal structures and institutions? Last but not the least, perhaps, is the technical capacity constraints, especially at the subnational levels, the state and local government. So are we able to work around some of these others.
Right, and we've seen that over 60% of Nigeria's economy is informal, yet these reforms are largely focusing on the formal sector. In your opinion, how do we bring the informal economy into the tax net without stifling livelihoods?
Yeah, so again, at some levels, at the informal levels, there are some informal tax.
Okay.
When I say informal tax, you see different people in the markets, bus stops, collecting some form of levies. Whether it goes to the government, that may be a different kettle of shit. So I think apparently we should strive to incentivize formalization as much as possible, ease of registering your business without bringing an arm and a leg. And we are trying to not use coercion now, want to incentivize it. So for example, if formal businesses have more access or easier access to loans at single digits, if you say, oh, we are doing grants, but grants will be only for registered businesses. So let's create incentives that will encourage people to want to formalize their business. Then there are some taxes that can be introduced. So for example, maybe some flat rates, maybe per month, per quarter, for operators in certain sectors at certain scales. So maybe just say 5,000 per month and so on and so forth. Then you now begin to tie benefits to it. Maybe you cannot access the state's HMO if you don't have evidence of taxation or evidence of formalizing your business. And then lastly, let's try and integrate it into technology. Very important. Let me just add there that we should find a way to track. So some people today use POS, ATMs, and so on and so forth. The government should see how to track the inflows and then be able to analyze based on your inflow per month or per year. Is it commensurate to your taxes?
Okay. Now, we've seen that also that the government has reduced debt servicing costs from almost all of our revenue to under half. Is this shift actually sustainable, or are we simply postponing another crisis?
All right. To some extent, I will say it's an improvement because the data shows so. But in some quarters, there's still some skepticisms that these improvements may be fragile. And the reason is there's still thought that we are enjoying some form of windfall. But you'll see that some of this windfall is attributed or attributable to deliberate policies. Policies which include, for example, liberalization of the foreign exchange market, also the removal of the fuel subsidy. And then we have generally improved our production of oil. So we now sell more quantity relative to our recent immediate past. And also, to some extent, we've enjoyed some good fortunes with the increments in the fuel price. So all of this cumulatively has led to increase funding that FAC is now able to share. But we must ensure that, how do we consolidate? How do we ensure that this windfall is not temporary or short-lived? So we need to rapidly develop and improve our domestic capacity to generate revenue. And then we also need to avoid fiscal backsliding. What do I mean by fiscal backsliding?
What does it mean?
All of the reforms that have been put in place, we must sustain them and not succumb to populism. So that, because give or take, we've already suffered. If we don't persevere, we will not enter into the limelight of economic prosperity. Thankfully, relatively, the economy is stable. We still need to hang on so that we can now become even more stable, and the citizens, ordinary Nigerians, can see the dividends of the pain they have already gladly suffered.
Right. So we must avoid fiscal backsliding, like you said. But let's talk about the VAT. The VAT it has gone up from 7.5% to 12.5%. Though the essentials are exempt, many people are asking if these measures are enough to protect low-income households in the current economic climate. What's your take on that?
So, relatively, by the design of these amendments, it is equitable. Note, I said by the design. A policy may be different from implementation or reality. So we have uniform implementation, consistent implementation. Will it affect all the sectors, everyone equally at the same time? So that remains yet to be seen. But generally speaking, you will see that a lot of the things that are tax exempt, the things that affect the common man, all right, food, education, transportation. These are things almost everybody patronize, and to some extent, which is good. That's why I mentioned earlier progressive taxation. We've attempted to push things to luxury services and also non-essential service. By non-essential means when you purchase or patronize those things, it's a choice, and you're a big man, so to speak, if exercising your discretion and leveraging on choice. Again, we must ensure robust implementation so that we prevent overreach. We also need to ensure that there is aggressive education. We want to avoid illegal VAT deductions where maybe some SMEs or some business owners are overcharging or charging on non-essentials, playing on the ignorance of the of consumers. You understand what I mean? So education for the citizens, education for the SMEs, the business owners, and so on and so forth. So we want to also ensure that the net VAT impact is positive. What do I mean? Whatever VAT we collect, can we tie it to projects? Can we tie it to outcomes that people will know this is what we paid for and this is what we get? Yeah, so this is my
Right. This is quite an interesting conversation because I mean I've heard everything you've talked about so far, so good. But a lot of this conversation is pretty much about trust. Now, citizens want to see where their money is going. They want to know what is being done with their money. I like that you've already outlined some things. But really, can you give us more like practical steps that policymakers can take to actually rebuild that social contract and actually prove that taxes actually deliver public goods?
Thank you so much. A couple of additional insights, or maybe I'll buttress some of the existing ones. So we need to expand and clean up the National Social Register. From time to time, government disburses maybe grants, funds, and so on and so forth. There have been instances where people claim that, okay, we just hear that so amount was given to the poor and less privileged. And then people ask, do you know anybody who got? So that's what I mean by clean up. So it doesn't look like we are giving it to party faithfuls or loyalists. Again, we also need to improve on digitization. Our NIN, this is where it should come in. And of course, if NIN, that's National Identity Card identification, is also linked to BVN, then we'll genuinely know who are the poor or super poor, and then disbursement is made to them so we can put a face to the beneficiaries. Then on a general large scale, we want to be able to continue such initiatives as free meals in public schools, especially in most vulnerable areas. We want to see improvement in our primary healthcare services, provision of drugs, infrastructure, transport subsidy, water, roads, and so on and so forth. Again, Nigerians are not blind. If you do something, we'll see it. I mentioned a few examples. We saw the train, Lagos Ibadan. The worst critic of any government would identify it because you will have even been reading on the train. We see Lagos Ibadan. We saw Abuja, Kaduna. We want to see more of such things. This coastal road, let's finish it in record time. Let the common man feel the impact of this economic reform.
And let's move to oil dependency now, which we've seen to be that's been Nigeria's state for so many years now. But we're also seeing green shoots. We're seeing green shoots in ICT, solar, pharmaceuticals, and whatnot. Really, in your opinion, how can improve tax revenue and reduce debt burdens support diversification and even and lessen Nigeria's oil dependency?
You see, this is something that if we take a cue from some of our sister oil-rich nations, for example, UAE, Kuwait, and so on and so forth, you will see how intentionally and aggressively the United Arab Emirates, for example, have diversified into tourism. medical, resorts, ICT hubs, film village, entertainment, and so on and so forth. No matter what, even if it is 200 years, oil is a non-renewable resource, and we need to be conscious of that. So if you are blessed with a non-renewable resource, you now need to leverage on your intellect, which is a more permanent resource. You know, it is what is in our head that is more important, not what is under our feet. So we want to diversify and intensify on ICT, the digital economy. You can see countries like India, what they are making from outsourcing various ICT services. We also want to, you know, invest in energy, all the sources of energy, solar, windmill, because my sister, without electricity or power, there will always be constraints on manufacturing or on any other sector. You can't do internet if there is no light to power the server and so on and so forth. And we still cannot neglect agro-allied processing. We must eat, no matter what level of technology we are deploying. And of course, pharmaceuticals, biotech, and so on and so forth. So we should invest more in all these innovation hubs, tech spaces, because these are also viable projects, especially for the youth, and then it can help us attract foreign investment from all over the world and keep our youth busy.
But I think we're doing, you don't think we're doing it's very well enough?
The gap is huge. So if you are just scratching the surface, you need to do more. The unemployment is still huge. And the potential, global potential, what's the market share that we are taking? So we need to do more.
We need to do more.
Yes.
Let's move to the IMF now and talk about what they say about Nigeria, because they think that Nigeria has stabilized in our macroeconomic environment, but that stability is fragile. How critical is it that reforms and debt management continue with discipline in the months and the years that are ahead of us?
So the challenge with any stability that is fragile is that it can quickly reverse. In fact, you are just maybe one poor policy away.
But do you even agree with that statement?
Yes.
You do?
That's obvious. At least in the last 1 to 2 quarters, we've seen stabilization. Of course, and stabilization simply means, for example, the dollar is not going up. We've seen it drop maybe from like 1.8 to 1.5. That doesn't still mean it's low enough, because if you compare it with 2 years ago, you understand what I mean. But that things are not going up like before. Inflation too has dropped from 30-something% to 20-something%. Even that's debatable based on people who say, oh, it's because of the change in formula and calculations. But we can feel some form of stability, but we don't want that stability to be reversed. And so we must continue to be disciplined. Financial, fiscal discipline is very important. And let me quickly also add there that the government who needs to appear to be disciplined. What do I mean? We should be conscious. So political office holders, why should you have tacticals in your electorate? Reflect, think about it. I won't mention names. We saw a minister using a personal Rolls Royce. Yes, it's your personal Rolls Royce, but what's the look and feel to the citizen? How many people will you explain to and be able to convince that you worked hard enough to buy a Rolls Royce when you are in public office? So we also need to continue with the forex liberalization. Hopefully, thankfully, our exports is improving. If we can export more, so that the balance of trade surplus will increase significantly. And then the general institutional reforms, part of which is National Revenue New Service, and across all the critical sectors, then we focus more. For example, solid minerals. How do we get more of these minerals? Beyond exports, solid minerals, how do we also add value so that as much as possible, we are not exporting strictly only the raw materials. We are adding value to the gold we refine in Zavra, our shea butter oil, and so on and so forth, so that we can get more revenues for our efforts.
Right. Dr. Adeshun, before I get your final submissions, some critics will refer to Nigeria's economic reforms as shock therapy. Do you agree or not?
So the thing is that shock is a necessity. Let's digress a little. Intelligent digression. When somebody's heart stops beating, what do? You apply shock.
Yes.
To the chest.
Right.
So that you can do what? You can revitalize. So it's a necessary shock. But we also need to now provide, let's go to automobiles, shock absorber. So that the impact of the shock
won't be
too extreme, and then we can settle down and enjoy the ride. So some of the things we need to do properly going forward, I will use the word reform sequence. Sometimes if you have 4 reforms, should all the 4 kick in at the same time? Which should kick in first? Should there be a lag, 3 months, 6 months, and then should there be some corresponding palliatives? It's very important. We need to also improve with what I call communication and change management. Sometimes we have good intention, but don't forget that all Nigerians are not economists. We need to, not even all Nigerians are graduates, and not all graduates even understand basic economics. So can we come to the layman's language, level, the villager, and explain this is what we are doing, this is why we are doing it, this is the corresponding pain, this is the corresponding outcome. And then we also explain that we identify that there has been trust deficits. But this is what we will do different. So transparency, communication, and then accountability. So on a month-on-month, quarter-on-quarter, can we be showing results and updates as to what we are doing? So at federal level, state level, local government level, it's not enough that some states that used to owe salaries no longer owe. That's a basic reality. But not all citizens are civil servants anyway. So we need to see things that all of us can feel. We'll feel the hospital, we'll feel the school, we'll feel the road, we'll feel infrastructure, just to mention a few.
Right. And speaking of layman terms, which you rightly mentioned, just as we go today, beyond debt ratios, beyond the numbers and whatnot, what are some of the signs that Nigerians should look out for to be sure that these reforms are actually working in their daily lives?
So there's what we call multiplier effects. And some of the things people want to see, whether it is directly related to the reform or not, people want to see affordable food. Not that I go to the market with 30,000 this month, then I go next month and I buy lower quantity. At least let it be stable. If at all it cannot be what? Cheaper. Somehow, the average Nigerian still link reforms and electricity. Can we improve on our electricity? Also because it affects not only the quality of life, it affects our production and capacity. People also want to see more jobs. Can we see a reduction in unemployment and underemployment? People want to see better public service. Go to the hospital, get attended to by medical professionals, go to the pharmacy, get drugs. People also want to see the prices of all these essential drugs drop, all this hypertension, diabetes, all this routine chronic illness, inhalers, paracetamol, and so on and so forth. People also want to see, my sister, you won't believe it, want to see less extortion. We want to be able to access government services with less bureaucracy. We don't need to settle by recharge card for someone.
Isn't that a way of life?
It's reforms means adjustment in behavior. If we don't adjust those negative behavioral patterns, some people will not agree that the reforms are working. So we need to see police that is upright. They are part of the system, and the reforms must touch how they render service professionally to Nigerians, to the citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, Chief Economist here at Business Day. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment right here on the show. This is where we break down some of the stories making the round on social media. My name hasn't changed. I'm still Elizabeth Musa. And with me this morning is Valentine Onyeka.
I almost wanted to say I'm also Elizabeth. But I'm glad you said it already.
No way.
Yeah, so I'm Onyeka
can
Valentine.
never be. Anyway, let's move to the stories today. I think the stories this morning are quite interesting. A lot of things always happen on social media.
Those in glass houses should not throw stones.
Absolutely. Now, Conservative Party leader Kemi Badenoch is facing fresh criticism over her old claim that she got a scholarship to study pre-med at Stanford University at just 16. She once told the story as proof of her brilliance, saying she turned it down because her Nigerian parents couldn't afford the trip. But former admissions officer of the school said it never happened because Stanford does not offer pre-med program to international students and rarely admits teenagers that young. Color me shocked. Color me shocked. Because when I saw that story yesterday, I was a little bit. I'm like, don't people know that there are records?
You see, truth be told, if you really want to throw darts at people, be rest assured that the target is not the type that will bounce back that dart. In this case, her target was quite precise, but it bounced back heavily.
What was her target?
And so, I mean, her target really is to be able to be seen as a frontier for the party that she, quote unquote, she spearheads. In other words, accept me for what it is. But let me tell you one funny thing. As beautiful as, put this way, as tasty as an orange is, it can never taste like an apple. It might be in the same basket. Yes, give and take. Both of them have a way of being quite, nutritious. But it is what it is, right? You are, again, I'm not faulting her career trajectory. I mean, everyone has a right to chase their career. But when you are in the front burner of trying to trample on other people to get your name heard, because as far as I'm concerned, it's all over the news. It's not going to come just from me. I mean, it is clear. When you were used to doing that to get what you want, at some point, the people who you are trying to defend or you're trying to make them look holier than thou, right? All it takes is for you to cross them one way or the other, and they will come at you. This is politics. Politics, like I always say, around the world. That's been like that for I don't know how you use centuries. Ever since
time immemorial.
Exactly, from the time of Plato in Greece, right? Remember the Rome senators back in that particular era. So before now, it has been like that. Once you are in the midst of politicians, believe it or not, you are in the midst of wolves, and so it's only a matter of time. The wolves will find a way to come bite you. In this case, they're biting her now.
Okay. I want us to see some of the reactions on
ahead.
social media and just see how Nigerians are reacting to this.
Their reaction will be quite interesting.
It'll be interesting to see, but who knows? We might get a shocker as well. So let's see the reactions. Craig Robertson says that what bothers me the most isn't that politicians like Badenoch lie. It's that when they're caught lying, they never admit fault.
And it gets worse.
I would have so much, is it so much belief, so much more trust in someone who admits they lied and apologized than someone who doubles, triples, and quadruples down on or makes an excuse. Kemi Badenoch.
Wow.
Paul Halliday says, after deciding she no longer identifies as Nigerian, it's quite possible Kemi decided she would identify as a Stanford scholarship student. Let's see more reactions. That name is interesting. Araboriolita says it's looking increasingly clear that Kemi Badenoch's account doesn't add up. Stanford doesn't admit students to medicine at undergraduate level, doesn't have a pre-med major, and didn't offer partial scholarships at the time. That's as much remarks and comments we can take. You know, I don't even know if this is adding, or if this is worsening the perception that people already have.
Most definitely, I think it's going to pour more, more insults to the fact that she is already not liked at all. Truth be told, look, if you know you have skeletons in your cupboard, don't come out and cry foul. Right? It's only a matter of time. People will find out exactly what it is.
Right.
In this case, if truly those who want to get at her are willing to dig deep in to get the facts and details of this story, she better hope that she has what we call a way to clean up her mess, because this is going to get really messy.
Right.
And let's don't forget in a hurry, as much as Nigeria is firing from the UK, doesn't necessarily mean that they are not neighbors one way or the other.
We are very much brothers and sisters. Nigerians probably have the most population of foreign nationals in the United Kingdom.
Do you know, during the trial of Ikweremadu, right, the Nigerian government was aware back and forth, and they said, go ahead with the trial, right? It's best in the interest of national security, interest of national pride. So they knew about it. Let him go. Let him fry. In this case, you will not tell me that some key Nigerians, powerful Nigerians, are not the ones fueling the deep. Let's know more about this lady.
Well, we never know. We never actually really know. But let's move on now to another conversation. Quite tragic, if you ask me. A young Nigerian doctor who is called Dr. Femi Rotifa has died after reportedly working 72 hours non-stop at the River State University Teaching Hospital. Colleagues said he had complained of feeling unwell and requested rest, but he was denied, which led to his collapse shortly after his shift. His death has caused outrage among doctors, with many of them blaming the toxic work culture in the health system that overburdens medical doctors. And we talk about it a lot. We talk about, on this show, I recall that I've mentioned how much there needs to be done in the healthcare sector. We've talked about the singular fact that they are underpaid. We've talked about the singular fact that they are not just underpaid, they are also old salaries. We've talked about the fact that there is brain drain. Some of our best hands, best doctors have left the shores of this country to look for a better working environment, a better life, and we are left with the worst of the worst. Now, if we're left with the worst of the worst, it means that the few good eggs amongst them will be overworked. And maybe that's the case of someone like Dr. Rotifa now, unfortunately, that was working 72 hours. The other day I went to the hospital, and I always think that my HMO is wasting, because when I think of going to the hospital, it makes me
just wait it out,
because the time I have to wait, so when you go to the hospital because you're not feeling well, when you go and now wait for a long time, because you are trying to go to the best hospital. So in that best hospital, I think many people are also trying to, the hospital I go, many people are also trying to go there. So when I go there, you find that you are on a serious queue, and it's worrisome, because while I'm complaining, maybe someone like a Dr. Rotifa has been on
is already overworked.
The other day when I got after I went 11 a.m. Do you know when? Just guess. Take a guess as to when I was able to say doctor.
I'm my mind of mine. I'm thinking there's also break time, so they will leave around 12 to 1, leave you waiting. So we'll sit around 3 o'clock.
No, 4:30. And
4:30.
then yes. And then when I was exhausted, I'd not eaten. I went to the hospital thinking, let me just quickly, because of the way I was feeling, let me just quickly access it so that I can just get it out of the way. Let's know whatever it is wrong. So by the time she came out, I was overwhelmed. I don't know whether to transfer the aggression to her. I'm wondering, should I transfer the aggression? I'm just angry. I don't know where to channel it.
The doctor's
yes, and
report.
then she asked me, and then when I got in, she says, 1 minute, please. I have to go. So back to this situation, she was probably overwhelmed. So she said, 1 minute, please, I need to take a break. So she went out, maybe she said she was going to pee or something. She took time when she now got back. Imagine after all the time I taken, then she now go back. So she probably went to stretch and do this. She now says, how are you feeling? How am I feeling?
You're feeling like a patient because you waited.
I was so angry. But honestly, the medical sector, because while I'm complaining, she's probably also frustrated. And that's why someone that has this passion for the job, someone like a Dr. Femi, unfortunately, has gone because he probably had that. You look at the young lady I told you, she told me she wanted to go take a walk. Some doctors have this, I know, she'll probably say, oh, Valentine, please stand in for me, right? Oh, Femi, please stand in for me, and then he's just doing, because I know for sure that there was somebody.
I will tell you, Elizabeth, see, the problems and the challenges that the health sector faces is too numerous to mention. I mean, you only mentioned 3. Let me add the 4th one to it. What about accommodation? Now, I believe that, again, with the report that exhaustion was a major cause of everything. 72 hours, but that's a lot. A human being is supposed to catch some rest,
3 days
after a while. But however, if you look at it, maybe he knows, he knew, so rest in peace now, because it is no longer with us. For a young man like that, could have thought about, I don't have another source of income. So this one that I have, I don't want to jeopardize it. But my relief person who's supposed to relieve me hasn't shown up yet. What do? Do I report to my boss? Okay, let me go talk to my line manager. Line manager said, no, you must wait for that person to come. So he goes back. He's going back and forth, back and forth. And there's one about that particular sector. You cannot make a mistake because people's lives would be on the line. For someone who has a serious issue, the patient is worried about the prognosis. And so as a doctor, even if you are tired, you are worn out, you still have to focus hard. And it's only to a point and a limit that the brain can focus on the particular thing.
The sad thing, within 72 hours of him being on duty, do you think he would even be preparing the right?
Of course not. You start experiencing what's called, diminishing return.
He won't be, because then that's when somebody. I'm even worried for the people that the patients that he had seen, because that's when he's like, oh, you've been coughing, you've been doing this, and he'll just say,
prescribe something else for a different, because your focus level could have dropped. But having mentioned all these things, it all boils down to one thing, which is exhaustion and overworked. But there's a factor that we're not seeing, which could also have aided to this whole matter. You see, I will come from the angle of the patients. Some people actually wait until they are totally ill and they are out, which is a problem.
But how does that affect?
So I will tell you how
does that come in
I'll give you a good example. Imagine someone who doesn't understand that regular checkup is important, right? And imagine a lot of them like that. So they just, because maybe they have some form of arrangement with the government, they're civil servants or something, so they just line up there. Meanwhile, you could have met up other appointments if you had regular checkup before time. And you also have there are some people with education is also a problem. There are some patients who might not come with someone to support them. So the communication skill is difficult. I've seen where doctors try so hard to communicate to some patients and they need someone else to help them. They cannot do that because of the kind of sickness the person has. And so the doctor is training his mind. The doctor has to also be very patient too. Okay, oh God, do like this. Okay, can you turn around? Can I check this? Can I check that? And the next patient is also the same thing. The same thing. Why? Because they were not responsible enough to about their health, such a way that if they had come for regular checkup, it wouldn't have escalated to that point. But again, the doctor has to see them because the doctor is obliged and it's his responsibility to see all these patients.
But you know what? Let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation.
So, but you see the angle I'm coming from now.
Right.
It is give and take. The government has a role to play. Also, the patients too have a role to play, because give and take. The man doesn't want to lose his job. At the same time, he doesn't want to upset.
But my only thing is, so patients don't have any role to play in a doctor who has spent 72 hours. 72 hours is because of the fact that there are no many hands, and that's why a doctor
it's a given.
That's just
a given. Even if you have 100 doctors,
many hands.
Even if you have 100 doctors online on shifts waiting, there are some particular ailment that you know this person might not survive it if you're not critical about it. And if you're not in sound mind, again, caused by exhaustion and of course the fewer hands, you will just give the wrong prognosis or maybe wrong diagnosis. So you are critical. And the more you focus, the more the brain is draining. I'm not a doctor, but I know that, look, there are a lot of factors that are coming to this thing. But amongst everything, the most important one, because when I mentioned even the list, the most important one really is doctors' welfare.
Right. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this unfortunate tragedy with Dr. Otifa. Obutowe says the kind of negligence going on in that hospital is outrageous and it needs to be fixed. Doctors are overworked and patients brought in for emergencies are not being attended to on time. Nigerian hospitals are a death trap. I agree. Let's see more reactions. Elijah says the painful thing is after the wailing and criticisms of the malfunctional work schedule, nothing will be done. Everything returns to default setting and everyone will move on like nothing happened. Let's see more reactions. Dr. Mobala Savage says, Dr. Femi Rotifa didn't just pass away. He was failed by a system that normalizes burnout, overwork, and silence. Another bright light gone too soon, not from war or violence, but from exhaustion. The Nigerian healthcare system must stop breaking the very people holding it up. I completely agree. It's so unfortunate. Nurse Bassett says, the guy said he wasn't strong. His superior insisted he comes anyway. Today he's dead and he will be replaced by another doctor. No job, no system, no title is worth your life. Put yourself first because the system won't. I completely agree. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. And rest in peace to Dr. Femi Rotifa and also to his friends, colleagues, loved ones who will be feeling, who are hurt by this loss, you know, who know him personally and whose lives he has touched.
I will tell you a short story, a very quick one. Some time ago, I went for checkup. And you know what? The doctor who was seeing all the patients, when it was my turn, when I got in there, the first thing I said was, Doctor, how are you? He started laughing. I said, how do you do? He started laughing. And that's why you're laughing. He said, because nobody gets to ask them, how are you?
Exactly.
You know, they're also human beings
because you come with your problems. They're just like pastors also.
Exactly. You know, so I said, how are you feeling? How is everything? And he was like, wait a minute. So, but that alone gave him reason to say, for what is what, we are, as much as we are patient, we are also concerned about their welfare.
Absolutely.
You know, so.
Absolutely. Let's move now to the economy, where forex traders say that China is now accepting Naira directly in exchange.
Should I ring the bell?
For yuan, yes.
Should I ring the bell?
Ring it. They are now accepting Naira in exchange for yuan without routing everything through the US dollar. And I think that's impressive. They link this to Nigeria's renewed $2 billion currency swap with China and the rise of peer-to-peer platforms where traders exchange Naira for yuan directly. Wow. On one hand, this could ease pressure on the Naira and reduce Nigeria's heavy reliance on the dollar. But on the other hand, the dollar still dominates because it's more widely used worldwide. Let's see some of the reactions. Let's see how Nigerians precisely are reacting to this conversation. Hey man says, but both currencies are poor in the world markets, not a win.
I disagree with that one though. Even though, yes.
Real Schneider says, that's a big shift. If it holds steady, it could ease dollar pressure and boost confidence in the Naira. I agree. Because I completely agree. Let's see more reactions to that. Daniel Rega, my best friend, says, it doesn't help the value of Naira. This is not a win. It's just a headline. Until the Naira stops being devalued in Nigeria and has better purchasing power, the government has done nothing. One thing about Daniel is going to speak his mind regardless of whose ox is gored. Final remark from Josie240. It says, this is a welcome development. This will increase the demand for Naira and bring more visibility to it.
So I might want to respond to Rega's comment there. I might not agree with him 100%. Yes, we know that the Naira, right, has depreciated, you know, in the face of the dollar. That's no news. But what I think we should also appreciate the fact, which I was hoping he was going to mention there, then he ended up saying that, excuse me, that the federal government hasn't done anything. I disagree because federal government is working so hard to be able to say, look, and by the way, before I even go there, there are a lot of countries that have far worse currency than Nigeria. So I think as much as it is a very, very tough playing ground, we're not doing that badly like that. Even though things are not too good, but for what is what, we're better than some countries. And the fact that we can make this move, let's not forget that just recently we signed another deal where we can travel from Nigeria to Brazil, Brazil to Nigeria, right, directly. Let's not forget that just this morning, right, we spoke about the news that no longer, there'll be no need for borrowing any longer. You know, so we are, as a country, beginning to say, okay, we want to begin to move forward, begin to understand that we've been in the dark for too long. Let's begin to see the light of day. So if this is one of the reasons why, right, if this is one of the moves that can ensure that, saying, look, let's now do business with the Chinese currency and Nigerian currency, boycott the dollar, right? For now, it might not have immediate impact, but on the long run, or rather in the long run, or some will say at the long run, whichever it is, it will benefit Nigeria. Why? There is a diplomatic side to it we're not seeing. There is a part of Nigeria is putting its shoulder up and head up above, shoulder above water, saying, for what is worth, we might be a third world country, so they say, developing country, so they say, but we're still the giant of Africa. Haven't said so. We've made this move. The move now is not for the US. Because, truth be told, for Nigeria to have made this move, we have opened the door for other African countries to begin to say, this can also work. And mind you, just recently, right, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu traveled and was part of the BRICS meeting and came back. So you see what's going on now. We're beginning to understand that, look, the more we depend on the dollar for exchange, which is predominantly the world, business currency, the more there's less dependency, the better for some certain nations, because you realize that you're no longer playing, the puppet in front of the puppeteer. So I might disagree with Daniel Rega there. The government has done something, but the impact now is not immediate. Let's give it time and see what turns out.
All right, that's all we can take today on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We've looked at the controversy over Kemi Badenoch's Stanford certificate.
I wish I well.
Stanford University, Stanford story. We've moved to the push for better working conditions after Dr. Rotifa's death, and we hope that the government takes something from this. We hope that it's not just another death that just happens and then things just keep moving on as if nothing happened, because
so
lives are not even, there's no value for lives. Doctors' welfare matters. Doctors' welfare matters. I don't know how much I want to say it. And finally,
should I say with you also?
Yes, please.
Doctors' welfare matters.
And then finally, the growing acceptance of Naira in China. We've looked at all of these stories today on the social listening segment, but we'll have to draw the curtains today and keep it up till tomorrow. Thank you for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've been here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you for watching. See you next time on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight of actions and activities that are dominating our economic space as well as the market. So we're starting out with Babangona, that has just gotten a $7.5 million investment from the British International Investment for food security and its climate push. Babangona, which is a Nigerian agri-tech platform, has secured a $7.5 million debt from the British International Investment to enhance food security and climate resilience for smallholder farmers in northern Nigeria. This investment will support Babangona's model of enabling farmer-led enterprises to access funding, improve yields, and boost income with a target of reaching 140,000 farmers by 2029. The managing director, Kola Masha, described the partnership as a catalyst to expand impact and replicate their approach to support 50 million farmers globally. UK officials have welcomed the deal as a step towards strengthening Nigeria's agricultural sector. Florence Eshalomi, the UK trade envoy to Nigeria, said the investment reflects the UK-Nigeria commitment to sustainable growth, while the British Deputy High Commissioner, John Nick Baxter, emphasized the importance of private sector capital in advancing job creation, women's empowerment, and climate resilience. BII West Africa's director, Benson Adenuga, noted the investment addresses critical financing gaps and strengthens food security. He described Babangona's franchise model as a pioneering approach to driving resilience and productivity across Nigeria's agricultural sector. Then we'll move on to the Bureau of Public Enterprises that is set to list 2 DISCOs and 1 GENCO on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The Bureau of Public Enterprises is targeting a 312.3 billion in revenue for 2025 as it deepens reform and pushes for broader investor participation in Nigeria's power sector. The Director General Ayo Deji Beleyi disclosed in Abuja that for the first time, the Bureau is considering listing 2 electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, and 1 generation company on the Nigerian exchange, the NGX. He noted that the move will involve federal and state governments' residual 40% and 30% stake, creating opportunities for Nigerians to own critical power assets while boosting transparency. The initiative aligns with the President's Renewed Hope agenda, focused on unlocking value from public assets and attracting private investment. In 2025, the Bureau has raised 170 billion through strategic transactions, including the concession of the Zungeru hydropower plant and Afam 3 fast power project. Beleyi noted that the Bureau has completed 243 transactions since inception, with 109 entities privatized or commercialized. Then we'll move on to the news about Providus Bank that will be set to take over Unity Bank as the Unity Bank shareholders vote on the merger. The Providus Bank is set to assume the corporate identity of Unity Bank in a proposed merger that could reshape Nigeria's mid-tier banking sector. A court-ordered notice confirmed that Unity Bank shareholders will meet on September 26 to vote on the scheme of merger, which, if approved, will see Unity Bank's entire share capital cancelled and the lender dissolved. The enlarged entity will operate under Providus Bank's limited certificate of incorporation, combining the assets, liabilities, and undertaking of both institutions. Under the scheme consideration, Unity Bank shareholders may choose between 2 options: 3.8 naira in share for every share held, or an equity swap of 18 Providence Bank shares of 50 kobo each in exchange for 17 Unity Bank shares. Other resolutions include allowing legal proceedings to continue under Providence Bank's name and granting directors authority to implement regulatory modification required by the CBN and SEC. The court ordered Unity Bank Chairman Hafiz Mohammed Bashir or the Managing Director Ebenezer Kolawole to preside over the meeting at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library Hotel, Abeokuta. Approval requires a statutory majority representing at least 3/4 in value of shares. If sanctioned, the merger would dissolve Unity Bank as a standalone lender while positioning Providus Bank as a larger, consolidated financial player. George Mehta also ordered Google to share some search index and user interaction data with rivals on commercial terms, though advertising data remains excluded. Google expressed concerns about privacy implications but welcomed the rejection of the divestiture. The parties must meet by September 10 for final judgment. The case, which began in September 2023, represents the most significant U.S. antitrust ruling in decades. Then we'll move on to the Asian markets that are declining on Wall Street as tariff concerns are weighing. The Asia Pacific market mostly declined on Wednesday as investors weighed rising global bond yields and new trade developments. Chinese equities were in focus after President Xi Jinping's speech at a military parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, attended by 26 world leaders, including Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index slipped by 0.4%, while the CSI 300 dropped by 0.89%. However, the services activity in China showed resilience, with the Caixin General Services PMI hitting a 15-month high at 53 in August, up from 52.6 in July. Meanwhile, in Australia, the S&P Australian Stock Exchange 200 index fell by 1.74% as the country's Q2 GDP grew by 1.8% year-on-year, beating forecast. Japan's Nikkei 225 fell by 1.02% and the Topix declined by 1.22% as government bond yields grew. The 10-year Japanese government bond yield climbed to 1.625%, while the 30-year touched 3.254%, its highest since August. In South Korea, the Kospi added 0.12% in the choppy trade, while the Kosdaq and India's Nifty 50 were flat. U.S. equity future edged higher after a federal high court ruling in Google parent Alphabet antitrust case boosted optimism for tech stocks. However, Wall Street closed lower on Tuesday, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average falling by 249 points. The S&P also dropped 0.69% to 6,415, and the Nasdaq also slid by 0.82%. After the break, we are returning with updates from the market. Stay with us.
The dinner for today, for us to really discuss questions as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders?
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
We return with update from the market yesterday. Yesterday, we saw the NGX continue its bearish run. There was a lot of profit taking that happened yesterday as the market closed at 138,780. This is probably the lowest we've seen the markets since mid-July. The market went down by 0.67 percentage point yesterday, trimming the year-to-date return to 34.83%. To recall that just some weeks ago, the year-to-date was around 40%. Market activity was strong as we saw over 407.57 million shares traded, valued at 39.87 billion. Market capitalization now stands at 87.78 trillion naira. During the day, the top gainers included NTR, which rose by 9.96% to hit 12 naira 70 kobo. Austin Lars also edged up by 9.66% to close at 3.13 naira 18 kobo. Then we also saw Tantalizer add 6.09% to close at 2 naira 44 kobo. The other notable risers for the day were Multiverse and Deep Capital. And on the flip side, we saw Wema Bank down, Wema Bank, Consolidated, Hallmark, ICO Insurance all shed the maximum 10% to close at 20 naira 70 kobo, 3 naira 87 kobo, and 3 naira 42 kobo precisely. Then we saw Prestige Assurance and Ella Lakes also closed in the deep red, each losing over 9%. Then in terms of activity, like you can see on your screen, in terms of activity from yesterday, GTCO led the market in terms of activity with 32.61 million shares traded, and that resulted in around 3 billion naira worth of shares traded, and were followed by Access Holding that saw around 29.78 million shares. Then ICO, Ella Lakes, and Sovereign Insurance with 20.4 million shares are valued at 56 million naira. Also, this made up the most traded stocks by volume yesterday. As we just saw in the news, global markets were largely negative yesterday. From America to Asia, it was lots of negative. The Dow Jones Index slipped by 0.91%. The S&P, as at the time of this report, slipped by 1.11%. However, after the antitrust case was ruled upon, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, made some significant gains and pushed the market up, causing the S&P index to close at a 0.67% decline. The Nasdaq Insights, as at 3 p.m. yesterday, was down 1.33%, but ended the day with just a 1 percentage point decline. In Asia, on Tuesday, we saw the Nikkei 225 edge up by 0.29%, the Kospi gained 0.94%, and the Hang Seng Index declined by 0.47% on Tuesday. However, on Wednesday, we saw all of these markets begin to edge down. We saw all of them decline as the tariff concerns were weighing. This was in reaction to the speech given by Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, during their parade to commemorate the Second World War anniversary. In Europe, yesterday was also a reddish day. Saw the FTSE 100 down by 0.87%. That's the London Stock Exchange benchmark index, and the CAC 40, which is the benchmark index for the Paris Stock Exchange, also down 0.70%. And in Germany, it was a significant plunge, a whooping 2.29% down in Germany. On the currency market, we saw the naira close at 1,537 naira to a dollar, against the euro 1,796 naira to the euro, and against the pounds 2,076 naira to the British pounds. It's not been much of we've not had so much of movement in regards to our currency in the recent months, and we hope it will stay like that for a while. After the break, we're going to be talking about the geotagging rules that the CBN just announced for payment terminals, as well as the switch to ISO 20022 system, the payment messaging standard that will be changing in the next less than 60 days now. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business services of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Okay, on the show this morning, we are going to be paying laser-focused attention to the recently announced geotagging rules that the CBN just announced on August 25. Essentially, some of the guidelines of that ruling involve the fact that the payment messaging standards would have to migrate to ISO 20022 system, and we have a lot of unbundling to do around that. We want to make sense of some of these rules and some of these guidelines. Some of the guidelines involve that payment terminals, for those who don't understand what payment terminals are, they are POS machines, basically. Existing and new ones must have built-in geolocation enabled using double frequency GPS for accuracy. In essence, every POS agent before October 20, beg your pardon, must have double frequency GPS. Then every terminal must be registered with a payment terminal service aggregator, and this registration must include the exact latitude and longitude of the merchant or agent's business location. In other words, every POS agent must be registered to a particular latitude and longitude. It's very technical, And the operators must ensure that their terminals and apps are certified by the National Central Switch. National Central Switch is operated by the NIBS, is operated by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System. And the certification also requires integrating this NCS geolocation software development kit into the POS application. Then also, the terminals must run on Android OS 10. The guidelines also fix a 10-meter radius for the allowed geofence for merchant activity. To help us make sense of all of this, we have Motunrayo Koyejo, who is a fintech engineer on the show this morning. Good morning, Motunrayo.
Hi, good morning.
It's nice to have you here.
I'm excited to be here too.
Okay, so let's get into it. Why is the migration such a big deal? The migration to this new payment standard, messaging standard rather.
Okay, so if you look at world payment systems, for example, SWIFT and Fedwire, they are currently migrating to ISO 20222 at the moment, right? So Nigeria moving towards ISO 2022 is also something that makes Nigeria in that league too, because when they move, it's going to be easier for us to make, cross-border transactions. So we are not left behind, basically, right? So it's very important for us. And also for financial data, so ISO 20022 is it's a standard for payments, right? Standardized payments. So if you look at right now, if you make a transaction, your bank can decide what to send to you as the description or the text. But it's standardized basically. So you have to collect some information, right? So everything is standard. The standard that we're using in Nigeria is also the standards that people in like the first world too are using, right? So I think that it's a good thing if we actually migrate to ISO 20.
Okay. So from your perspective as an engineer, now from your perspective, what you're trying to tell me is that, because I'm looking at some of the guidelines, they said the payee location must be involved in the messaging. So what does that entail? So basically, if I make a transfer, say from Abule Egba GT branch, it will reflect. Will I receive an alert that reflects that kind of information that someone sent money from this so location?
Yes, so the standard of ISO 20022 is that you have to collect some particular information. Okay. So if you don't, like, the validation has to be done before the transaction is even being sent. Okay. So they would collect, like, there's debits, the person that's sending the money, all the information about the person, the ID, the location, then the receiver too. So all these informations are already standardized in the ISO 022 standard. So it's easy to trace where the transaction is coming from. There are times where you have transactions, especially POS transactions, and they can't trace where it's happening from or what happened to it, right? But it just makes things easier. So everything is standard. There's a standard to how transactions are being made. So from an engineering perspective, this means that they have to, the difference between, I'm trying to explain now the difference between the old, what we previously had, and what we are trying to get into now. So the old model, what your bank collects from you when you want to transfer is the amount, the description. That's most of what you send and who you are sending to. But now they have to like follow like the guidelines of the guidelines is actually quite a lot. People can go online and read it, but they have to collect personal information, the location, the details of the merchant, some IDs too. So there's a distinct difference between the old model, which is just text. We are just collecting like maybe like a string of information, and what we are planning to collect now.
Okay, so what challenge do you think that payment service providers will face in adapting this new system, adapting their systems to handle this new format?
Okay, so some of them might need to, or most of them would need to like re-architect the way their system is collecting data. And you know that right now we're following NIBS standards in Nigeria. So they are collecting what NIBS requires us to collect. But now we want to follow a standard, a global standard, basically. Yes. So for example, as an engineer, maybe when they were designing the database that collects the record for payment system, they probably designed it to collect string of information. But now you have to collect like a JSON. A JSON is like an object that contains like multiple stuffs inside of it. Yeah. So now they have to do like a new database. So shouldn't be like a lot of work, but depending on how old the system is, because some of our banks were built like way a long time ago, right? But I think it might be a bit easier for fintech, but like they have to re-architect the database that is collecting like the information, just so that we can properly like collect information, and this would this could mean like more costs because they have to save more data and then fetch more data, because when they save the data, they have to fetch it to you, the end receiver. They send you SMS, they send you debit alert of information.
So that means debit alert may be longer now.
Well, depending, it should be, because they have to collect more information. But let's see how the debit, or maybe they could be keeping the information for themselves too. So it might not be significantly longer, but the data that is being stored is going to be longer than what they were storing before.
So now I want to talk about the geotagging that says that every transaction must be tied to a physical location.
Okay.
The question is around user privacy. How will user privacy be balanced with this compliance?
Okay, so I think that we have to, maybe CBN can actually maybe work on like a specification for this too. But I think that there has to be a balance. Like, fintech providers should focus on collecting just what is needed, which is the latitude and longitude of the customers or the merchants. They shouldn't be tracking the user. Basically, they should make sure, and again, this is a bit easier because they can once they have the latitude and longitude, they can literally write a function that doesn't allow the POS work when it's outside that latitude and longitude. Okay. So instead of them constantly tracking the merchant's location or where the user is, they don't have any business with that. They should just focus on collecting what they need to collect, which is the latitude and the longitude. Also, they should ensure that there is like a role-based access system when fetching this data, because it's actually sensitive data. You have their full name, you have their address, and you are sure that that address is their address because it's supposed to be within 10 meters, right? So what they need to do is ensure that the people that are fetching this data, the data is not something that is readily available to everybody or that can be stolen and maybe sold online, right? So they need to ensure that the people that are querying this data for use are the actual people that require it.
So that means we will now have to, that means the role of a data protection officer becomes more enlarged when it comes to especially our banks and our fintechs.
Yes. There needs to be data privacy in a way, because this is literally somebody's life. You have their address, you have their store.
Okay. Now for small businesses who use like POS machines, merchants who use it, are not regular POS agents, what will be the practical impact of geotagging? Will it increase the cost of acquiring POS terminals? Do you think it will increase the cost of acquiring POS terminals? And what are like the practical implications that some of them don't know? Because I've met quite a few and honestly they do not know.
So unfortunately, it's going to increase the cost. There's no how we want to beat around this, right? So the standard for the geotagging, the new ISO standard and the geotagging is that it has to be an Android terminal. There are so many Android version 10.
Yes.
There are so many terminals, POS, that are not even Android. We have this small one that looks like a calculator.
Yes.
I don't know if you've used that.
Yes, I've used it before.
So those kind of terminals will not work. It means that the owners of those terminals would have to not use it again, basically. And
most of the older POS versions some of them run on Android 5, Android 7. Even the smart ones that feel like they're the smart ones, they run on Android 7.
So it means that most of the POS systems we have, or a lot of them, will be like rendered useless, which means that they now have to purchase the terminal at maybe a significantly higher price, because it is now expensive, right? Because it's Android 10. Apart from that, if we look at the angle of we're talking about cost now, right now.
Yes.
If we look at the angle of them being able to use the POS terminal, they cannot use is now rigid, because it's not flexible anymore. Apart from the fact that they have to pay costs, it will affect the amount of money that they can make. You know, we have mobile POS guys that move
go from
around
location
bus
to
stops.
location.
Yes, so they can only trade within 10
meters of wherever they register to.
Yes, they can only trade within 10 meters. So if they can't trade within 10 meters, and maybe on a regular day, the ones I see at the bus stops, they are always moving up and down. Do you need money? Do you need money? They can only use their POS there. If they are going home and somebody asks them, oh, I want to withdraw money,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
Wow. Now it sounds like a lot is going to change, actually.
Yeah.
But now let's talk about the aspect of fraud detection and reduction of financial crimes, because let's be frank and let's face the reality. POS terminals have been used to carry out a lot of fraudulent. Let's not go to armed robbers that are now using POS terminals. On the streets. Number of people have used POS terminals to do quite a lot. How do you think this will help in improving fraud detection?
I think this is, I'm sure the CBN was looking at this angle too when they were making these rules, but this would reduce it to a very significant level because you can only trade at a particular time, at a particular space, basically.
Yes.
Sorry, that's what I mean, a particular space. So it means that if you are outside that space, which is 10 meters, so you can say that if I say at the TV and I'm registered at this particular TV,
Yes.
I cannot go and use my POS somewhere else. And if somebody collects money from me at this point, the bank, the providers can see that, okay, 500,000 naira was withdrawn at this place at a particular time, and it's within 10 meters. So there's probably only just one shop there.
Okay.
So they can easily like locate the
where the transaction happened
happened
from.
Yes. So it would help like prevent like a lot of fraudulent issues. You cannot register a POS in Lagos now, go and use it in Abuja. And I know there was a time they say kidnappers use POS to collect money, where they register it in the city and then try to use it in the bush. Yes. So it will eliminate that, and you know that we are tracking you, we can see you, we have your ID, we have your full name, we have your address. So I believe that it will reduce it to a significant level.
But one question I have is around this 10 meters geofencing. Is it, I don't know, is it necessary or unnecessary?
Well, I think that it has its pros and cons.
Yeah.
The pros being that we can actually like track who is actually making the payment, the place the person is making the payments. But there could be cons because, say for example, I'm a food seller now, and you know the way the local market is. Maybe I need to go and collect money. Maybe after somebody finish eating, I need to go and meet them at their store to go and collect my money. Or somebody that needs to collect something from somebody else in another location. It will affect income. To look at the example of the mobile agents that moves around. So there are cons, there are pros, but I feel like also, for example, supermarkets are always very big, and they usually have like multiple POS systems.
Terminals, yeah.
So if they register a POS at these decks now, and maybe another desk is 20 meters away, if maybe the person has like a downtime now and wants to borrow your POS here, the person will not be able to use it. So it has its pros and cons. But if they increase it to like 200 meters, they might not be very accurate. I think that what the CBN is trying to do is they are trying to be accurate with
the location, the preciseness of the location.
And the merchant. So they've registered you, they come for check, they register you, they give you the POS, they know that it is you that you're using the POS at that place. So if it's maybe if it's like 200 meters or like 50 meters, they'll just have the area. They'll just say, oh, this thing is happening in Ikoyi. They won't be able to say this is the house, this is the shop. Do you understand?
Yeah. So now let's move away from the POS merchant and let's talk about fintechs that are going to have to now utilize the. Now you mentioned something around the fact that a lot of data is now going to be collected. So how do you think that fintechs can leverage on this new data structure, especially with the ISO 20022 system, to maybe create new product or services?
Okay, so I think that it will be, because we now have richer data sets now.
Okay.
Unlike before that we're just collecting just the amounts and description. The data is rich. So they can use it for credit scoring.
Yeah.
Because now nobody else is you are the only one using your POS.
Okay.
You get nobody else is. It's not like there's another agent. So we can actually detect how much revenue your store makes.
Generate.
Yes, we can calculate how much your store generates, because it's only you that are using the POS, and the POS is only used at your location.
Okay.
So we can detect, or we can use it. We can improve lending and credit scoring. So for example, I have a business and I want to add lending to it. I can accurately say that this merchant
stays in this location,
yes,
and let's say the default, this is the location they operate from.
And then maybe they make a transaction of like 100K per day. I can say that if I borrow them 50K, it won't be a problem for them to return my money. Opposed to them having multiple POSs in different places that even, there are sub-agents. There are agents and then there are sub-agents.
Yes.
There are people that would collect like 10 POS, register them and distribute it among other people, and it's different locations. So I can ascertain that this is this person's real financial score.
Okay.
Because there are no sub-agents anymore. This would eliminate sub-agents. So there are no sub-agents anymore. And then I can ascertain that this is their real financial stand.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Mutunaya Koyejo. So also on the show, we'll be hearing from the POS agents when we return after the break. Let's...
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We just heard from Mutunrayo Okoyejo, who is a fintech engineer. She gave us deep insight into what we have to understand about the new system. Now we're going to hear from the side of the POS merchants, and we have with us David Abiodun, who is the Lagos State Chairman for the Association of Money Market and Banking Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN. Good morning, Mr. David. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Thank you for good.
Okay, so we're going to start with the geotagging rules. How is your association reacting to the news? How are they reacting to the news? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Seems that we lost Mr. David there. I wanted to just have a conversation with him on how POS agents have been reacting to this news of geotagging, because upon my interaction with quite a number of them, I discovered that there is really no advocacy. Okay, we have him back. Can you hear me? We're having a bit of network challenge with Mr. David there. Okay, so I was saying I discovered that quite a number of them don't understand what it entails or what the rules are about. And it's a situation where we have over 1.5 million POS merchants in the country. And just a brief from my own end, I discovered that there's an issue with knowledge. First of all, there's an issue with knowledge. Quite a number of the POS terminals used in the country are not GPS enabled. Then also a problem with their Android version. Two very critical guidelines that the CBN has mandated for POS terminals. I wanted to have a conversation to know how people are reacting to these things, and we're still having issues, how the agents are reacting to it. In a previous conversation I had with him, he helped me understand that they've not really had any serious consultation with the CBN, and he also spoke about how they are thinking of navigating the issue, and also considering the fact that mobile money operators have not really had a conversation with them on the way forward. Can you hear me, Mr. David? Okay. Okay. Since we are unable to connect with him, I think we'll have to end the show at this point. Thank you for sticking with us on Economy and Market, as we've spoken about the geofencing rules, the geotagging rules as we've seen. Good morning and have a lovely morning. This is Economy and Market, and I'm David Onijimi.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event themed Navigating Nigeria's New Tax Landscape, Understanding the 2025 Tax Reform Act, and Mandatory e-invoicing for taxpayers brought stakeholders across different tax sectors who share their insights on the prospects of a new tax law.
Number one is the fact that it is pro-business. That is, it encourages ease of doing business. It it's going to encourage compliance by businesses, and it's going to improve their compliance level. Then the fact that we now have laws that are few in number and harmonized in just 2 documents, because if you are looking at the one that actually affect the taxpayers, we have the Nigerian Tax Act that imposes taxation, that imposes taxes, and we have the Nigerian Tax Administration Act that deals with how do we comply with those tax laws, the administration. So those are the 2 major laws that will affect the taxpayers. And what this means is that the laws are easier for taxpayers to comply with, because before they have to check through or look through so many tax laws, but now we have just 2 to look through when they are doing their businesses. And also the fact that we have laws now that are very simple. Gone are the days of those complex tax laws, complexity in terms of rules and in terms of wordings, the text. Now we have laws that are simple in text and in wordings, and simple also in rules. So which make it easier, going to make it far easier for taxpayers to comply with. And one of the things when we are talking of the fact that there is ease of compliance is the fact that it also reduces the cost of compliance for them. For me, it's a win-win situation. But if you are looking for the losers will be tax evaders. Yes, those that have been running away from paying taxes, because now the law encourages the deployment of technology. And if you remember that one of the things that was discussed today is the issue of e-invoicing. The fact that now, as you are making your purchases or somebody making his sales, the invoices are generated and reported immediately with the tax authority. So what that means is that nobody can hide any longer. Tax evaders will not find it easy under the new dispensation.
Iben Joel, managing partner at Transact, in his welcome address, speaks on the importance of the training for the growth of the Nigerian tax sector, urging participants to leverage the opportunity to learn and network with key stakeholders across the sector.
There are many benefits. There could be some hurdles before we get to realizing the benefits. Some of those hurdles we talked about, such as the cost of integrating systems. For most small businesses, they don't even have the funds to invest in, say, ERPs in the first place, But overall, the biggest business benefits that I see from it is that when invoicing is standardized in that manner, there are certain sectors that could open up. One of them is invoice factoring, which right now is very nascent, if you know what I mean. So invoice factoring is a situation where once I've issued an invoice to somebody, if the person has not paid, I can take that invoice to the bank and ask the bank to advance me money against that invoice. So right now, because of a lack of that kind of platform where invoices can be easily verified, a lot of banks don't offer invoice discounting.
The first session of the workshop, hosted by Victor A.T., tax partner at Transact, touched on key changes and implications of the 2025 Tax Reform Act, bringing detailed clarity on areas impacted by the reform. The session gave key insights on the taxation of resident and non-resident persons, taxation of individuals and employment income, determination of chargeable gains, taxation of petroleum operations, and indirect taxes, bringing clarity on taxable transactions.
There are some amendments that are there to encourage even investors to come in. We have the no association gas order that will allow them to have credits for their greenfield, and they are depending on the number of oil that are there, But the essence is actually to make them to develop to come and invest. Especially the gas. We have so much gas in Nigeria that they have not really do anything about it. And with those orders, it will encourage them to invest so that we can, in Nigeria as a country, can get value for those gas. It's a welcoming idea. Like before they do provisions, and provisions as far as law is taxation is concerned is not allowable. You just think like, I want to make provision for it, but for you now to be able to deduct it and be allowed for tax purpose, so they are saying fund it. If you think 100 million every year, every $100 million or whatever, in most cases the oil company they do dollar. So it's going to, and because at the end of your leaving the production place and you want to leave that, you're supposed to restore the place back to its normal state. And so we are making provision that by the time I want to leave, that I've done, I want to restore the place. You are making provision to get money to be able to do it. Because towards that end, the feed will not be producing as such. And so to wait till that end will be very difficult. And that is the essence of, okay, make provision for it. And for you to enjoy it as a tax benefit, then fund it. So they're now funding, before it was like put it in escrow account, which may mean putting it overseas. And given that we don't even, we are developing, we don't even have money. So the little one we have depositing in a foreign country, we make those ones to be better than us again. They will have enough money to be using over there. But putting it, they are only asking for 30%. And I think it's CBN they want to use. So if there is a fear of if the bank may collapse, it's like they want to use CBN. So put 30% in Nigeria, that is cash that they can lend out and be able to do some other developments. So it's a good one.
The event also featured 2 panel sessions. The first panel focused on solutions and ways to navigate challenges and future outlook of the country's tax system, while the second panel centered on practical aspects of e-invoicing, including integration, data requirements, and transaction models. Stakeholders also collaborate the impact of the new tax reforms and how it will attract investment for the country. Simply, the tax system and boost compliance.
There's no loser. Everybody is a gainer. It's more of a win-win situation, and government is giving a lot in terms of incentive to encourage business and even individuals in the country. Now, the principle is that we are not going to tax the seed, we are taxing the profits. So, and we are not taxing the poor, we are taxing the rich. Because it's simplified, the tax system, and also the issue of fiscalization is there now, that issue of e-invoicing, which is going to bring many taxpayers into the tax net, and which eventually will increase the revenue of government. You know what we're having presently, before now is that our tax to GDP ratio is very low. Until recently, that has been increased to about 11 or 13%. But we can still do more, because in the West African, something say expect to be 15% is the minimum tax to GDP ratio. Nigeria is moving to that level with this tax reform and fiscal policies.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event themed Navigating Nigeria's New Tax Landscape, Understanding the 2025
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. CNG prices nearly double as government cuts subsidy. WAEC insists on complete CBT switch for WASSCE by 2026. Tinubu recalls DG NTA ED News. Trump accuses China of conspiring against US with Putin and Kim. Asisat Oshoala completes Al Hilal move on 2-year deal. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the cost of compressed natural gas almost doubled in recent weeks, rising from 230 naira to 450 naira per standard cubic meter, following government decision to reduce subsidies on the alternative fuel. According to reports, retailers have revealed that while trucks now pay the full 450 naira per SCM, private car owners and commercial drivers still get partial subsidies, paying 380 naira per SCM to keep transport fares stable. The report, citing an anonymous official from the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, confirmed the new pricing structure, noting that the refueling station now sell at different prices depending on the type of vehicle. The officials say trucks transporting goods pay higher, while buses that convey passengers and private cars buy at a reduced rate. Moving on, the West African Examination Council has reaffirmed commitment to fully transition the West African Senior School Certificate Examination to a computer-based test format by 2026. The council revealed that with this move, it will mark a major shift in the assessment system, pushing schools to embrace digital readiness. Head of WAEC's National Office, Amos Dangote, revealed this on Tuesday during a sensitization meeting with members of the National Assembly Committee on Education in Abuja. Dangote insists that the transition, which began with private candidates in 2024, has already recorded significant progress and will be scaled up nationwide ahead of the 2026 deadline. Still on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the recall of Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, Salihu Dembos, and Executive Director of News, Ayo Adewuyi, to resume their tenures after recent management changes in the agency. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, revealed on Monday that Dembos, who was first appointed in October 2023, will now return to complete his 3-year term, while Adewuyi, appointed in 2024, will also continue in office until his tenure ends in 2027. Onanuga says the new directive effectively reverses the previously announced appointments of the Director General, Executive Director of News, Executive Director of Marketing, and Managing Director of NTA Enterprises. To end the local news, the federal government has declared Friday, September 2025 as a public holiday to mark this year's Eid-ul-Mawlid. The statement was issued on Wednesday by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Interior Magdalene Ajani, on behalf of the Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tinju Ojo. The government congratulated Muslims across the country and in the diaspora on this occasion, urging them to emulate the Prophet's virtues of peace, love, humility, tolerance, and compassion. The statement also encouraged Nigerians of all faiths to use the celebration to pray for peace, security, and stability in the country, while supporting government's efforts to strengthen national unity and foster development. On the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump has accused Chinese President Xi Jinping of conspiring against America alongside Russia and North Korea, urging Beijing to recognize America's role in securing China's freedom during World War II. Trump revealed this on the Truth Social platform on Wednesday, hours before Xi addressed China's largest military parade commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. According to reports, the event in Tiananmen Square drew more than 20 foreign leaders, including Putin and Kim, underscoring China's alignment with authoritarian partners at a time of heightened tensions with the West. In his speech, Xi declared that the world faces a choice between peace or war, pledging to strengthen China's armed forces to defend national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Also, a U.S. congregational panel has released a trove of documents related to the federal investigation into the alleged sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. The House of Representatives Oversight Committee published 33,295 pages, including flight logs, jail surveillance videos, court filings, audio recordings, and emails. According to reports, the Republicans and Democrats alike say the files contain little new information, which is unclear if the Justice Department is withholding other Epstein records. Pressure has been growing from President Donald Trump's own supporters for more transparency on the probe into the well-connected financier after the Justice Department revealed in July there was no incriminating Epstein list client. Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer ordered the document to be published online on Tuesday, while the Republican-led panel received the files after issuing a legal summon to the Department of Justice last month. Now to sports. Super Falcons forward Asisat Oshoala has completed a move from National Women's Soccer League side Bay FC to Saudi Women's League side Al Hilal on a 2-year deal. The 30-year-old underwent her medicals on Monday night and has now joined her new team in what is described as a new chapter in her illustrious career. The striker missed Bay FC's 2-1 defeat to Angel City on Monday night, with a report from The Athletic revealing that Bay FC and Al Hilal have reached an agreement on an undisclosed transfer fee. During her stay in the United States, Oshoala made 25 appearances, scoring 7 goals and providing 1 assist. To end the news, Super Eagles forward Kelechi Iheanacho has signed for Celtic as a free agent. The Scottish champions were among 3 teams fighting to secure the 28-year-old who saw his Sevilla contract terminated by mutual consent on transfer deadline day. Celtic manager Brendan Rodgers believes Iheanacho, who he worked with at Leicester City, will make a big contribution to the team. The Nigerian forward replaces Adam Ida, who joined Swansea City for an undisclosed fee. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ugana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya kai kamar kai ciwon shawura?
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched the Back to School initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan. To, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa? Kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never involved street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg, out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the streets, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Almajiri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for Almajiri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Almajiri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Almajiris. Even the other Almajiris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is no so bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificate, but they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I'm in your bunky work. The race towards the 2027 general election have intensified with the zoning of presidential ticket of the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the south. This is coming against the backdrop of President Bola Tinubu's another southerner being backed by a critical bloc of the ruling All Progressive Congress, the APC, to stand for election on the ruling party's platform. It means another northerner vying for PDP or APC's presidential ticket is on his own. But there's also the emerging African Democratic Congress, the ADC, which was strengthened by the coalition of opposition politicians, which fused into it recently. However, many Nigerians are of the view that existing political parties have no solution to the country's woes amid criticism and widespread public discontent of the Bola Tinubu's administration performance in office in the last two years or so. Joining me to discuss the state of the nation, opposition politics, and to assess the Tinubu's administration is Tungi Shele, a former Lagos PDP chairman and the chieftain of the ADC in Lagos. Chief of the ADC. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you in our studios.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with the event of the 26th of last month in Lagos State, where several members of defective members of the PDP, the Labour Party, were welcomed. Maybe few APC were welcomed into the ADC fully by the National Secretary, Ralph Aregbesola. I was there in Victoria Island. So, what was the main reason for that event, and how has it been able to shape ADC in Lagos State?
Thank you very much. I think Nigerians have lost confidence in both APC and PDP. You find out that majority of the stakeholders in APC today are inherited from PDP. At least 70% of the leaders in APC today are from PDP. Whenever they have a problem, either in terms of corruption or any other tendency, they quickly move over to APC for cover. Nigerians are the ones that are suffering from this kind of effect. So there should be a new lease of life, a fresh approach to politics, a people-centered approach to politics, so that Nigeria can be a better place for everyone. And that's why ADC now becomes a baby of necessity. It's a party that's come out boldly out of necessity. ADC has been on ground for quite some time, and they were doing things at their own pace. That's what it should be. If you're a small party, you start winning from 2 constituencies to 4 to 6. Sometimes you drop. Let there be level playing field. But with the trend of events in Nigeria today, it's like we are moving towards a one-party state. Everybody is just jumping ship
to the ruling party. They
are attracted for one reason or the other. Some of them are manipulated, some of them are influenced, some of them are promised a lot of things so that they can cross over to APC. Some of us have found it necessary to look in another direction and look for an alternative platform. And to the major stakeholders, people like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, and of course, Aregbesola that came to Lagos to receive us into ADC. They did their own work, and I'm sure at the appropriate time, Nigerians will feel the impact of ADC in Nigeria?
Many people actually so because people have known you to be a PDP man right from a very long time. You were the PDP chairman in Lagos for some years, and your supporters, those that have followed you politically, will probably be surprised that why you are jumping ship to the ADC now. And of course, everybody know the crisis the PDP is probably facing. But maybe some will have felt maybe why couldn't you have stayed behind to maybe resolve the issues within the PDP? Does it mean the issues are unresolved, or you probably felt you had to chart your own political career forward?
Those who are very close to me know the kind of person I am, that I'm principled to a fault. I want to do things rightly. I want to defend the position of anything I'm doing. I should be able to defend it. I've defended PDP enough, and I couldn't continue. There's a lot of indiscipline in the party. People are doing anti-party, and nobody is doing anything about it. So it gives some of us a lot of concern. So my supporters and my followers will not be surprised at all, because they have seen my body language. I've appeared on so many television programs before trying to defend that PDP had an internal mechanism of resolving its problems. But unfortunately, for a very long time, this has not been achieved. Somebody is sitting there dictating pace. He's the only one that knows everything. He's the only one that can choose chairman for you today, choose chairman for you tomorrow, choose chairman for you in the future. So, and he feels he's in control of the party. If he had moved to APC to go and work with them, let him focus. I mean, I'm talking about the former governor of Rivers State and, of course, the FCT minister. If you wanted to leave a party, leave it honorably. Go, focus on the job at the national level as the FCT minister. But unfortunately, it's influencing a lot of things, drawing PDP back. And PDP found it difficult to do the needful.
To suspend him.
And suspend. I've been advocating for this on several fora before, and nothing changed. So I had to take my own destiny in my own hands, and I took time to arrive at this position. I even waited until the last local government election in Lagos took place, so that nobody will say I've derailed the progress PDP could have made in Lagos during the local government election. I knew they were not going anywhere. Just like what happened in Rivers State local government election. It was a selection. They just selected 3 local governments for PDP, and the rest
more like a
20 to APC, so that when the governor eventually returns, he will be like a figurehead. It will be an APC agent.
But now you are in ADC now. Many people are worried that they are still coming back to PDP later.
Who told you I will come back?
I mean, I'm still coming back to discuss the issue within the PDP later in the program. But now the ADC, people may argue with you, a lot of people may argue with you that the ADC in Lagos State, they need to do more in terms of building grassroots structures.
Yes.
In the last election in 2023, they had a governorship candidate, but across the state, I think they came out 4th or 5th. They didn't do more. They didn't do well.
Yes.
And this is like a big work for your team, the ADC chieftain in Lagos State, the leaders in Lagos State. They need to do more in terms of building structures. Many people are still not aware. Go to the grassroots. The party is virtually non-existent.
Yes.
How are you people building structures across the state?
Well, during the last general election, I think they had a wonderful governorship candidate.
Yeah.
Wonderful man. And I watched his interviews. And up till date, he's still working hard to ensure that Nigeria and Lagos survive in the from bad governance, that good governance is brought to the grassroots. He's always intervening. It's just like a shadow.
He's playing the real opposition politics.
Main opposition politics.
Speaking.
You don't necessarily have to be in power. We all work towards winning elections. But when you lose, be a good opposition and pursue it vigorously so that Nigerians can benefit from it. But most people don't understand this. They want to be in office and continue to dominate, whether they give good governance or not. Unfortunately, democracy is being endangered as a result. So some of us have to do something and start looking for alternative. Now, in this alternative, you are, like you rightly identified, ADC is still a small party in Lagos State. And that was why we did what we did.
To welcome new members.
We see ourselves as new members too. And in ADC, everybody is equal. And women, youths, and everybody is given the opportunity. So what we are trying to do now is to build the party, give it the semblance of a good opposition that can win election and that can make a difference in the
2027.
In 2027, which I believe will happen because the people behind it are dynamic, they are focused, and they have experience. They must have made mistakes in the past. They are ready to learn from their mistakes. If PDP had problems, made mistakes, APC has come to even further worsen the situation. So that's why ADC will be a fresh alternative, a viable alternative, and we shall ensure that we mobilize people. We are monitoring people like the top for now. They are trying to resolve one issue or the other before going out fully to states and ensure that everybody.
I think that's the concern, or the concern among Nigerians is that these people are moving from PDP or Labour Party to ADC. It's like putting the same people that have actually failed us, the same people that have actually they were in government in the past. They didn't do much. What hope do we have? What confidence do we have that when these people gain power, if we vote for ADC 2027, that they will change the narrative, they will do things differently? I think that's the question people have been asking. That what make ADC? Oh, people are defecting from ADC, from PDP to Labour Party to ADC. Is it not the same people that have failed us in the past? What would they do different this time around? So I think the question is left for you.
I'm not one of those people that failed Nigerians in the past, and many other people like that are now in ADC to ensure that ADC is properly structured and properly guided in the affairs of running the affairs of the nation. Like I said, people must have made mistakes in the past. I am aware that everybody is now ready to correct the mistakes of the past and give Nigeria a new lease of life.
I think the concern now is, the party have come together they are building. But at the national level, we've seen Amechi have set up branch in Rivers State. Other El-Rufai was able to set up a branch. He had a meeting last week that was disrupted in Kaduna. And Kaduna's Adamawa Atiku is doing his best. But the issue of presidential ticket of the party now, a lot of people are afraid that ambition of this politician, of these key leaders, Atiku, Obi, Amechi, these are people who have shown interest. Amechi said some days ago that he's not willing to step down for anybody in 2027. People are afraid that the ADC, if this one don't get the ticket, that Atiku don't get the ticket, I mean that the issue of who get the presidential ticket may actually derail the party in 2027 if care is not taken.
I think behind the scene, they are working together as a team behind the scene. And they've set a rule among themselves that all of them will go for the primaries, and then whoever emerges as the presidential candidate, all others will support. That's the consensus as of today. And I believe it's going to help the party grow. It's going to help the party to progress and help the party to to make progress.
Will the party be zoned the presidential candidate? There's so much talk that they not have ruled 8 years. There is now the turn of the South. Will the party be zoning to others? We have two other parties have actually zoned.
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Even PDP that said it zoned the
presidential ticket
to the South. Yesterday they made a moderation of it that whoever wants to contest on the platform of the PDP could come from anywhere. But they have decided as a party to zone it to the South and support a Southern candidate. And where is the Southern candidate they want to present?
A Southern candidate, they've said they are wooing former President Jonathan. They also they went to meet him.
Jonathan
also Peter Obi
is ready to go back to a party that is not doing well.
They said Jonathan never resigned in PDP.
He doesn't have to resign, but I think he's a focused person. He's an elder statesman. He's now playing the role of an international peacemaker and trying to build image for himself and for the country. I don't think he will be interested in going to partisan politics, contesting for the office he has held once or partially half of what he inherited.
I think the PDP is saying that they realized the mistake that Jonathan they made in 2015 by not backing him, and that they feel he's the one that probably can save the country now. Knowing the fact that the zone has come to the South, they feel he's the rightful person to challenge the incumbent. Being the fact that considering the way the APC is trying to take over most states by making them look at most states in the south now. I mean, either you are in APC or you are nowhere. So they feel that Jonathan is the one that can give the incumbent president run for his money. And Jonathan himself have not come out to say I'm not contesting. He still probably said his cousin said on Sunday that he's still consulting.
His cousin cannot speak for him. Even his wife cannot speak for him. He is the one that is the center of this team. So definitely, I see him as a very responsible and well-mannered and matured person who will know what's good for him. How can one now stay in a safe lane where people respect you, and then you go and mix with people who don't have decorum or who don't believe in democracy? Democracy, like I said, is endangered. So if somebody who had earned the respect of Nigerians, who willingly accepted defeat, and then you expect him to go back to...
So you'll be disappointed just decide to contest?
Definitely, I will be disappointed. But if it's going to be the saving grace, I don't mind. But is it PDP that can project him and get things sorted out? PDP cannot project and get good results.
With the way the party
because some people are right there working for the opposition. Some people are right in PDP today working for APC. So Jonathan shouldn't, former president.
Many people say the crisis within the PDP started when they refused to hand over when the issue of the presidential tickets happened in 2023. Wike didn't. I don't want to overflog this issue, but it's unfortunate that the party have not been able to resolve it. We saw the next meeting some days ago. Many founding members of the party, even Iwobodu, former Enugu State, Imo State Governor, the one that ruled 1999 to 2007 was there. They were all there to salvage this party. And
I don't think the major stakeholders were there, especially from the southeast and the south-south. The majority of the people you find there, maybe from the southwest, and people who are ready to tolerate the excesses of.
They say they're having a convention.
They are supposed to have a convention in Ibadan.
Yes.
And somebody is planning his own for Abuja. So let's see how it works. The party is in a disarray. They are only trying to mend fences, and I don't think it will work.
What we have been seeing is defection of opposition to the ruling party. And some of them say, we saw that Akwa Ibom State governor moved We saw the Delta State governor move, and these are people who are elected under the PDP. And some people say we have been coerced to join the APC. What is your take on the recent defection of opposition
I'm
politicians?
so disappointed in the governor of Akwa
Ibom
State and also of Delta State. What else do they want? They are in opposition and they are in power in their states. They are supposed to stay behind and fight, not run away. They have the followership, the people voted for them, and they disappointed the people moved to another party. I don't know what they stand to benefit. It can be embarrassing. I was embarrassed to see them at that level.
You say it's for selfish interest.
It's for personal. They know that the party in power can make things difficult for them. They may not return. So the best thing is to join the ruling party, which is unfortunate. If the ruling party is doing well today, definitely I will be in support. We will only be in opposition to challenge what they are doing wrong, so that Nigeria can be a better place. But when you deliberately, you are in opposition, you are supposed to challenge what's going wrong in the ruling party, and you decided to follow them when they are not doing well. It's just unfortunate.
Some people have called for the amendment of the constitution to, if you have been elected under this party platform, if you are cross carpeting, you should lose your seat.
Well, I don't know why the judiciary is not doing the right thing. Judiciary is also part of the problems, because when you take a genuine case to court, it is thrown out on technicalities and frivolities. So I hope new things will start happening. If ADC comes to power, there should be an electoral reform.
Yes.
And then the judicial reform too should take place, so that somebody who took the fourth place in Imo State the other time during the general election now became
the governor.
The governor. It's unheard of. What kind of law? What kind of rule?
What kind of electoral reform would you love to see ahead of 2027? The president, do you have confidence President INEC to conduct a free and fair election? There have been criticism about voters as voter register. We saw your party raised an issue about the people that were registered in those Osun State.
It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I don't have any confidence. Not even now. Way back, I've lost my confidence in INEC. When I was chairman PDP, I had cause, or even when I was the secretary, I had cause to write so many letters to them. Even when we won elections, they will upturn it. So I had to write letters, and when they are manipulating the voters register, I will write and follow it up. So they even had to change the director of
information.
Not information, director
voters
of
register.
Operations, because I insisted that they were doing the wrong thing. Some of them were already compromised. They gave them houses in Ikeja. Those people in INEC, they gave them cars. The ruling party in Lagos gave them cars.
Really?
They gave them houses.
It happened.
It happened. So I followed it up. They had to remove the director of operation, took him to, but yet they still ensured that it was serving that purpose.
Many people have raised concern about the appointment of INEC chairman. That they said that they need to be, the Yaga Africa raised the issue some days ago. There need to be an independent body that should appoint INEC chairman. That the part appointment of INEC chairman should be taken away from the president. The position should be advertised, just like we have seen in Kenya, South Africa. What is your take?
That's what it should be. But I don't expect the current government in power to do it, because it's not in their culture. It's not in their character. So we want people of character to be at position of responsibility. They can advertise it. People that have canvassing for electoral reform, they are not sleeping. They will go out, and some of us will support them to achieve this goal at the end of the day. There should be an electoral reform. What you have just cited is a good example. Let them advertise. Let them go before the Senate for screening. I know this, even the Senate we have is a rubber stamp, but all the same, let Nigerians themselves determine who becomes the INEC chairman. It's possible.
All right. The Tinubu administration is with the reform. What is your take on this reform?
The reform.
The government said this morning that they meet their revenue target for the year.
Well, it's good to do reform. The reform, everybody will do one reform or the other just to ensure that things are perfect. But unfortunately, APC leadership doesn't set its priorities right.
What do you mean?
Well, where they are supposed to build roads to ensure that food are evenly distributed around the country, that people can move freely and go about their business, those roads are not done. Yet, we can embark on coastal road and put a cost of maybe in trillions on it. We should not be a priority project for now. They can do it in phases. That road can be done in phases. It's a good gesture. It's a good policy. But it's something that is not a priority.
All right.
Whatever you do today should impact on the people.
All right. Our time is up. Finally, what is your take on the attempt to amend the Constitution by the National Assembly?
The National Assembly will not amend the Constitution because it favors them not to do so. So the people should continue to engage them and ensure that they do it. The present composition of the National Assembly will not
amend the Constitution.
They will do amendment, but they won't do the one that will not allow them to win elections.
The agitation for state creation everywhere. People are calling for new state and Neoma state and the rest.
Well, that can be done administratively. But some of us are canvassing for regional governments.
Restructuring.
Yes,
I know you have always been an advocate of
restructuring so that people can lead.
All right. Our time is up. I've been speaking with Tungi Shele. Tungi Shele is a former PDP chairman in Lagos. I know a chieftain of the ADC, and now he just defected from the PDP to the ACs. Thanks for joining us on the program for today.
You're welcome.
Good to have you on the studios. And that's the program for this week. You can watch our previous edition on our YouTube channel. Go to your phone or Android or anywhere. Watch our previous show on the YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us on the program and have a nice day. Stay tuned to BDTV.
Good afternoon. This is BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our country, in our polity, as they affect you and also affects me. Today we'll be looking at two issues. One is the recently concluded local government election in Rivers State, conducted by a sole administrator that was appointed by Mr. President following the suspension of the elected governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, almost 6 months ago. And of course, we'll also be looking at the court sentencing of, in Finland, Simon Ekpa, a Nigerian activist, so to say, accused of terrorism to 6 years imprisonment in Finland. These are the two issues that we want to discuss today. And as usual, I have with me the Sunday editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Agomo Zebulon.
Thank you, George, for inviting me.
Yeah. I also have with me Mr. Chukwuroku, who's assistant editor on Business Day.
Thank you for happy to be here.
You're welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, two issues are before us to just discuss. One is election that's just been concluded. The local government election just concluded in Rivers State last Saturday, where the APC, so to say, as again show strength, if I may use that word. The PDP has got just 3 local government out of the 23 local government in Rivers State. APC got 20, PDP got 3, and those other parties didn't get anything. Not even 1 for ADC, as which is, as you say, emerging a strong opposition as we in the build up to the 2027 election. But that's what happened. So many people have condemned the election. Some have described it as illegal, given the fact that, as some have said, look, this election, the very fact that this election has been conducted by a sole administrator who doesn't have the constitutional power, as it were, makes this election illegal. There are some who have said, look, under the circumstance that we had in Rivers State, emergency rule, look, the sole administrator can conduct a local government, but those are the legal issues that lawyers may want to talk about. But Sam, I come to you, sir. Let me start with you. How did the local government election in Rivers State come across to you?
Well, thank you. Straight away, I would say it's one of those absurdities in the politics of in the country, the business of politics as it's being played in the country at the moment. Nobody should be surprised at what happened in Port Harcourt last Saturday, because everything was tending towards the result that was produced at the end of the day. So because I think there was a predetermined outcome before the election itself. So if you followed what happened up till the result was announced that Saturday, you would have known that it was not surprising what we saw at the result that the SEC announced at the end of the day. So, but what I would say is that Nigerians are the greatest losers, because we are seeing a system that is warped. We are seeing elections that are not representative of the wish or wishes of the voters. We are seeing a barefaced robbery of people's mandates. So we are all in it, and unfortunately, we are going to pay heavily for what we are seeing today. We might be saying it doesn't concern us. If you're not from Port Harcourt or from Rivers State, you think that it's happening far away from me, from where I stay, from my state. But we are all concerned. We are all seeing what is emerging as an unfortunate scenario, because it has happened in Rivers State on Saturday. Next time it's going to happen in another state, and before we know it, it becomes a conflagration that will consume the entire nation. So everybody that has followed what happened or what has been happening since the emergence of emergency rule in Rivers State will tell you that, well, it was a predetermined outcome that they saw on Saturday. So that election itself shouldn't have held. There was no point, there was no reason why it should have held, because everything around it was unlawful. If you are saying that an emergency rule was in place, and you appointed a sole administrator to hold the peace until real peace returned to the state. And that sole administrator is now the person that is overseeing an election to bring in a democratic regime. It shows you that we are not serious. And the sole administrator was the one who even appointed someone that pretended over the election. So who are we deceiving? We are deceiving ourselves. And by the time they now bring back the sacked or the suspended governor, you discover that mines had been laid around him.
We actually.
So let me because thank you. Let me not delve into what you.
Let the cat
thank you.
Out of the bag, because we actually going there.
Okay.
Because we'll be discussing.
So for me, that election was just a laughable exercise. That's how I could describe it.
Okay, but Chuka, the minister of FCT, yes, said, and I want to put what it is that he said. He praised the conduct of the election and said it was transparent with high voter turnout, especially in his community, and he asserted the polls were necessary following a Supreme Court ruling against caretaker committees. Okay, so they now, there was a caretaker committee when this man came in.
Exactly.
So fine. So he said that look, this was necessary because the Supreme Court had ruled that the caretaker committee
should be disbanded. Yes.
And it was not recognized by the Constitution. He has said that this election was good, was free, was fair, and that the people turned out and voted for the party of the election. But interestingly, APC got 20 local government, whereas Wike's party, PDP, got three. So do you agree with him that truly it was fair, given the fact that even his own party, one would have expected that PDP, which Wike's party, would clear all the local government. They only got 3. So the election was free to that extent, given that Wike could not influence this election to favor his party.
Thank you so much, Josh, for this question. But I want to say that Nyesom Wike is a product of anything that is good, not anything that is not good. Wike is a product of confusion. Wike himself is a confused man. And in his quest for power, he has lost conscience. He has lost any sense of decorum. He has even lost, developed a very thick skin for criticism. Somebody who can say that he's impervious to criticism. Wike has no shame. Because if you say you are hailing an election that favored the opposition party, he is a PDP person till tomorrow. But all his effort or whatever he does, he invests so much in favoring the opposition party. Whether it is about his resources, his intelligence, his what again can I use to describe somebody who is violence, who has penchant for violence. Everything he invests in promoting the opposition. And it still tells the world that he's a PDP person. There's a little bit of this deceit in what they did in Rivers State. Because Wike's local government, Obiapo, was won by PDP.
Yes.
Then it is just to give a facade, to give the people the impression that, I secured my local government for my party. But the opposition won overwhelmingly in other local government, and you are praising the exercise, saying it was okay. And the girls ahead to say that what has happened has cleared the coast for the return of the governor who was suspended by emergency rule. So I don't know how anybody can look at the election in a local government election in a Rivers State and says, oh, this is the best of what we should expect in any. It's just a pointer to the fact that nobody should expect anything good again in Nigeria. Because if a sole administrator whose main purpose was to come and say, oh, there are frayed nerves.
Yes.
Let us calm these nerves.
For
Let us
peace.
reconcile contending forces.
Yes.
Let us stabilize the polity. Let us bring stability into the state and then make way for whatever is going to happen going forward. Anything anybody should consider to be done in Rivers State should have come after the expiration of the emergency rule. Now, a sole administrator, it's not only that he conducted the election, he swore
Sworn in the
chairman,
so-called
people.
elected
That is a soldier swearing in civilian elected this thing. So,
who is saying democratic process?
The whole
in
thing
the
is that just like my colleague said, it's like when we are doing mathematics. You know, if you have the formula,
yes,
you can always get the answer correct. So, as far as Munike is concerned, the formula was handed over to him by the powers that be, and whatever statistics or mathematics is working is all working towards the answer that he already knows. So it's neither here nor
cutting. Let me jump in. Don't forget that our correspondent in Port Harcourt, before the election, the result was announced, had even written that, in fact, that the thing had been shared. In fact, he rightly said that APC had been given 20 local governments, while PD had been allocated three local governments. And when the result was announced, exactly like what he predicted.
But there's something that Wike said that I need to ask you, and just seek your own understanding. He said that the course has been cleared now for the suspended governor
to come back.
So, is this tend to give the impression that the whole idea was to secure the whole idea, or the idea behind
the
suspending the governor, the suspended governor,
to put structures
in place? Would that be? Is that what we can say here?
I was going into that when I said mines have been laid.
Planted.
You know, when the governor took up after the inauguration, and we were told that almost all the commissioners working with him were handpicked and were put by Wike at that time, which he kicked, which the governor of Mubarak kicked against at a point that led to this. Now, in order to put a signature of approval to say, okay, these people now are elected local government officers. And don't forget that as a governor, you are going to work with the local government chairman or persons there. So you cannot perform optimally. You can't perform very well without the having a good relationship with the people who are working at the grassroots. And now they succeeded in putting all these people before bringing back the governor, which means that the governor is just sitting in the midst of woes, in the midst of enemies, woes, who have been said, okay, go and monitor him. And when he's back, coming back, don't forget that commissioners that he's going to work with are likely going to be appointed and say, okay, you work with these people. So if I were Fubara, and which many people have also suggested, there's no point going in there, because it means that whatever he's going to do going forward will be dictated to him by the big brother in Abuja. And in that case, you don't expect him to perform. So it's going to be just a sit-down-look governor.
An errand boy.
An errand boy that has the signature of Abuja, because now Abuja will be calm. Everybody will be happy. Fubara is now a good boy. So that is no democracy. And you cannot expect the Rivers people just to be clapping and just to be looking, because already some of them are speaking up against what is going on there. The peace that we were supposed to have in Rivers, I'm afraid they are going to even have more crisis by the time Fubara comes back. I wish it doesn't go that way.
But, well, I don't want to say that we might have more crisis than peace in Rivers State in light of what has happened. It seems that to me that Fubara has, because just before this election, 2 months ago, he was seen with the Wiki. I think the president was able to reconcile them. He was seen at a social function together with Wiki. Don't you think that that he will just come in and accept this new local government chairman, and of course the Rivers State House of Assembly members who will also resume if the emergency suspension is lifted? Well, so don't you see them working together? Amicably for the peace of Rivers State.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking because, like I said, I'm saying that Fubara, before this election, about 2 months ago or so, the president again reconciling them. He was seen together with Wike at the social function in Rivers State, meaning that he has accepted now to work together with Wike. And I'm also saying that, of course, by the time the suspension is lifted, members of the State House of Assembly will also come. Okay, having already reconciled with Wike, who is their godfather, so to say, and of course, because members of the Rivers State House of Assembly
they are still coming.
So it means that just as it was in the very beginning,
that is what you are going to have.
So, I see them working together for the progress of Rivers State.
Well, you see, there are various levels of agreement and various levels of obedience. You might be telling somebody, did you agree? The person said yes. Yes? Yes, so each of these tones depict different things. Because if I say yes with good mind, I've accepted to work with you. If I say yes, so that means there's something up my sleeves that I have not shown you. If I say yes, yes now, it means also that I am being restrictive. So Fubara was harangued into accepting whatever that was spelled out to him in Abuja. And today, in fact, I heard that, or I read somewhere that he even said that he was not even ready to even return.
That was before the was able to reconcile.
Now,
he mentioned that sometime when
if not because of the way we are in Nigeria, we are power hungry. The best thing for Fubara to do at this point should have been to say, I'm not going back there. If you want to conduct a new election, a fresh election for another person to go, I'm okay, the later I have done. But he will not do that. Like I said, minds had been laid. If I'm only fashion of the leadership of the House of Assembly that he had serious problem with, for the reason of which the House of Assembly the building was destroyed. A lot of things were destroyed that is costing the state a lot of money to rebuild. And now that assembly is coming also to supervise whatever he is going to be doing. And now with the local government chairmen that have been foisted on him, and the cabinet that will also be appointed, appointed by certain people, and he's just the only person in their midst, I'm sure that he's not going to find it very easy. So if I were in his shoes, ideally, I would say, I'm okay. I'm satisfied with the letter I have done. So let another person go ahead.
Okay, so Chuka, what is your thinking of what Fubara might be doing when it comes in? And then again, let me also ask, with what has happened, the election that happened on Saturday, where APC got 20 local governments, and of course the PDP just 3. And of course, given we know that from 1999 till date, Rivers State has been under the control of the PDP. But do you see the River State, or do you see PDP losing River State in light of what has happened? Two questions are asked. What do you think?
Let me just start.
Fubara will be coming back to do
in a place that is now under.
In a place like he has painted the picture of politics, and do you see?
For me, it is difficult. Human nature is difficult to read or to understand sometimes. Fubara is like somebody who is, when you are fighting, you keep somebody on the ground, just put yourself on top of the person. You don't know what is in the mind of that person until the person gets up.
Yes.
When he gets up, he might decide to run because he's no longer ready to continue the fight. He might get up and say, "Oh, is that what you did to me?" You will see. So, but as it is now, I think early days to draw conclusions on what Fubara may be coming back to do. Because I want to believe that when the president called them to Abuja and there was a reconciliation for the camera, nobody knows what they discussed.
Yes.
The discussion could have treated to us, as we are coming back, all the members of the assembly that were suspended with you are also coming back. As you are coming back,
of course they should come back.
Your godfather will be the one to appoint your commissioners. So none of us sitting here can say categorically that these were the conclusions, these were the agreements reached at the reconciliation table. But I believe that when he comes back as governor, perhaps this time around, Fubara must have known that he has Rivers people with him. Perhaps it may be tougher because he knows that the people are going to side him. He will also think of me, I think I have disappointed Rivers people. So I have to be very careful. But all in all, it is going to be a tough battle for him to even to survive. If it were in a more advanced country where people have integrity, where people value personality over power, that I must be governor, I must be president. In the face of all this, the honorable thing for Fubara to do is to say, I don't think I can continue in this kind of mess. Why must I be this? But that cannot be ascertained now because nobody knows whether he will be given the power to appoint his commissioners. Commissioners, of course, are more useful to him than the local government chairman. If he has commissioners that he can control, I think that will be a good thing for him to work with. But the greatest threat to his continued stay as governor are the members of the assembly who may, after 1 month or 2 months, say, now the game is over. And the big man in Abuja will now, it's not difficult for him to do that kind of thing. I heard him during the media chat boasting that nobody can come to Rivers and win election. That is not where he has his interest. Because he was assuring them that Tinubu must win in River State. So, and that takes me to your second question, whether or not
it has become a
PDP
is going to lose. Is going to lose. No, we can still put it in the future because it has not happened.
Yes.
PDP may lose Rivers, and by Wike's posturing, by Wike's utterances, by Wike's body language, it is so clear that if election is going to be conducted tomorrow, he will still side an APC candidate, not PDP. Well, it is difficult to say what is working in the mind of Wike, but if you remember how he actually tried to put PDP in his strong footing, but was disappointed. I want to say that Wike is being vindictive. He's trying to pay back, try to do anything he can. He doesn't leave PDP and doesn't hold it. He's neither here nor he's just sitting on the fence. But everybody knows where his interest lies. His interest is APC. And he wants to make sure that even if an APC governorship candidate wins, or rather loses to PDP, he will still ensure that his principal, that Tinubu, wins the presidency in a River State. So for him to tell you that he won't be sitting there and anybody will win Rivers for any other candidate except Tinubu. He can only do that and do it efficiently and effectively if there is an APC governor in the state.
Okay, fine.
So that takes
anything can happen.
Just as we wrap up, just before we let's look at the second issue that quickly just one word or so from two of you. Simon Ekpa has been sentenced to 6 years imprisonment in Finland by a Finnish court over accusation of terrorism and what have you. I don't know. People have said, look, that the conviction of Simon Ekpa in Finland will bring, I think, some level of peace to the southeast. Do you see that happening?
Yeah.
Because he will no longer be there to incite the people and say all of those things that he has been saying before this sentence.
First of all, I would like to commend the Finnish government and the speed at which they dispense of the case without allowing it to drag, unlike what is happening here. Rather than clapping hands and celebrating the incarceration of I should think that we borrow a leaf from what has happened, because it's an indictment on our judicial system. Because you see in our correctional homes, facilities, the prisons are overfilled with awaiting trial inmates, more than even those who have been condemned, convicted. Today, people don't get judgment. People continue the adjournment in our courts. So look at Nnamdi Kanu has been incarcerated for how many years now? The case has been going on. So what stopped the government from dispensing with such a case the way this EPAS Finland has gone in a EPAS case? So it is a case that has given us a challenge as a country. Be that as it may, I also commend the judgment, because it sent us a warning that bad behavior has consequences. If someone is behaving badly, you have to call such a person to order. And again, it is also an indictment on us, because here every now and then we say we know those who are causing us pains as a country, but you can't name them. And some of them, you know them, you can't go after them, and you are covering them. Every now and then we are told that sponsors of terrorism are in government, and the government knows that, and nothing is happening to them. So I think that the development should now be a push on our government to do what is right, not just by celebrating. And they should now look, who are those people who are causing us pain, who are sponsoring terrorism in the country, and round them up and do the needful. It's high time Nigeria stopped crying, stopped mourning. And it's not about celebration, it's about living up to expectation that you're a country.
Absolutely.
And you are in charge. You shouldn't allow non-state actors to be running things here. So government should put its feet down and do what is expected of it. For Southeast, I don't know if Simon Ekpa's conviction will bring peace, because many people believe that Southeast has not been well treated by by successive government and administrations. And except government begins to do what it should be doing, what is good and what is open. I was looking at the projects that the federal government said it had carried out in all the geopolitical zones. I discovered that Southeast got 400 billion, whereas Northwest got 5-point-something trillion. So you can't say it is fair. So when Southeasterners say they are marginalized, a lot of, you can point a lot of instances of marginalization in the Southeast.
All right.
So I wouldn't know how this past case could temper the anger that is in Southeast.
Okay, Joker, just in just a second, let's hear your take on the Simon Ekpa's condition.
In a second, I may have
our security situation in Nigeria.
I may have exhausted 1 second by even saying yes. Thank you for that question. The thing is that we have to be very honest with ourselves. Very, very honest with ourselves. Government knows what it is doing. Government knows where the pain is hiding. The imprisonment of Simon Ekpa will not change anything in the Southeast. My reason is that it is alleged that Simon Ekpa orders sit at home in Southeast. Why people sit at home is not because of the fear of anybody who is in Finland or someone who is in Lagos. It's the fear of what is possible to happen to the person if he goes out. Because when thing of this nature happens, there are people who are out there to cash in on the whatever is happening there, to maim people,
yes,
to waylay people, to do a lot of funny things. So people are afraid of this thing, not because of anybody who is in Southeast or who is ordering them from anywhere. Igbo man doesn't believe so much in personalities, insofar as you don't feed the person. Igbo people are not afraid of you because of your money or because of your God. It's only when you have God that you are capable of killing him. And he likes to live. So I don't see Sam Ekpa's imprisonment changing anything in the Southeast. Our people, the people are already embittered. They are not happy, like what you have just mentioned. And the evidence is so clear in whatever way you look at it. So overall, that is not going to change anything because people, they sit at home, will continue for so long as things are the way they are in that region.
But I think it's important for the people of the Southeast to have been the reason that they sit at home, whatever it is, whether it is the fear of being killed or being attacked when you go out, or maybe actually whether that attack truly, does happen every Monday. I think it's for
bring the people in.
It's for
bring them
to
in.
Actually know that we are causing more damage to the economy of the Southeast by continuing to sit at home every Monday because the whole lot is lost every Monday whenever people are not allowed to go out, carry out their business, and do one thing or the other that should support the economy of the South. And of course, not just the South.
The economy of the country.
Yes. The economy of the South is the economy of the South, and the economy of the South.
That aggregate to cause it.
No, Joshua, you are getting it wrong. The sit at home, the sit at home affects the entire country.
Exactly.
Because if you are coming from the west, you can't pass through Southeast within that period.
Even the neighboring countries that come to
they don't come.
In Southeast don't come.
And most of these
there's something that you said that I to conclude, I must point out which the government needs to actually look at it. The fact the delay in our own judicial
process
is so annoying. You can't even the Simon Ekpa's case was here. Was it just last year?
Last year it started. Last year
and this one I've been hanging since Buhari time.
Already put it behind the bars.
Yes,
10 years.
This man had stayed here over 10 years or thereabout.
So whether he will appeal or whatever.
If you convict Nnamdi Kanu, he goes. Yes.
Or let you serve a term of.
He has been convicted. People are healing it because, like you said, this should
it should give us the impetus to do what is right.
The government say, look, we can fast track our judicial processes than what is being all along. So I think it's a good one. Nigerian government is happy that the Simon Impact.
Let's go beyond being happy.
I think
to do what is right.
They shouldn't be happy.
It's an indictment.
No, the government, if you ask me, shouldn't be happy because they didn't. It is not their success. Yes. They didn't contribute anything for that to happen.
And that's what we are saying, that they should look at what's
what he's saying that everybody is celebrating that this man had been. It has justified what you have said, that this man. Now, what have you done in country to show that bad behavior must be punished? And there are those who have been alleged to sponsor terrorism in the government, who have been working free. Bello Trudy and all that, everybody, and Erofai came up. Yes, the federal government has come up to say that it's not true. There's no truth in what he's saying. Erofai, if an Erofai, a personality like Erofai could come up and say, this is happening, can you start Erofai? Contradict Erofai?
Well, thank you so much. I think we will wrap up this afternoon on the BDTV roundtable. I want to thank you, viewers, and I think that by next week we'll come your way again with some other interesting issues to discuss. Thank you for viewing. My name is Joshua Bassi. Remain blessed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we give you that which you need, but very more importantly, we spotlight local and global issues surrounding industries. Of course, identifying the economic and business value and finding out how it affects Nigeria, our GDP, Nigerians, and other Nigerians around the world. All this we bring to you on Industry Focus every Tuesday, 12:30. So here are our segments of the day. One, we'll bring to you our business quote of the day. After that, we'll jump right in to our captain's opinion, where we have our guest standing by, John Obidi. You get to find out exactly what we want to discuss within the angle of tech industry, and we'll be finding out how technology is fueling Nigeria's economic diversity. All right. And then number three, we're looking at deal or no deal. That segment, we talk about how this particular topic is affecting the world and how Nigerians are seeing it through the eye of the government and the people. All this coming your way. We're supposed to also take retrospect, but we'll leave that for today so that we can focus on these three to give you that which you need. All right, so don't change it. When we come back, let's get this industry focus segment on the way. Be right back. This Welcome back. Straight away, let's jump straight into our quote of the day on technology. It goes this way. Technology is just a tool in terms and you take care of your kids, and you try to put them through technology and a whole lot. That industry is the big industry. Who knows? You just create room for wealth. All right? Our guest is standing by. Let's quickly run it through so you know who we're speaking with, who's going to be our fantastic guest today. Okay? Now, he's someone who is extraordinary, so I'll run it through. John Obidi is a strategic consultant whose work spans the intersection of new media, personal development, global trade. Very more importantly, he's a highly skilled, compelling, visionary, and phenomenal resource
The collaboration between
bringing
Nigerian-based
practical
professionals
intelligence,
and our brothers and sisters to the
transferable
diaspora.
solutions to both the workplace and the marketplace as a whole. Doing so is so important to him that he makes sure that innovative ideas and more conventional ways pull through to give you that which you need. His work consistently unlocks admiration and gratitude from clients, industries, stakeholders around the world, and more. There is more. In 2018, he won the Future Award Africa Prize for New Media. In 2020, he was voted among Advanced Media 100 most influential young Africans in the world. He went ahead to do something else in 2024, right, where he was conferred the award of Global Thought Leader by the World Business Angel Investor Forum, WBAF. I can go on and on and on, but I'll drop this last one. He's also a leading consultant on the online digital market in Africa and is the founder of Head Start Africa, a community of over 190,000 businesses, career professionals, and more. And as a thought leader, he focuses on personal development, leadership, and online marketing. John's blog, you can check him out there. Our guest today is also someone who focuses on masterclass conferences. You see, he's well packed and seasoned for this topic on tech. Let me welcome my guest, John Obidi. John, are you there?
I'm right here. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic, fantastic. I was going to let them know that you're joining us via Zoom because a lot of people will be wondering, is he right here in the studio or via Zoom? But thank you again, John. I hope I was able to give you robust information about you.
Yes, you were. Thank you very much for that generous introduction, Valentine.
Great stuff, great stuff, great stuff. All right, so we have time on our side. And today, like you know, we're focusing on the tech industry to know exactly how this runs, pursue everything that Nigeria is known for and the value it brings forth. So let's jump into it. How technology is fueling Nigeria's economic diversity. That's our topic for today, right? But our very first question is this. The digital engine, how does a tech-driven economy power other industries? This is your forte.
Well, we've come a long way from the beginning of the industrial age, a time when economies were driven by how quickly they could adopt to industrialization and then mechanized farming and so on. And so as we entered into the technology age, the information age, economies began to get their definition and their prosperity from how quickly they were able to adapt to technology-driven solutions. And perhaps the most prosperous economies of today are those that have been able to harness that. And so we realize here that technology is the modern day bloodstream of modern economics, modern economies. It used to be other things like, petrol, fuel, but everything is moving now towards technology. Even what we used to depend upon, fossil fuels, is slowly beginning to diminish. People are looking more towards sustainability. And so the strongest economies going forward are those that are able to harness technology. And I think the most popular technology of the day is artificial intelligence. There's a huge AI race around the world. The United States, I think, just commissioned a project called Stargate, where it aimed to invest some hundreds of billions of dollars into AI. China has something going on as well. The United Arab Emirates as well. And so everyone, there's just huge race to be number one when it comes to technology. And so it doesn't just create its own sector. It has a way of multiplying productivity across multiple sectors. We have what's going on in the agricultural sector, where technology is able to power precision farming and help to maximize yields. We also have it in finance, transport and logistics. We look across Nigeria, across the world, with ride-hailing services, and so on and so forth. So it cross-pollinates across multiple different industries, and just as we say in evolution, it's survival of the fittest. In the theory of evolution, we understand that it's not the strongest animals or organisms that survived. It's not the fastest organisms that survived, but it was the organisms that were most able to adapt to change. And so we all must change.
Okay, so I hear you clearly, and you're making some key points. You mentioned agriculture. I was going to also ask you that later on, but since you mentioned, let me do a follow-up question on that. We know that agriculture is the bedrock of any nation, especially here in Nigeria. Before oil was discovered, agriculture really helped us. But right now, tech is playing a major role in agriculture. Can you put more light on that?
Yes. Your question was about tech driving agriculture, yes?
Yes.
Yes. So you see, one thing Nigeria has going is that in that realm, when it comes to agriculture, we have a home advantage there. Right. One thing is that a lot of good cash crops and export crops grow in Nigeria. You know, I realized that cassava is not even native to Nigeria. One of my trips to Brazil, one of my trips to Brazil, I ordered something at a restaurant, and they offered me a side of something that looked like Gary. Wow. But it's like Gary that went to Harvard. But you as a Nigerian would look at it and be like, don't think Gary be this. You would know that this is Gary. And you would ask them and they're like, oh, they have a different name for it. But then I researched it and I realized that it was brought over here by the people from the plantations on Brazil, but they brought it over here and our soil was very good for cultivating it. So the point there is that whether it is crops that are indigenous to us or crops that come from other places, our soil is so good and conducive for almost anything. That's one. Two, Nigeria plays home to about, how many are we now? About 250 million Nigerians. And when people are talking about moving markets, emerging markets in Africa, they are mostly just talking about Nigeria because we have one of the largest consuming populations in the world. What that means on both sides is that because of this, Nigerian innovators are looking to solve the most survivalist problems. And naturally, agriculture is for food. Food is what people eat. People have to eat food. So because of that, our minds are naturally towards solving the issues around food. And so that is why when we think of technology, we're always moving into the most survivalist issues like agriculture. So naturally, Nigeria will stand a higher chance of having the advantage in agriculture because it is our home advantage. We have the soil, we have the climate, we have the we have the market. And so naturally, technology helps us to drive innovation there. And I look forward to just how much more we can improve in those sectors.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that we're discussing this area because only recently the federal government was talking about some areas regarding agriculture and what they can do to even make it better. But we'll jump into that later. Just to follow up our second question here, because we see our listeners, or rather our viewers, are asking this question and we're throwing it, knowing that the engagement is real. They say here, the entrepreneurial frontier. What's driving Nigeria's tech startup boom? One of our viewers right now wants to know. They say the entrepreneurial frontier, what's driving Nigeria's tech startup boom? John?
I think it is out of necessity because, again, we're over 200 million, about 250 million people in Nigeria. And not just the population itself, but we have the largest young population. I think in Africa, I'm not sure where we rank in the world, but we have a median age of 18. So we're one of the youngest countries in the world. So naturally, it's going to be a market for digital solutions. So what we have going for us there is our population, but also the population of youth in the country, right? And so because, again, it's Nigeria, we know that constraints breed innovation. Because of the natural constraints in our environment, it moves people to be more innovative naturally. So this is a country where, we're still trying to get more perfect around frequent power outages, weak infrastructure, economic uncertainty. So many of our startups tend to focus on the most innovative ways to solve these problems. So you look at age, you look at population, you look at constraints in this environment, and then finally, there's a lot of capital flowing from global markets into Africa, that is Nigeria, and solving Nigerian problems. So these three things, our demographics, 200 million Nigerians with a median age of 18, constraints in our environment naturally breeding innovation, and number three, capital inflow from global markets into solving Africa's problems, because they really believe that Africa is the future. And when I say Africa, most of the time I'm leaning towards Nigeria because we hold the population advantage.
Because we hold the population advantage. John, I mean, I couldn't have agreed with you even more, but most of our viewers also want to find out that they know that young people now, give and take, they might say that they're not really, one way or the other, getting all they need from the government, but they're getting some. But most of them are taking initiative to begin to develop areas in tech. You see robotics, you see, little gadgets here and there. You see these young people attending a lot of conferences. Just a follow-up, right? In that same question of tech startup boom, what's the future for robotics, young people who are getting to tech? You see them gather together. People think they're doing Yahoo, but it's not. They actually focus on developing app and a whole lot, What's the future for those promising young Nigerians who believe that this startup boom for tech is now?
Oh yes, there's a huge future for young people. You see, I'm old enough to have attended something called correspondence courses.
Right.
So sometime in my, I think in JSS 2, I had a taste of something called correspondence courses. That was like a long time ago in the 90s. So a correspondence course was such that you could be in Nigeria and attend classes in the United States. But what will happen will be that the institute in the US would physically ship the curriculum for the coming semester, the questions for the exams, and also sheets where you would answer. So they would ship it down to Nigeria. You would read through the curriculum, answer the continuous assessment and the examinations answers, ship back to the university. It would take them months to receive it. They would receive it, mark it, grade you, and then ship it back to you along with the questions and the syllabus for the new coming semester. So that was the back and forth we had to engage in order to have the kind of education that was in other shores. But then came the internet, and the internet brought so much inclusion. We have people in Nigeria who can decide, you know what, I want to learn this skill or that skill. I want to be included in this industry or that industry. We're looking at blockchain. We're looking at finance. We're looking at education. You're looking at healthcare. And from their mobile phones, they can get that inclusion amongst multiple platforms. There's YouTube, where you can get all kinds of educational content there. There's Udemy. There are all kinds of platforms there that are powering that inclusion. And with a mobile device, a young Nigerian can just learn a new skill and start to implement the very next day. So you have Nigerians all over the country that can, in 6 months, learn a skill and start to monetize that skill. So tech has really come a long way to empowering Nigerians. Like there's a huge mass of people that would never have been included if not for the advent of technology and all the gifts that it brings with us. So this is where we are across finance, education, healthcare, and so on. There's so much inclusion coming in there, and the future only looks up from here.
I mean, the future only looks so great. Like you rightly said, like I always say here, it's the future is what we make of it, and then what we do today reflects into tomorrow. Just a follow up. Number 3 here says, because they keep on asking all these questions, and it's all for you. One of them here say, from exclusion to inclusion, because you mentioned inclusion, right? So from exclusion to inclusion, what is the role of tech, right, in empowering the underserved? We know this for sure. not everyone is privileged, but those who are underserved, would we say for one reason or the other, I'm talking about whether in the music industry, right? Whether it is in the healthcare, in agriculture, no matter the sector or the industry, right? The inclusion we're talking about now. What is the role of tech in empowering the underserved?
I mean, that's a hydra-headed question, but I'll just tackle it from one of the...
I hope I didn't put it on the treadmill.
No, it's okay. It's cool. It's cool. I got it. So I'll tackle it through one of the fields I'm most conversant with, and that's the creative economy, right? So it says, what's the role of tech in empowering the underserved? In the creative economy alone, right? If you had to get certain work done, like creating music, do you know that right now with some AI tools, anybody without much of a musical background can create music, can create soundtracks for movies, soundtracks for productions, just with tools like there are tools like Udio, Suno, and some of these tools are free. You just go on there and type in what kind of songs you're looking for, what kind of lyrics, and can create entire songs, and they are really good. Some of these songs are good enough for Spotify. So these are people who, if they had a creative endeavor, would have needed a budget racking into millions of naira just to make a simple production. But with AI tools, where you pay maybe about $10 a month, that's inclusion for you there. We have the AI tools put out by Google, OpenAI, and co, where if you want to create creative assets like videos, AI-generated videos and images with which to do better storytelling, for free, anyone can just go there, put in a simple prompt, and boom, you can create motion pictures. It's not perfect to movie quality yet, but it can put out quality productions, right? If anybody wanted to make audio recordings, video recordings, before now, you needed an audio engineer to help to refine the sound. You needed a video engineer to help to do the color grading and all, but now AI tools can handle color grading. They can handle upscaling of videos and refinement of audios. So if only 1,000 people could do this before, millions of people now are able to do this. So the only barrier to entry here now is just how far you can think.
How far you can think. John Obidi, we can't thank you enough, but stay with us. For our viewers listening or watching and listening, they already knew exactly what they were prepared for, and you were not falling short at all. John, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll jump into the projects you're working on. But before that, we will take deal or no deal. I know you're conversant with the story regarding STEM and what the federal government is doing and trying to upscale and push across education and technology. We'll talk about that. All right, John. So stay with us. Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, let's have that area. This is Energy Focus. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's Business Performance Index hits 107.3 as Ford struggles with some challenges. Modular refineries bleed over logistics shortages. Tariff war, respect state electricity regulators, FG wants discos. Nigeria to partner with big tech companies to build hyperscale data centers leads down the Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The latest ESG Stanbic IBTC Business Confidence Monitor titled Mixed Signals, Strong Sectoral Growth versus Structural Orders shows Nigeria's current business performance index rising to 107.3 points in August, up 1.9 points from July. The recovery was fueled by stronger performance in technology, finance, manufacturing, energy and logistics, thanks to targeted investment and ongoing reforms. But not all sectors are thriving. Agriculture slipped into contraction at 95.6 points, weighed down by delayed rainfall, insecurity, and planting disruptions, even as livestock and fishing showed modest gains. Analysts warned that despite encouraging sectoral growth, rising costs and weak consumer demand are eating into profitability. They cautioned that without urgent policy clarity and infrastructure improvement, the gains in business confidence may not last. And moving on, Nigeria's modular refineries are bleeding as operators struggle with crude oil shortages and rising logistics costs. Designed to boost local refinery capacity and cut reliance on fuel import, the modular plants are now facing severe operational challenges. Operators say they cannot access crude oil at sustainable prices, with supply often diverted to export markets where returns are higher. This has left many refineries running far below capacity. High transportation costs, insecurity along crude supply routes, and inadequate infrastructure have further deepened the crisis. Industry experts warn that these orders are eroding investor confidence and could force several plants to shut down if urgent solutions are not found. Analysts insist that unless government policies address crude allocation, pricing, and pipeline security, the dream of using modular refineries to achieve energy security and affordable fuel may remain elusive. And still on, the federal government has urged electricity distribution companies to respect the authority of state regulators as disputes over tariff control continue to intensify. While state energy commissioners insist that the 2023 amended Electricity Act empowers them to regulate local markets, the discos argue the state have no legal authority to set tariffs. NEC Vice Chairman Musliu Oseni called on discos to strengthen ties with state regulators through transparency and mutual respect instead of constant clashes. He also advised states to build their own electricity markets rather than rely on federal subsidies. The meeting also discussed integrating power plants into the SCADA system, plans to synchronize Nigeria's grid with the West African power pool, and the impact of upcoming tax reforms on the electricity sector, as outlined by Presidential Fiscal Policy Committee Chairman Taiwo Oyedele. And up ahead, Nigeria to partner with big tech companies to build hyperscale data center. Meets the DJ. We bring you more details after this time out. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back. This is still the news update. Nigeria is set to partner with global big tech companies to establish hyperscale data centers across the country. Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Kashifu Inuwa, says the initiative is part of government's digital economic drive aimed at boosting cloud services, enhancing data sovereignty, and supporting the growth of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Inuwa explained that hyperscale data centers will provide the backbone for Nigeria's digital transformation, attracting new investment, creating high-value jobs, and enabling businesses to scale faster. He stressed that partnership with global technology firms will ensure access to advanced infrastructure while also transferring skills and knowledge to local talent. The move comes as demand for secure data storage and processing continues to surge, driven by financial services, e-commerce, and government digitization projects. Analysts say the success of the initiative will depend on stable power supply, robust connectivity, clear regulatory frameworks to make Nigeria a competitive hub for digital infrastructure in Africa. And away from that story, Debt Management Office has called on states to strengthen debt management practices to safeguard economic stability. Speaking at a World Bank assisted workshop in Lagos, DMO Director General Patience Oniha stressed that prudent borrowing and effective use of funds are essential to avoid a repeat of past debt crisis. She reminded subnationals that Nigeria operates one economy and their actions directly impact the federal outlook. Oniha urged states to embrace public-private partnerships as alternative for infrastructure financing, noting that PPPs attract private investment, ease funding bodies, create jobs, and improve service delivery. She also highlighted the need for stronger tax administration, warning that leakages and inefficiencies undermine fiscal health. Lagos State Commissioner for Finance, Abayomi Oluyomi, echoed the call for responsible borrowing. He admitted that exchange rate volatility has worsened Lagos' debt burden, but maintained that sound and well-researched policies remain key to sustainable development. And moving on, gold prices hit fresh record high on Wednesday, with spot prices climbing to $3,535 an ounce before settling near $3,530 in London. Futures for December delivery also surged to $3,600, more than doubling since early 2023 and gaining over 35% this year alone. Analysts say the rally reflects gold's position as the world's strongest safe haven asset, driven by expectations of a U.S. Federal Reserve rate cut on September 17th, with market pricing a 90% chance of a quarter point reduction. Global economic uncertainty, rising tariff in the U.S., soaring debt yield in Europe, and geopolitical conflicts from Ukraine to Middle East have further boosted demand. Here in Nigeria, the surge coincided with the government's crackdown on illegal mining. The federal government shut down an illegal gold site in Gwagwalada, Abuja, after artisanal miners swamped the area following the discovery of a gold vein. 16 suspects arrested earlier in August remain on trial for illegal mining in the same district. Authorities say the operation, ordered by the Minister of Solid Minerals, Dr. Dele Alake, is part of effort to curb resources theft and channel Nigeria's mineral wealth into the formal economy. And EcoBank Nigeria has unveiled a 60 million naira customer rewards campaign to mark the 40th anniversary of its parent company, EcoBank Transactional Incorporated. This initiative, which runs from September 2025 to January 2026, will reward 914 customers across individual, business, and student categories through nationwide monthly draws. Winners will receive cash prizes, scholarships, and business support fundings with a grand draw set for January. Head of Products and Analytics, Victor Yaloku, said the campaign reflects EcoBank's commitment to customer loyalty and financial inclusion, while celebrating 4 decades of service across Africa. Under the program, individuals will share 24.8 million naira for businesses, 32.8 million naira, and students 3.6 million naira in cash and educational grant. The bank says it's a way of giving back to customers while boosting its brand presence in Nigeria. And still to come, Western Balkan smugglers pushing West Africa deeper into cocaine trade. This and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where a new report has revealed that Western Balkans criminal groups, now among Europe's top cocaine traffickers, are entrenching themselves in West Africa, highlighting the region's growing role in global drug smuggling. Researchers at the Global Initiative Against Transactional Organized Crime say rising European demand for cocaine, combined with tighter enforcement on direct Latin America, Europe routes, and the expansion of West African maritime ports has made countries like Senegal, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde key transit hubs. The report notes that Albania and Slavic-speaking networks have gained significant influence, forging alliance with Dutch gangs and Brazil's powerful Primeiro Comando da Capital to strengthen their control of the supply chain. Backed partly by the UK government, the study calls for stronger cross-continental cooperation between law enforcement, port authorities, and other stakeholders to curb the spread of these drug routes. We now head to Uganda, where Uganda is in talks with the International Monetary Fund for a new round of funding after its previous program lapsed last year. The country's earlier extended credit facility, launched in 2021 and valued at around $1 billion, expired with only $870 million disbursed. According to the Finance Ministry Permanent Secretary Ramathan Gobi, The fresh funding package is expected to be presented to the IMF board after Uganda's general election early next year. The presidential and parliamentary polls are scheduled for January or February 2026, with an exact date yet to be announced by the electoral body. Officials say Kampala is eager to secure a new deal as it struggles to access affordable and rein in its mounting public debt. We now move to the foreign scene, where EOG Resources says its shale oil project with the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company is progressing on schedule. Chief Executive Ezra Yacob confirmed on Tuesday that ADNOC had already drilled horizontal wells and tested oils to the surface at the block in the Al Dhafra region of the United Arab Emirates. Houston-based EOG operates the block and had initially planned to begin drilling in the second half of 2025. Jacob's remarks, delivered at Barclays CEO Energy Power Conference in New York, indicates the project is advancing as expected and could mark a significant step for unconventional oil exploration in the Gulf. Beyond the UAE, EOG has also expanded into Bahrain's upstream sector. Earlier this year, the company signed a gas exploration deal with Bahrain state-owned Babco Energies. According to Yacob, Babco has already managed to horizontally test gas to the surface as an onshore prospect, a milestone that suggests promising potential for future development. Also, oil prices held steady in Asian trading on Wednesday, keeping gains from the previous section. Brent crude slipped a cent to $69.13 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate rose 4 cents to $65.63. Prices had jumped more than 1% on Tuesday after Washington imposed sanctions on a network accused of smuggling Iranian oil disguised as Iraqi supply. Market sentiment was also supported by expectations that U.S. crude stockpiles fell by about 3.4 million barrels last week. But weak U.S. manufacturing data capped further gains, with demand concerns weighing on the outlook. Traders are now watching the OPEC Plus meeting set for September 7th, where no major production changes are expected. Separately, Beijing staged its largely ever military parade to mark 80 years since Japan's defeat in World War II, with President Xi Jinping joined by Russian Vladimir Putin and North Korean Kim Jong-un. And up next is sport news after this break. To stay with us.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back, and now to sport. Maguire is staying at Crystal Palace after his deadline day move to Liverpool sensationally collapsed at the last moment. The clubs had reached a £35 million agreement following Guehi's man-of-the-match performance in Palace's win over Aston Villa on Sunday. The defender was even permitted to undergo a medical in London, and a deal sheet was submitted to the Premier League to allow negotiation to continue past Monday's 7 p.m. deadline. But in a late U-turn, Palace decided not to finalize the transfer, leaving Liverpool empty-handed in their bid to strengthen their defense. The decision means Guehi, who has become a key figure for both club and country, will remain as Selhurst-back at least until January window. The collapse has been seen as a major boost for Palace, who retained one of their top assets, and a major frustration for Liverpool, who had made Guehi their top target. And to end the news, Premier League club charted records this summer, spending a combined £3.19 billion on a new signings, the highest total ever recorded in a single transfer window. Liverpool led the way, posting the most expensive window in Premier League history, despite their failed deadline day pursuit of Crystal Palace defender Maguire. The champions splashed out £446.5 million in total, surpassing Chelsea's £434.5 million free from 2023. The biggest move came with their British record, £125 million capture of Alexander Isak from Newcastle, a deal that followed their earlier record-breaking £106.5 million signing of Florian Wirtz from Bayern Leverkusen. Liverpool's business didn't stop there. They also added Milos Kokes, Jeremiah Frimpong, Georgi Maladashvili, Ugo Ekitike, and Giovanni Leone significantly, strengthening their squad across all positions. Analysts say the trend reflects both the Premier League's financial muscle and the increasing pressure to compete at the highest level. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I am Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
We'll be going into a first panel session, which will be focused on revolutionizing healthcare access policy and system reforms for a more equitable Nigeria. But before we do that, kindly permit me to recognize Otumba Leko Ewela, who is the MD CEO, Ultimate Health Management Services Limited, who is joining us today. Welcome, sir. We're happy to have you. Okay, so we'll quickly jump into our first panel session, revolutionizing healthcare access policy and system reforms for a more equitable Nigeria. And to anchor that particular session is Ms. Tope Omobolago, who is a senior correspondent at Business Day. She will join me here and she will then introduce the panel. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again, everybody. Permits me to stand on the existing and bring up our panelists. Please, with a round of applause, kindly welcome with me Dr. Haitola Adejoye, who will be representing Dr. Prosper Okonkwo, the Chief Executive of APIN Public Health in. Just right after that, I would be inviting Mrs. Chineye Ajayi, the Managing Counsel, Olaniwu Ajayi LP, will be representing Leonard Silk Walemi Heso and Mrs. Ibi at the same time. Please welcome Mrs. Chineye Ajayi. Right next, I would be inviting Professor Mohammed Raji Mahmood, the CMD and the CEO of National Hospital, Abuja. You're welcome, sir. Okay, so welcome with me as well, Otumba Leko Ewela, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Ultimate Health Management Services. You're welcome, sir. The Executive Vice Chairman of Mass Life Healthcare Limited. Welcome, sir. Lastly, welcome with me Dr. Ashikevi from Base University, Abuja. You're welcome, sir. So the topic for our panel session, like my boss, who is the moderator of this event earlier said, is revolutionizing healthcare services, access policy, and system reforms for a more equitable health system in Nigeria. Please allow me to also sit with you while we have this conversation. Thank you very much. Let's just delve into the questions before us as we hold this engaging panel session. So my first question will be to Mrs. Ibi Ogunbiyi, represented by Mrs. Chineye Ajayi. So we would be talking about the legal perspective on the healthcare system and how, you know, we can explore legal avenues to achieve an equitable healthcare system in Nigeria. So I would like you to provide perspective to the fact that, you know, despite the fact that we have some laws against substandard medicine, counterfeit drugs still flooding our market systems, we still deal with these problems despite the fact that the laws are there. What other mechanisms, or should I say, stricter measures or punitive should we engage in order to be able to get rid of this menace that has, you know, overtaken the healthcare system in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will start by saying that, you know, the problem of non-implementation of laws is not peculiar to the health sector.
I have now.
Hello? Okay.
I think you can manage the situation. It's quiet.
Okay. Let's take it again, right? I was saying that the problem of lack of implementation of laws is not peculiar to the health sector. Now, in relation to the point, particularly in terms of counterfeit drugs, we have a law that regulates that. It's called the Counterfeit and Fake Drugs and Unwholesome Processed Foods Act, passed in 2004. Now, the law exists. There's a penalty for that, but the major problem has always been implementation. And so, no matter how good a law is, if you don't have people to drive the implementation, it becomes problematic. And several times we've seen cases of fake drugs, but the question is, how many of them have we seen penalized, like to the end? You see them, you know, maybe imprisoned, and then they become like reference to those who actually do these things. But many times we hear of them in the news and then it just dies off. So until we get to the point where our law enforcement agency not just shows once in a while on TV, to actually see how these people are actually penalized, it will deter others from doing so. I think recently in Lagos there was like a raid in Idumota market where a lot of shops were locked and all of that. That just happened there. What happened afterwards, we are not aware. So I think it's important that people get to understand the implications of these things and the penalty. But beyond that as well, I'm not really an advocate of put stringent penalties, because I think at some point there was this clamor for putting in death sentence as a penalty for fake drugs. But again, if the penalty for 500,000 naira wasn't implemented, how are we sure that death sentence will be implemented? So what I would say should be the key concern or the key approach for governments and maybe civil society will be orientation. People need to understand the impact of these things. There's nothing that influences behavioral change than getting people to understand the impact of what is being done. So we need to see much more, orientation via media, social media, different platforms to help people understand the impact of these fake drugs. Then that should then be backed by agencies that are actually implementing, and these people are actually seen to be punished. And then beyond that, as we get to implement this over time, we see that the rate of these menace will be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you already answered my follow-up question. So I would just move right into the financial aspect of healthcare in Nigeria, particularly when it comes to pharmaceuticals. Do you think that we can have a legal framework where we can, establish things like pharmaceutical development banks or, healthcare capital ventures fund in Nigeria? Do you think that it's something we can explore through legal framework?
Oh yes, and like the minister had said when he was speaking, unfortunately, the health sector is one sector that is not really given the right kind of attention. And it is sadly so because, once the health sector is ignored, because when people get sick, they must necessarily seek drugs. That's why no matter how expensive, any drugs get, once people are sick, they must necessarily get treatment and drugs. So I think that's that aspect of funds, venture capital is an area that can be considered. This area of the health is tax-free for 5 years. That's just a policy, probably backed by law. What you will find is that a lot of investors will begin to troop into that area. So we can actually use policy to channel investment in an area that needs it. The government need not necessarily need to put in money, but what is most important is what can we do to incentivize this. Although there are other macroeconomic issues that impact on investment, like security, the certainty of repatriation of profit, those other macroeconomic issues are there. But if we can begin to, again, there's also the aspect of concessional financing, which is funding that is not based on commercial rates, because if you go by interest rate in Nigeria, that's really very high. So we need to see grants, concessional financing blended with private capital in order to drive that investment. But I see a lot of opportunity, and good policy is something that would make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ajayi. Please, let me quickly move to Dr. Adetola Ademujimi from Happin Healthcare Services. In recent time, particularly, from last year, we've had a season of exodus of some big pharmaceutical companies from Nigeria, the GSK, the Sony, and the likes. What regulatory incentive or policy do you think that the government can bring on board to encourage local pharmaceutical companies? Because whether we like it or not, the market has an impact on local pharmaceutical production. So what are some of the incentives that you think that the government can bring on board in order to encourage local pharmaceuticals? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, my name is Adetolu. It's not Adetola.
Forgive me.
Yeah, and I'm here representing my CEO of APIN Public Health Initiatives, Professor Prosper Okonkwo, who is unavoidably absent. Again, for us at APIN, the way to first look at some of these conversations is to understand that healthcare is a commodity. And I think that's what is usually missing. Healthcare is a commodity. A commodity has a demand side and also has a supply side. We focus so much on the supply side and we forget the demand. Forgetting that, because in King's College, Lagos, where I attended at secondary school, my economics teacher, you see, that's perhaps one of the first things she told us. I'm a doctor by training. But in economics, I'm aware there's something called demand and supply. So really, I feel that supply should always be influenced by demand, and that's something we lose. Now, I'm saying this because I give you a typical example. So somewhere in a private patent medical vendor, in Abuja just yesterday, I needed to buy something, and I saw that I don't even know what her qualification is. The table where she had her tom-tom and chewing gum and all of that had the used needles, swabs that she could not discard, and everything was litter. She doesn't even know I'm a doctor, and I walk in. So now, I wanted to buy whatever drug. I won't say it here. But the point was, I was already thrown off. Because I come into who is regulating that chemist? This is the heart of Abuja. I'm not talking of somewhere else. Who is regulating? Nobody's looking there. And we're focusing so much, talking, with all due respect to all our big hospitals, national hospitals, all these FMCs are fantastic. But let me shock you. Over 80% of Nigerians use those other guys we don't talk about. In that place, you'll be surprised. They are doing incision and drainage of abscess there. Nobody's talking them. Nobody's checking them. In those places, they are setting IV lines. In those places, they are doing voluntary termination of pregnancy. Nobody's having those conversations. In those places, people are walking in there and they are taking drugs that should be administered at secondary level. This is not even a primary health center. This is a private patent medical vendor. And that's what you have in my village in Idore, beside Idore Hills, and all of those. Who is checking them? So to come back to what you talked about, local production of drugs. Again, yes, incentives. Honorable Minister has just spoken about it. There are a lot of initiatives, policies, first of all, that you want to use to encourage local production. And I'm very excited with what Professor Ali Pate is doing, and we're excited with this at the APIN Public Health Initiative. Please extend our love to him, sir. Thank you for these initiatives. To say, you want to do stuff here in Nigeria to enhance local production of pharmaceuticals, please come have a conversation with us, first of all, at Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. So we'll tell you where the needs are. Demand. What are the areas of local production that we're interested in? We work a lot in the HIV space in APIN. We are talking now that donor fatigue is we're stuck to that reality. How can we start to produce RDTs, like the Honorable Minister talked about, rapid diagnostic test kits for HIV, for instance. So if you come to Federal Ministry of Health and you sit down with them, then they will tell you, the priority based on data, based on what have you right now, is that we want to focus on local production of rapid diagnostic test kits. So the first thing is about sitting down with them to have that conversation. Secondly, you talked about concessional financing and all of these other opportunities. But again, the macroeconomics is always very important. Remember why Emirates Airline and their likes had to leave. What did they say? So people have paid for air tickets, but we cannot recoup our funds. All right? Because whatever was happening at central bank. So the second thing to encourage local production would be, are you sure if these investors come in, they can actually recoup their funds? Nobody has to worry about how do I have access to dollar? Do I have to know somebody who knows the central bank governor and have to go to the bank and all of those things? Macroeconomics conversations, very important. Another thing around it also in macroeconomics is also around multiplicity of tax. And that's why we're also excited when we look at these things at APIN Public Health Initiatives to say, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the tax reform policy is very important. Why? Because if someone has to come, or a group of persons, or a consortium of private investors say we want to build XYZ pharmacy industry, and then they need to worry about the federal government takes tax from them, that state government where they are cited takes tax, the local government comes again, takes tax, the Omoniles come again, they take tax. Nobody wants to work in that kind of environment. So we are also interested in what tax reform policies are being implemented to encourage these guys to come and do local production. I can go on and on. Security is probably even the first. So you want someone to establish somewhere in Ogun State where I know a lot of the pharmaceutical industries are going right now. And then They are worried that you have guys who are bandits, who are what have you, who could actually, hamper all our investments and prevent, us scaling up and actually thriving. So all of these other conversations are very important around security as well, to encourage local production of drugs. Again, I can go on and on, but just to summarize, because I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to do this again. Honorable Minister, sir, and because the Honorable Commissioner for Rivers State is here, so I just dropped this again, because simple things as Nigeria does not even have, imagine somebody needing health in Akukutoro in Rivers and needs referral to come to Port Harcourt. What I'm saying, Honorable Minister and Honorable Commissioner, sir, is that at APIN, we have understood, for instance, there are no, the basic health center in Akukutoro, do they even have a phone number dedicated for that basic health center? Do they have the phone number dedicated for the general hospital in Port Harcourt where they want to refer? I'm not talking of the phone number of the CMD and the person who works there. An institutional phone number, a box that you enter basic health center in Akukutoro, you find that number. It's there and it will be there for 35 years. And they can put it online and say, this is the phone number of basic health center Akukutoro. This is the phone number of what is our basic health. And so when I want to do referral for a woman who is bleeding PV in whatever, I just call, good afternoon, General Hospital Port Harcourt. I'm sending a woman to you now who is 39 weeks because the phone number is registered. We don't even have that. Is it a crime to have a directory or phone numbers of all basic health centers in Nigeria published, and I can go online and I can call a basic health center in Katsina? We don't even have those. Those are those low hanging that we need to put in place so that some of these things around our system can actually become very functional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ademujimi. Thank you. You have really, enlightened us as regards, issues of tracking and checking and monitoring, as well as local pharmaceutical production in Nigeria. Still on the issue of fake drugs, I still wanted us to talk about it. Though you mentioned it slightly, but I want you to dwell on it a bit. This issue, there's this statistics that I saw that about 28% of our medicine are estimated to be fake. And, I was thinking if you could help us on how you think that, the customs, the NAFDAC, NIPOST and all of that could take advantage of digital platforms, to track and also provide real-time monitoring of some of these, our pharmaceuticals, and how, people can report, just like you mentioned, in terms of having contact where people can call and refer and all of that. So where there can be real-time reporting in order for us to be able to protect vulnerable people when it comes to access of local pharmaceutical products in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. So I get another opportunity to speak. So again, maybe three things I'll speak to quickly on that. Number one, Nigeria has very porous borders. The customs controller general was some days ago or so, I think I read something in news. Do we even know the number of borders we have where people can smuggle in some of these things from all our neighboring countries? I won't mention names. Those conversations they are essential before you now get to healthcare, because for every amoxicillin clavulanate that you see in the market, and that's probably why, for instance, health insurance has a challenge. I'm a health finance person, so don't mind me. When you see someone as a doctor in the hospital, and I say, madam, what you have here is an upper respiratory tract infection, and I think it's not viral, it's bacterial, but I want to write for you amoxicillin clavulanate 625. The moment he or she gets to the pharmacy, and what they give him or her is not Fleming, is not Augmentin, the person says, oh, they gave me a fake drug at the pharmacy, a drug that will not work. Now that's a very incorrect statement, because if NAFDAC, custom, whoever they all are responsible for border protection, ensuring that all the medicines in Nigeria are right, that means that every amoxicillin clavulanate that you pick up anywhere in Nigeria, regardless of the brand, the bioavailability, and that's what they call it in pharmacy, the bioavailability should be 625 milligram. But what you have that people call fake is that if they actually take that 65 milligram of that amoxicillin clavulanate to the lab, they will find out that what they have there is not up to 625. It's probably 580. And I would have treated that woman to say, do this drug 12 hourly for 7 days, and it's not working because I'm giving a suboptimal dose. Now, where I'm going is, the conversation is, see, collaboration. I mean, the CEO of the African Medical Center of Excellence, let's understand that we are trying to build a system. A system, WHO has called those 6 system building blocks. Leadership and governance. Leadership and governance. That's the first. How do we coordinate ourselves? So is it that NAFDAC needs to employ 300,000 workers and distribute them across 36 states? Open big NAFDAC offices. Buy 1,000 Hilux vehicles for them. Is that the kind of governance system? So that NAFDAC can now say, oh, in Katsina, I have 5,000 workers working for NAFDAC. What will the Minister of Finance say in terms of the recurrent expenditure for paying their salaries? Is that realistic? The governance conversations. Because Nigeria is 36 states, is 36 countries plus 1 in 1. That's what we forget. It's 220 million people. So the governance part, how do we collaborate between federal agencies, state agencies, ensuring that these things are done? Number 2, human resource. And I've talked about it and a lot of people have. Because it's about human resource. So the true scanners that pharmacists use to check if a drug is fake or not, so they can just walk into a pharmacy. How many true scanners do we have supposed to find those true scanners? Is it the local government where you have the primary healthcare coordinator or medical officer of health who is closer in all of the 774 local governments that needs to have those true scanners and have people trained? So that in Akukutoro, so that in Yewa North, so that in wherever, in Bagada, in Lagos. Some people at that level working with local to put fuel in Hilux vehicles to go to 774 local governments in Nigeria. Our governance structure is very weak. And we're not very clear on it. Health financing. The same thing. So you want to ensure drugs in Nigeria are, see, again, demand and supply. So HMOs are here. You hear the private sector talk about some of these conversations. Because even from social health insurance, basic healthcare has its essential medicine list. That essential medicine list for basic healthcare that has all the anti-malarials, antipyretics, etc., etc. Local production for them. But those that are brought into the country, our porous borders, I've talked about it. How do they get in? How are we sure that somebody is checking that every brand of acetaminophen, which you call paracetamol, is actually what it should be? I can go on, but again, it's about collaboration. It's about building a system that works, and it's about everybody, let's delineate who exactly should be doing what. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ademuluyi. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Dr. Ademuluyi drew out a bit on collaboration, governance, and the likes. So that would lead me to Dr. Mustafa Zakarisa. Speaking of collaboration, can indigenous knowledge or locally sourced plant-based materials actually be integrated into like an eco-friendly drug production in ways that will promote ownership? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your question. Like Dr. Tolu mentioned, we a lot of time focus on, like he said, we have the demand and supply side of health system. But we a lot of time focus on the supply side. All your question is on supply. The minister, honorable minister, spent about maybe 30, 45 minutes, gave us maybe less than 5% of that time was spent on demand. Everything was about supply. The basic healthcare provision fund, just one item, everything about supply. And we forget about the demand. Hospitals. We get pharmaceutical companies. They produce these things. We train our doctors. We build the hospital facilities. Those who are accessing the care, can they afford to access that care? We forget, we don't talk about that. We budget every year. We budget for building of hospitals. We budget for training of doctors, medical professionals. We budget for pharmaceuticals. We put all these things in the market. Are people buying it? Utilization is very low. Why? Because the people who should access this care cannot afford it. What are we doing to support these people to be able to afford these facilities we are providing? We focus on the supply side, and we do very little or nothing on the demand side financing. What we mean that these are interventions that provide financial incentives or financial resources directly to individuals and households to enable them to reduce the financial access, to reduce the issue of financial access, to increase the purchasing power of the people, to make healthcare accessible and affordable, to increase the demand for these facilities. But we don't do anything, but we do very little about that. If you look at the scenario we have in Nigeria, more than half of the population of Nigerians are multi-dimensional, living in a multi-dimensional poverty. And they are experiencing poverty across multiple dimensions, including health. Okay? If you look at that scenario, apart from that, out-of-pocket payment for healthcare services is extremely high. More than 70% is a major cause of healthcare financing. 70% in a poverty-stricken environment. Who can afford it? Then, in addition to that, our prepayment mechanism for health insurance is still least developed. It is not yet developed as to the standard which we require. Because of still, since 2005, when we started the National Health Insurance Scheme, 20 years after, we are still talking about 10%. We are talking about between 5 and 10% coverage of the population. We are still flouting that, which for me is nothing to flout about. It's a poor performance. 20 years after, we are, between 5-10%. You see, so if you look at this kind of environment, how can we empower the people to be able to afford all these hospitals we build, these drugs we supply, what the doctor, how can people afford it? We talk very little about that. We look at very little about that perspective. Now, we have done something, a little bit of something. There is the very vulnerable group, which government has done something about through the basic healthcare provision funds. The upper, working class, the health insurance has provided the formal sector health insurance program for them. But there's a large missing middle class, which forms about 70 to 80% of the population, who cannot afford all these things we are talking about, manufacturing of drugs, provision of hospitals, and all this kind of thing. What are we doing? That's 70%. If we are not able to bring that 70% under the health financing system, forget it about universal health care coverage. All this talk about manufacturing of drugs, pharmaceutical, you do it and nobody can access it. It doesn't take anywhere. For me, I'm very passionate about the demand side of healthcare financing. What do? I have some thoughts. Can the government also be budgeting for the demand side just as it is budgeting for the supply side, can we say every year government will budget 5 billion naira? Okay, we use this 5 billion naira and cover X number of people in the whatever? Because these 5 billion naira will also end up in the healthcare facilities. So can we look at a system where we say, okay, this government facility ABC or private facility ABC, we are covering X number of Nigerians, we are budgeting this amount. Okay, instead of financing certain aspect of the operations, can we say, okay, this 5 billion naira will end up in these facilities and see how can we structure so that that 5 billion naira we have budgeted, we are using one stone to kill two birds. We are enrolling a certain number of people, and this amount is also going to finance the operations of the healthcare facilities. Can we, perhaps if we think about that and put in a proper structure, we'll be able to come up to something like that. Another way is normally the demand side interventions comes with maybe coupons for health, cash transfers, and the test opportunities like that. Does the health sector there are a number of poverty reduction programs being done by other ministries. I know there's this cash transfer thing. There's the World Bank supported a program which I think COVID-19 recovery and stimulus, the NG case has, and the conceptualization level of this at the point of conceptualizing these programs, I have found that the health sector is not involved in this thing. Because if the health sector is involved at the time of conceptual, we could put in health insurance as part of the product in that product. I have made some effort. I have met some state government and finance and say, look, your NG case, can we incorporate health insurance? The transfers we are doing to these people, can you set a certain amount of it to take care of their health? You have given them money for entrepreneurship, for MSc, but you need to be healthy to run your business. Can you include health insurance in these projects? They tell me, oh, at the conceptualization stage, the World Bank did not include it, so if we bring it now, we will not. I said, no, but where is the health sector in all this? Where is the health sector in the national investment programs of the government? You see, so we need to really look at these areas and find out how can we make people afford this kind of, everything we are producing. But how can people buy these products? So it's an area I think, I'm very passionate about this. The demand side financing of health system is really very, very little is done about that. We need to really, make a lot of noise about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for speaking so passionately, about the issue. You literally just answered all my questions in one answer, particularly speaking of the necessary incentives and necessary investment that should be taken into cognizance when it comes to healthcare provisions for Nigerians. Thank you very much. Still talking about on the NHIS scheme and all that. Please allow me to invite the CEO of National Hospital, Professor Mahmood Raji Mohammed. Forgive me, sir. Talking about NHIS and the enrollment, I think Nigeria still has less than 5% of its citizens enrolled in the scheme. What do you think is the major barrier when it comes to achieving this? What have been the major, should we say, legal barrier or policy barrier that has made this irregularity to continue in our healthcare systems?
Thank you, but I want to be sure first. Do you want my granddad who is in his grave to answer you, because that's his name you just called, or myself? Yeah, thank you. Just like the other past discussions mentioned, it's really a bit disturbing to say after about 12 years of passage of National Health Act in 2005, that up to now we are struggling with the statistics. By now we should have close to 100% coverage of insurance. And I wouldn't want to blame any single institution or single government. I think we need to be very, very intentional all the time when we set out policies. Your question had to do with the legal barriers. Yes, there are legal barriers and there are policy barriers. The beauty of the 2005 National Health Act was that it wanted to, or rather it enshrined universal health coverage into our healthcare system. Okay, that's what we should have achieved. Then in 2022, the National Health Insurance Act was passed. That's supposed to be a very marvelous thing that should take us there. But I guess there are still some gaps that we need to fill, legally and policy-wise. There is, first, a fragmentation in law between the federal, the health, and the local segments. The NHIA Act had made it compulsory that every single citizen in Nigeria should be covered. But the statistics say 5 to 10%. I said, no. Why? I think the federal government find a way to harmonize that legal system such that states where Her Excellency is superintendent ensure that even the local governments are also all encompassed. And that's why we also have to, when it comes to state and local government, we need to also enshrine some certain legal framework, probably even within the Constitution, for our traditional rulers. There was a time, maybe even before I was born, when these were the people responsible for collecting taxes, for ensuring that every household is healthy, every household has been fully fed. They had enormous responsibilities. But unfortunately, those our traditional rulers have been stripped of all powers, and they are the ones who know the day-to-day living of the people under them. So I think we need to involve them. These are the people sometimes when they say, Mr. A, sit, he sits. Mr. A, take your child to school, he would do that. Take your child to the hospital, he would do that. And most of the time, these are the same people that those locals will come to when their children are ill, when their wives need to go to the labor room and things like that. They don't come to Her Excellency as a commissioner. Then we also need to look at enforcement. There is no, yes, there are the policies, there are the legal frameworks, but there isn't enforcement. That's the same thing we had from my core discussant here about NAFDAC and drug, whatever. Enforcement needs to really be taken seriously in our country. And we need to also leverage on technology. I have been quite passionate about technology in health. Before I became the CMD, actually, I was about to retire. You'll be surprised that I would retire at such an age. But my aim is to really touch so many lives through technology, through telemedicine. And I've practicalized that in Kenya because there was a program that we did through a certain company where we did something called Clinic in a Can. We liaised with the First Lady of Kenya at the time. We were going to some certain counties called Nyamira County. We take just some certain box with paraphernalia of telemedicine and teach the locals, a nurse that would be in a certain remote village that would interact through the computer to somebody in Nairobi. And if you have 10 of such in each locality, you don't need to have doctors at 24 hours in each of these localities. Those nurses can easily interact with those patients. The ones that need to be referred could be referred after being well resuscitated or whatever. So that had helped a lot. We tried to introduce this in Nigeria, but unfortunately we had a lot of bottlenecks. That was before I became the CMD, and the moment I became a CMD, of course, I had so much on my plate. Of course, I couldn't push such. But I still wish to go back. In fact, even yesterday, I was discussing that with a young person who I hope is going to pick that up. So, things like this, I think, because by experience here at the National Hospital, when you go to a place like our trauma center, National Trauma Center, actually it has become like a drain pipe for the hospital. The other aspects, the services we offer at the other hospital are the ones it's the fund we use to subsidize for patients in the trauma center. Because the patients that come to the trauma center, most of them are just passers-by that were hit on the roads, picked by, what do you call them, good Samaritans. By the time they come, they don't have a penny. Some of them cannot even, are unconscious. So you cannot ask. By the time you treat them and you are done, they've gone to ICU, they've gone to theaters like 2 or 3 times, their bill accrues to 2 million, 3 million, sometimes 5 million. There's nobody to pay. We have to just waive those fees. And it hurts the pulse of the National Hospital. And you can replicate such stories in so many other centers. Well, a patient comes, you have a very robust cancer center here. People come from all around West African sub-region to get treatment. Once they start treatment, you cannot say that, oh, look, because you don't have funds, you just leave. No, we have to continue, and that's what we've been doing. So we lose a lot as a hospital. And we know that healthcare, yes, it's a social responsibility. I think we need to find some more innovative means of sustaining it. It's unsustainable if it will only be waived. But when we look at aspects of of funding, like what they're talking about, demand aspect, you see, by the time a patient comes and at least he has that NHIS cover, you will be able to recover some bit of your money, even if you lose some. So those are some of the things that I think we need to look at in terms of barriers and policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please around. And this is a very good opportunity for them to, have answers to those questions. You were talking about finances and cost, particularly when there are situations like you mentioned earlier, and it hits deep into the pocket of the hospital. So what initiatives do you think that, the government can bring on board in order to help shelve some of this load, particularly, hospitals run on, most hospitals, they run a lot of costs, particularly when it comes to energy and power. The Honorable Minister earlier spoke about some states like, I think it said, Kefi having uninterrupted power supply. So do you think that if the government takes some of those load, particularly when it comes to electricity bills, and some taxes here and there, do you think it will help in terms of managing costs, running costs for hospitals?
Yes, definitely. But I want us to be very, very realistic in whatever it is we do. And I want also to be realistic in terms of our expectations on government. Government cannot sponsor everything. Government cannot subsidize everything. As it is now, it has so many priorities on the plate. Security, is it health, is it food security? If just name it, there are so many very, very important priorities that if you say you're going to say which is number one, each of them would qualify to be number one. So I think philanthropists, individuals, organizations need to come into the health sector. When you go to some other countries, say the US, the UK, go to their major universities and their major hospitals. See, it's actually other institutions, non-governmental institutions, that assist them. Harvard has been deprived of its funding from government, but it's surviving because of philanthropic donations and other investments. So we need to think out of the box. People need to really step in. Yes, cost is too enormous. Energy cost is too enormous. Like the National Hospital, we, as would say, I'll proudly say, in the last 2 years, if you go to National Hospital, you would see light does not go off beyond 5 seconds. I challenge you to go and see. But it's a huge, huge cost. I don't know if it's appropriate to quote numbers, but I shouldn't quote numbers. But I assure you, the amount of money that we spend on diesel and energy generally is really, really humongous. So the best way to go is to have renewable energy that will eventually be low cost. And that's where private sector should come in, or other co-funders should come in. They should be able to establish those mini grids in each of our institutions, even if we are to pay them tariffs over time. I think that will reduce the cost significantly on government and reduce the cost significantly on us. So I think that's the best way to go at the moment. But depending on government to do all this, frankly, will be unrealistic, and if I would be unfair on government. Yeah, we know it's a responsibility, but I think the main responsibility should be for them to create that enabling environment for others to come in, more especially private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much. Let me quickly move to Otumba Iwinla because we are running out of time. So I would just really want you to speak to how you think that we can grow enrollment in Nigeria, enrollment in the National Health Insurance. How do you think that we can actually grow that enrollment? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to be speaking straight to that question. I'm going to stylishly recalibrate it. First of all, I think it's important for us to mention at this meeting the fact that this country runs a capitalist economy. And in a capitalist economy, the government regulates, now creates the enabling environment for the private. Most of the government enterprises that were set up in the past were gradually taken over by the private sector. Now, that speaks to the issue of health as well. For me, what brought me here is based on the understanding, deep understanding of the fact that the government is always available to partner with the private sector. That speaks to that particular line of collaboration. Now, I also know that the reason why the Honorable Minister is here present is to also reiterate that particular point and think in the system of the private sector. So my being here is to interface with the Honorable Minister to continue to look at the veritable platform for us to strengthen our collaboration. Now, let's go back to health insurance. The first step that was taken by the government of this country to overhaul or set stage to make healthcare affordable, equitable, and accessible was the passage of the NHIS Act 35 of 1999. Now, when that was passed, we need to get it clear at this point. That focused strictly on the formal sector. Formal sector as we speak today, is comprised of two groups, the public sector and the organized private sector. We need to understand that perfectly well. Now, if there's anything I also would like to mention at this meeting or at this outing for us all to note, is the fact that it is the statutory responsibility of government and the organized private sector or the employers of labor, let me put it that way, to take care of the medical needs of their workforce. So what we saw playing out in that former sector focus was to encourage the employers of labor to basically convert the medical allowance to health insurance premium for their workforce. What the federal government did in 2005 was basically converting the 10% of the basic salary that was meant to be the medical allowance for the public servants at the federal level to health insurance premium for them. So when we are talking about the volume of coverage, we need to be conscious of what the law says and what is obtainable in the public space. I am saying this because I am on the Governing Council of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. I'll know what the law says. I also want to share with us at this meeting the fact that in 1957 was when ILO came into this country, that is International Labour Organization. That same 1957 was when Nigeria Employers Consultative Association was set up. It was not by accident. It was designed to be plugged in the same sockets because it was seen that the private sector then were not really identifying what was meant to be identified on the paychecks of their employees. And that was why when the law for health insurance was passed, it focused on the formal sector. Now, that law was passed, enrollment commenced. We saw the low volume of enrollment. Part of the challenges was the fact that the law was not quite strong in making it mandatory, which was what took us back to the drawing board in 2022. It also gladdens my heart that the Honorable Minister is here seated, because when that law was passed in 2022, there was equally a report that was tagged Lancet Nigeria Commission report. That Lancet Nigeria Commission report was the basis of passing that law. Because in that Lancet Nigeria Commission report, there was a section of it that clearly says that 83 million Nigerians are seen to be vulnerable and there should be a safety net for them. But whoever is not within that vulnerable net should be seen being financially stable to enroll on the basic plan. I also want us to share this, and what brought me here is to talk to the minister, because I heard him whispering to the coordinator that as soon as this panel is off, he will have to go for another meeting. We are going to talk, Honorable Minister. Yeah, because my presence here is not just, I don't go to outings to talk. I go to outings to look at how best we can create a platform for synergy. I happen to have represented the HMOs on the Governing Council of NHIA before. That was 2018, and that was the last Governing Council. I also think it's important for me to share with us at this outing the fact that we, the Health Maintenance Organization, also deliberately met and concluded that we don't need to be part of that Governing Council of NHIA because we are meant to be regulated by the regulatory agency. That speaks to the fact that in the course of the minister's presentation, he equally mentioned clearly the fact that this particular program was designed for public-private partnership. The private sector will work with the government. So my purpose of being here is to look at our areas of collaboration. The council is there, but I know also that the ministry would need to interface and work closely with people that are blessed with good head on their shoulder so that we can begin to look at ideas. Because let's face reality, it is the private sector that thinks, that innovates, and push those innovations for government to review and see less how we can collaborate. Now, going straight to what you've just said, we've seen some gaps in the first law that was passed to make health insurance, for the introduction of health insurance in this country, which was what led to the NHIA Act 2022. Now, that law makes it mandatory for all Nigerians that are not within the vulnerable nets to pay their premium, but majorly I think it's important for us to also note the fact that that law also clearly says that all Nigerians must be enrolled on a basic plan. And that is what we call universal basic plan. What that means is that should you live in Abuja and you work, should you work in Abuja and you live in Kefi, which is in Nasarawa State, the health insurance program that you'll be enrolled upon should also be the same level that you can get should you find yourself in Abuja. That is universal. And that law also says that should you now desire something that is beyond that basic plan, you can still touch base with the health maintenance organization to enroll on the supplementary or complementary plan. But majorly where I'm driving at is this. I won't talk at all on challenges because there are bound to be challenges everywhere. So what I love to focus on is putting the solutions on the table. Now, the NHIA with the Ministry of Health supposed to embark, because it's all in that law, on systematic or strategic media campaign to create top-of-mind awareness for Nigerians and other critical stakeholders that are meant to begin to look at, okay, this is where we can put our faith, starting from what my speaker said at the other end through all the panel members. So that we can now begin to look at, yes, there's a need for the government to probably begin to look at the porosity or how porous our borders are and put this. Also look at the fact that it is not government responsibility to employ everyone. All of these we need to sit together as a team and begin to put solutions on the table. Having said that, it's good that we are discussing this. We would want to encourage the government to possibly look at the areas that they need to unpack in the NHIS Act, which is fundamentally driving the Universal Basic Plan, interfacing with the 36 state governors and the FCT minister, so that they can begin, because already somebody has commenced that, looking at NHIS under one roof. The idea behind that was to plug all the 36 states on the same socket, so that whatever you are enjoying in Lagos, recently the Lagos governor passed an executive order to make health insurance mandatory. And I said to them, because I was also once of that governing council of Lashma, I said to them, I said, it won't work. Because quite a number of people working in Lagos are living in Ibafo, are living in Mowe, they are also living in Iju. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so they,
thank you very much.
There are a lot of challenges. So, long and short of the story is this. Awareness has to be embarked upon, which is going to be aggressive. In addition to that, there's a need for the NHIA, the minister, to encourage the governing council that was just inaugurated to begin to look at how they can interface with the governors forum to reiterate the need for them to reactivate the discussion for the implementation of Universal Basic Plan. It is up until when all of these are put together and plugged in the same sockets that we now begin to see systematic enrollment of Nigerians. Having said that, it's not as if the program is stagnant. They are already embarking on a few pockets of enrollment, but for us to achieve significant enrollment that will lead to changing the narration of our poor health indices, the government will need to strengthen their synergy with the organized private sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Otumba. A round of applause for him and every of my panelists. Everyone here spoke from a place of passion for solutions in the healthcare system, and thank you very much. So we would have to pause on this and allow the Honorable Minister. We would take the other people in the next panel session. I am very sorry, Doctor. We will allow the Honorable Minister a right of reply and speak to some of these issues while we take, sorry sir, let him speak to some of the issues that were raised while we take our seats. Thank you.
Well, actually it's not a right reply. It is just to provide additional information that can also form the that we'll be doing after I leave here. I have to go to another program, so I apologize. I cannot stay till the end. And I'm happy that Otumba spoke before me. He has gone through the evolution of health insurance in Nigeria. It started first as voluntary from 1999 to 2022. Of course, we know that anything you make voluntary, it's not likely there will be optimal participation. It's not until 2022 that government came back and made it compulsory. And I can see that that is actually the government's agenda to drive the demand side for healthcare. And like he said, it is not just about government. The private sector employs most Nigerians. So it is also therefore very, very important that even starting from the organized private sector, everybody subscribes to the basic healthcare insurance, so that that can grow the basket of funds that is available. Yes, government can intervene, but we know that intervention of government like cash transfer are interventions. They are not sustainable. They are just periodic inputs to change the landscape. So my appeal, subscription to health insurance has grown from about 70 million to close to 20 million in 2 years. Now, this is also one major aspect that government is concerned about, because if you grow the subscription and there's no facility to provide quality care, then at the end of the day, what will happen is that the credibility of the insurance is lost, and there's no way you can harvest more participation. So government is concerned about the supply side as a result of that. It's also important to note that on an annual basis, Nigerians spend about close to $2 billion on health tourism. That's a demand side that we need to look at how to keep it in country. And that is why some of those efforts we have highlighted have a significant part of it in country.
And so the out-of-pocket expenditure at the time of Fubara's office was 99.8%.
Compared to a national average of 70%, compared to the benchmark of 40%. And so it was a no-brainer for us to start implementing the River State health insurance. The next thing is fragmented leadership and governance in health, with poor healthcare management, dilapidated facilities, which further worsen the problem of unequal access. Shortages in human resource for health, social, economic, and political factors, and then something that has been mentioned earlier, limited pharmaceutical manufacturing of pharmaceuticals and other commodities, addressing social determinants of health, such as education, housing, and living conditions, community engagement and empowerment, and domestic resource mobilization. So allow me to just dwell a bit on this domestic resource mobilization. We're in a climate where external financing is leaving, and some of these thoughts came to me watching and listening to the interactions of the panel. We have an organized private sector. They have corporate social responsibility initiatives that they undertake. But unfortunately, there isn't a systematic and harnessed approach towards tackling corporate social responsibility. And that is where I believe government, as the regulators of the private sector and as partners for development of Access Bank, in collaboration with the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria, his foundation, the Herbert Owigwe Foundation, committed to creating renewable energy and mini-grids and upgrading 10% of the primary healthcare facilities in River State. That commitment was made during the administration of the current Honorable Minister for the FCT, His Excellency Ezenwa Wike. But it continued even in Governor Fubara's administration. Why I'm stating this is because another problem that we face at subnational leadership is continuity of implementation of beautiful and potentially impactful policies. If we remove the mindset and the focus from the people and look at only the players, then you understand why continuity is often a problem. But when you focus on the people and the benefits that can be derived from such policy, it is immaterial who initiated the project. The important thing is that it benefits the people of the state and the people of the country. The next is collaborations, international collaborations. I believe that with the focus, the nationalistic focus that countries like the US and the UK are taking, there are opportunities now for us as a nation to expand conversations with countries in Asia, in the Middle East, BRICS countries that we can collaborate with, countries in the Caribbean, to see how we can work together, knowing and recognizing that a lot of the challenges that we face are common to those countries as well. So in Rivers State, under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Siminalayi Fubara, we were determined to address inequities through a strategic health systems building approach. Remember, I said we based a lot of our decisions on data and evidence from data that had been collected from the people of the state. And we wanted to ensure that this would align with the federal government's Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. So this focus, in conjunction with community-oriented views, gave rise to the Health for All Rivers strategy, which kicked off in the late 2023, 6 months after the commencement of the administration. And it was built on 7 pillars. The first was financial and geographical access to health. The second was access to essential medicines and commodities. Next, human resources for health, followed by health security, emergency and preparedness and response, domestic resource mobilization, health information and data, and lastly, health systems leadership and governance as a critical pillar. So for financial accessibility, we implemented the Rivers State Contributory Health Protection Program, RIFCHIP. Within 1 year of the commencement of that, we had enrolled 100,000 vulnerable persons, including children under 5 years, pregnant women, the elderly, and persons living with disability. But we realized that that was just a subset. Even B package for health insurance. But in order to ensure that that would be effective, we had to collaborate with trade unions and the informal sector directly with civil society to engage and enroll, and even down to crafting the essential benefit package so that it was in alignment with their needs. For human resource for health, we employed and trained 2,000 frontline healthcare workers deployed across the state, not just in Port Harcourt, especially for remote communities, then bringing our health workforce in Rivers State to the 7,992 that we have today. And recognizing as well, as was stated earlier by the CEO of AMSI, for all states and LGA health workers who had had stagnations in their career progression were made to sit for promotion interviews, and there was an unlocking of the promotion process for all states and LGA health workers. Approval of payments of outstanding clinical trainer allowances, promotion arrears for staff of primary, secondary, and tertiary facilities, reviewed of the consolidated salary scheme for health workers and for medical doctors, and the increased hazard allowance in the state. There was also increased state scholarship recipients by 50% to ensure a steady pipeline of healthcare workers from training into the profession. And the quota for admissions at the Rivers State College of Nursing Sciences increased by 142%. For geographical accessibility, we've renovated and upgraded about 180 primary healthcare centers through state government investment and partnerships with the World Bank and with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. We've strengthened referral services by upgrading cottage, general, and zonal hospitals to cater to the needs of clusters of primary healthcare centers that need to refer cases requiring surgical intervention and management of complications. Several months ago, we commissioned the zonal hospital in Bori, and I just want to use this as an example of our secondary level hospitals. There's a 105-bed hospital located in Bori, in the heart of Ogoni land. It was commissioned in March. The hospital itself is a 3-story building, but it has support facilities such as laundry, mortuary, and staff quarters. So we have 2-bedroom apartments for the higher level staff, 1-bedroom apartments, and the single self-contained apartments with parking for 50 vehicles. Why I'm emphasizing this is that this is a rural facility. And one of the things that hinders the deployment or retention of healthcare workers in rural communities is accommodation, security, and access to basic utilities. It's also important to note that this community-oriented focus of the administration led to a massive increase in health facility attendance for the entire senatorial district comprising 7 local government areas, which increased by nearly 60% from about 589,000 patients to nearly 1 million patients between 2022 and 2024. Therefore, building the capacity of healthcare workers in our local communities and lightening the burden on our state teaching hospital, where most of them used to go to seek care. So we're talking about innovation, we're talking about research, development, and our tertiary level specialists are burdened by treating common ailments that could have been addressed at primary health care. We're already tying their hands behind their back, and we cannot expect any innovation from such facilities. We've collaborated with academia to design innovative approaches to providing school healthcare services for school children between the age of 5 and 17. Because we know that a lot of the attention is on the under 5s, and then by the time they're 18, they're then adults. But we recognize that there was a gap. School health services were not being provided and were constituting a burden on families for addressing some of the healthcare needs of school-age children. Partnering with Ministry of Education to equip and staff sick bays in our state girls secondary school with 24-hour rotational nursing care from the Ministry of Health and linkage to primary healthcare centers and community hospitals for state-funded healthcare services. I would like to at this point state that while we're talking about informal sector enrollment in health insurance, it is critical. And I was particularly excited when one of the discussants at the panel mentioned increasing government investment in health insurance enrollment. Imagine if a state government every year gives itself a target for several billions for the enrollment, recognizing that those funds will indeed end up in the facilities. What that means is that you start building, you're sustaining that infrastructure investment, you are building local capacity, at the same time you're ensuring financial access for our people and building trust in the social contract. We do not emphasize enough the fact that in governance, there is a social contract. There are expectations. And even if realistically we know that government on one side of the social contract cannot provide everything, government in that position can engage with partners who can do that. And I think a lot of those conversations have to be had between the public sector and the organized private sector to drive that. We established integrated management of acute malnutrition sites across the 3 senatorial districts of the state to address childhood malnutrition, reduce the burden of underweight, stunted, and acutely malnourished children in the state. This further drove in demand into the healthcare facilities, because whether we like it or not, it's a reality that now Nigeria is the #1 country for malnutrition. Introduction of eye care services, mental health services, and obstetric imaging into the portfolio of healthcare services at primary care level. Opening of burns units and modular surgical theater and ICU at the River State, 12-bed capacity ICU at the River State University Teaching Hospital. For health security, emergency preparedness and response, we revitalized the state's 24-hour emergency medical services and ambulance system in collaboration with the national through NEMSAS, deploying ambulances across the 23 local government areas with dedicated round-the-clock customer services and complaints management system. But we also realize that land ambulances are restricted in a terrain like us that is also riverine, and so our plan for 2026 will be to introduce both ambulance systems for our riverine communities. Multi-sectoral efforts at tackling infectious disease outbreaks effectively contained outbreaks of Lassa fever, Mpox, and cholera in the state in 2024. For health information, we've started the digitalization and strengthening of the state's health management information system for evidence-based learning, planning, and decision-making. And domestic resource mobilization. I mentioned what the Herbert Owigwe Foundation has done in primary healthcare, but this has also been mimicked by several other foundations, educational foundations such as the PAMO Educational Foundation, community stakeholders and leaders, and even the armed forces, building primary healthcare centers, equipping them, and then handing over to government for effective management and sustainability. Access to essential medicines and commodities. We've increased government investment in reproductive health commodities and distributed to over 400 healthcare facilities. In collaboration with the World Bank, distributed malaria medicines and commodities such as insecticide-treated bed nets to over 400 facilities across the state. Training community health providers and traditional birth attendants on counseling and risk assessment for health needs. Engaging partnerships for medicines, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing in the state. This brings me to the issue of regulation and enforcement of laws that was mentioned during the panel. For us, we had to set up a task force. And that task force was not domiciled purely at the ministry. The ministry is coordinating, but it is in collaboration with the Nigerian Medical Association for the provision of medical services, and then for pharmaceuticals with the Pharmaceutical Society and other professional associations, civil society, and the security agencies. It was mentioned that, oh, the security agencies are not enforcing. Something needs to incentivize them to support the enforcement of those laws. And we see it as a responsibility of the Ministry of Health to coordinate that system that ensures that both the medical professionals and the pharmaceutical products that are on the streets are actually well regulated, and anybody who is counter to that faces the full brunt of the law, but it is driven. And for leadership and governance, reconstituting and repositioning of the governing boards of both health parastatals for improved management across the 3 tiers of healthcare: primary, secondary, and the tertiary. And of course, our development of this 7-point healthcare Health for All River strategy ensured that our healthcare transformation strategy was steeped in evidence and derived from our community's needs. So in concluding, as we seek to advance equity, infrastructure, and inclusive leadership in healthcare, We cannot effectively achieve this if we fail to adopt a community-based approach, embracing a nothing for us without us perspective, and we must collectively own this paradigm shift. And so, as I'm ending, I would like to share a quote from the Director General of Africa CDC, who said that Africa cannot continue outsourcing its health security. This is not about aid, it is about ownership. And so while we talk about the national and the collective challenges with equity and access to quality healthcare services in the country, each and every state of ours must collectively own our responsibility for our state's people and that reliance of and our national statistics. So on that note, I wish to congratulate the publisher and the management of BusinessDay for putting together, convening this high-level engagement for the transformation of health equity and access in the Nigerian healthcare space. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you. Eloquent, clear, unambiguous speech. Please, can we give her another round of applause, please? %70 of external health aid will be gone just by the end of 2025. How do we sustain equity? 100% healthcare delivery will require everybody's involvement. Doctor spoke about collaborations, community engagement, to get this happen. Bearing in mind that there is social contract in governance. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that insightful speech. Women like you make us proud and give us, the impetus that Nigeria is already good. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for her, because indeed I learned a lot. Dr. Lise, please, with your kind permission, are you open to a few questions or something, maybe 1 or 2 questions, please? Thank you. Just 2 questions, please.
Dr. Adaize, I would like to first of all say that a very good presentation of that. Congratulations. I could also see that you're quite young. And for me, that means you should be being very innovative and also being very flexible. All right? Now, my concern from the presentation you've made was the fact that was a challenge that we have seen in the course of our government officials driving what the law stipulates they should do with their personal perception and personal interpretation. And that is why most of the developmental trajectory that we are meant to achieve in this country are being truncated by changes in leadership. And I'm speaking directly to some of the issues you raised in your presentation, starting from the fact that you, as a ministry or the commissioner, is the one driving the health insurance program. Ideally, we run a capitalist economy whereby at the national and the subnational level, government projects are meant to be driven by the private sector, to be regulated by the government agencies or the ministry. So with the health insurance program, because we've interfaced with the Ministry of Education of Health, probably before your appointment, and what really put us back completely was the fact that the state was thinking of driving the health insurance program by themselves. And it's like, do you really understand the importance and the role of the health maintenance organization in the scheme of things? The HMOs are the health auditors. All these things that you are deploying to the security to now enforce whatever are meant to be handled professionally by the health maintenance organization. Who deals with the waiting time of the enrollees in the facilities? Who monitors the quality of care that is being provided for the enrollees in their chosen facilities? Who ensure unhindered access? Who ensure that the services are provided as designed? So these are many more are the major challenges that we've seen. You recall that in the course of my presentation on that panel, I mentioned the fact that I've sat on the governing board of Lagos State Health Management Agency, representing Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. My role on that platform is well defined to set the right standards for the health insurance program to be driven. I've equally mentioned the fact that I was once on the governing council of National Health Insurance Authority. What am I doing there? To set the standards. It's not a tea party. So if there's anything I'm going to run by you, you may not necessarily respond to this, but seriously, you need to go back to the drawing board and begin to recalibrate. Because the health insurance program is meant to be driven by the health maintenance organizations, being regulated by the state ministries. But what we've seen playing out, including Lagos State, is a situation whereby states are now sitting down somewhere, developing the premium without any actuarial inputs of what the basic plan should be. And let's face reality. Maybe I should share this with us. On the health insurance program, social in particular, there are two identified risk managers. The primary risk manager is the primary healthcare facilities at the primary level. And that risk management process is driven by volume. So if you appoint a primary risk manager, a primary healthcare facility somewhere, and you just allow 2, 3, or 10 enrollees to access care there, that man is not managing any risk. And that translates automatically to poor service being provided. Because if you pay him, let's say 3 naira or 4 naira or 350 or 400, and you are paying that across 10 lives, which is just about, let's say, 40,000. A single visit by a single enrollee will clean up that fund. So subsequent visits will translate to poor service being. So all of these are the things that we also need. People like us are sharing with the so-called doctors, physicians that are driving health insurance at the national and subnational levels. So that everybody will understand the fact that the health insurance program we are talking about is basically health risk management process, such that we identify who manages the risk at primary level and who deals with risk management at the secondary and tertiary levels. The HMO does that, and they are held responsible for that. Okay, I wouldn't want to go too much into this, but I honestly think if there's anything you are going to take away from this outing, is the need for you to recalibrate your operational process for measurable health outcomes in River State. Thank you.
Thank you, Otumba, sir, for that intervention. Thank you so much. Okay, next person.
So thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. I'm glad. I mean, it's painful I had to step out to do an interview, but I heard the beginning and the ending of your speech. I think was wonderfully delivered. Thank you. So mine is just, when I came in, I heard you say something about donation of primary healthcare facilities, some philanthropists build. So again, just to put it in perspective, maybe it's done, maybe it's not done, so that we're also guided. I'm from Ondo State. I was Deputy Director of Medical Services at Primary Healthcare before I came to do what I do now in the development space. And something we observed was that when you say senators, House of Rep members, philanthropists, corporate organizations are building primary healthcare facilities, they were only building houses. They were building 3-bedroom flats. The question is, I remember at that time, the permanent secretary now had to call a meeting to say, guys, all these things they say they are donating PHCs. Do we even have a department that works with the Ministry of Works or physical planning and stuff? Can we articulate what the architectural piece of a typical primary health center should be, following National Primary Health Care's guideline that came later, to now say this is what tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 should be? So mine is just to say, I hope that you have that kind of guide So that Shell, Total, whoever they are, doesn't just wake up tomorrow and say, we're giving you a primary healthcare center. That is actually a 3-bedroom flat. It's not fit for purpose. There's a way a hospital should be built. And so people are not just doing that. That's one. Secondly, I also hope that when they are doing these things, because which was the second reason why at that time we now considered doing a bill, and I was a part of that team to draft to say, let's go to the Ondo State House of Assembly and tell them, guys, we need to have a bill to regulate how people are donating health centers. Why? Because when the senator just decided in his or her constituency project that I want to build a primary health center, he did not tell the primary healthcare board. So you know what happened? They just finish and they just come with their letterhead papers with that flag. You know how intimidating they like to make it look. And say, permanent secretary, I've just donated the blah, blah, blah for my, and then come and put staff there. That's the second part challenge. Now, you did not tell me when you were building. Now you have brought something that looks like a 3-bedroom flat. You've taken pictures, you've sent it everywhere that you have donated the primary health center. You are now asking me to come and put staff. Do you even know what my human resource for health plan is? Do you know the shortage I have? So I hope some of these things are taken into consideration, because what looks sometimes like people are helping you, they're actually creating a bigger problem for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We truly do. Yeah, I would like to respond to because that was one of the things that I faced when I started in the role. And so what we then put in place was between the ministry and the primary healthcare development, the state primary healthcare development agency, which we call a board. We work with the directors of medical services, so your previous contemporary in River State, with the Department of Planning, Research and Statistics of the primary healthcare board. So we engage with them from the process of construction. So we didn't even leave the responsibility of them communicating to the ministry, oh, we're doing this. We engage with local government councils as well. The minute somebody is planning a primary healthcare facility, immediately notify the ministry and the board. So that at that point, whether you reach us or not, we will engage with you and tell you that you're only building the doctor's quarter of the primary healthcare center. Do you want to expand? And so for those that I shared that were donated and staffed, they were in accordance with those national guidelines that we use to develop a different tier of primary healthcare centers. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Daisy. It's not easy to be a commissioner. If you think it is, please go to your state and try. Thank you so much.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.